Chapter 4198. The rampaging creatures in Heaven's Canyon came to the outer perimeter and guarded the inner perimeter, not allowing anyone to leave. This also meant that the rampaging creatures in Heaven's Canyon had stopped. At this time, any outsider that entered Destiny Valley wouldn't be attacked by the violent creatures as long as they didn't leave the inner area. However, the central region of the inner circle was very small, and the people from the various divine kingdoms who were scattered throughout the region would often run into each other here. And when they did, unless they were evenly matched, it was almost certain that one side would be killed. The struggle for supremacy in the divine kingdom was a struggle for everything. He had to fight for the treasures in Destiny Canyon, the secret realms, and the double rewards from killing other divine nations members. In the Heavens Canyon, even people from the same divine nation might not be completely trusted. Although killing people from the same divine nation wouldn't give you any points, you would still receive the normal rewards. Before the chaos in Destiny Valley, there hadn't been many clashes between the various divine nations. After the chaos in Heaven's Canyon, the people from the various divine kingdoms who had been chased to the center of the canyon began to fight to the death again and again. Some people fell, while others were fortunate enough to survive, obtaining great benefits. Someone from the Luo-Ying divine nation has obtained the Earth-Fire Buddhist Lotus. It's a half-step ultimate god from the Luo-Ying divine kingdom. The Crown Prince of Windchime divine nation, Feng Xiaoxiao, also obtained an Earth-Fire Buddhist Lotus. A half-step ultimate god from Luo-Ying divine nation would be normal since it's not surprising for him to obtain the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus. But that Feng Xiaoxiao from Fengling divine nation doesn't seem to be a half-step ultimate god, right? A few upper god emperors from the same divine nation gathered together and carefully walked around. As they discussed, their focus was all on the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus. That Feng Xiaoxiao hid her strength in the past. One of them sighed and said, "The Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus I saw was obtained by him. At that time, no one knew that he was a half-step ultimate god, so when he got close to the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus, those half-step ultimate gods who were fighting each other didn't take him seriously. They thought that the high god emperors near the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus could stop him. Who would have thought that he would display the strength of a half-step ultimate god after obtaining the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus? He then used his amazing attainments in the Law of Wind to take the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus away under the noses of many half-step ultimate gods." Hearing that man's words, the others were naturally also shocked. If that is truly the case, then Feng Xiaoxiao is truly capable of enduring. Feng Xiaoxiao, it was worth it to expose your strength this time. That was the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus. Looks like the Fengling divine nation's imperial family will have two ultimate gods in the future. Just as they were sighing with emotion, one of them suddenly exclaimed, "That's not right!" This cry of surprise caused all the high god emperors, including the high god emperor who had first mentioned Feng Xiaoxiao, to simultaneously look towards the person who had cried out. "What's wrong? Why are you so surprised?" Facing the doubts of the others, the person who exclaimed had a strange look in his eyes. "Look at the individual rankings. Feng Xiaoxiao's name is gone." As soon as he said that, the others narrowed their eyes and shifted their attention to the individual scoreboard. While these people were taking action, someone else asked in confusion, "Did you not notice Feng Xiaoxiao's name?" Feng Xiaoxiao is a half-step ultimate god and is even more proficient in the Law of Wind. In the entire Heavens Canyon, other than that young lady, there shouldn't be anyone capable of killing him, right? That's right. Even if he can't beat her, he should be able to escape, right? Very soon, the few of them confirmed that Feng Xiaoxiao's name was indeed removed from the individual rankings. And what this meant, they couldn't be any clearer. Dead. Almost at the same time, some of the Fengling divine nations people who had gathered together were shocked when they discovered that Feng Xiaoxiao's name had disappeared from the individual rankings. His Majesty the Crown Prince is dead? Who killed him? Other than the young lady from the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation, Lang Chunwan, no one else has the ability to do so. As for the others, it's impossible unless several half-step ultimate gods joined forces. It wasn't just the Windchime Divine Nations people. Even those who heard that the Windchime Divine Nation's Crown Prince, Feng Xiaoxiao, had obtained an Earth-Fire Buddhist lotus were shocked to see Feng Xiaoxiao's name disappear from the individual rankings. At the same time, they could not help but let their imaginations run wild. One thing was certain, Feng Xiaoxiao was dead. Another thing was certain, Feng Xiaoxiao had obtained the Earthly Fire Buddhist lotus. Was Feng Xiaoxiao killed after consuming the Earthly Fire Buddhist lotus? Or was the Earthly Fire Buddhist lotus stolen after he was killed? If it was the latter, then his death was justified. If it was the former, then his death was unjust. He had a high chance of becoming a supremacy after consuming the Earthly Fire Buddhist lotus, but he had died in the heavens will canyon. How unlucky! Of course, the crowd shifted their attention away from Feng Xiaoxiao after a while. After all, Feng Xiaoxiao was not the only topic in the heavens will canyon. Many people were talking about the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation's upper-level God Emperor, the young lady who was rumored to have the strength of a lower-level ultimate god, Lang Chunwan. I saw Lang Chunwan kill more than 10 upper-level God Emperors with my own eyes. Moreover, it was when nearly 30 upper-level God Emperors were surrounding her. Although I didn't see what happened after that, I'm sure she set up the trapping formation and killed the remaining upper-level God Emperors. I know a few of the remaining upper-level God Emperors, but their names have all disappeared from the individual rankings. That Lang Chunwan is a monster. It's a nightmare for someone like her to enter the heavens will canyon. It'll definitely be a nightmare if we encounter her. I just hope we don't encounter her. Perhaps she has already entered the lower-level ultimate god realm. Once she becomes an ultimate god, she won't be able to kill us anymore. That's true. In the heavens will canyon, outsiders who have entered the ultimate god realm won't be able to kill the god emperors from the various divine nations. Feng Xiaoxiao, Lang Chunwan. After the topic changed for a while, it shifted back to Duan Lingtian. Speaking of which, the lower-level god emperor from the righteous divine nation, Duan Lingtian, is also very powerful. Previously, I saw him kill 2 upper-level god emperors with my own eyes. I heard about it too. It said that although he's only a lower-level god emperor, his strength is comparable to that of a half-step ultimate god. Humph, you guys are all old news. Did you guys just come out of seclusion? Yes. Why? Did Duan Lingtian recently enter the middle-level god emperor realm? That's right. After Duan Lingtian entered the middle-level god emperor realm, his strength is comparable to that of a half-step ultimate god. When he entered the inner region, he killed quite a number of people and now he's ranked first on the individual rankings. Didn't you guys notice? Damn! It's true. He's ranked first. Monster. Monster. This person is as monstrous as Lang Chunwan. No wonder he's chosen by an ultimate god faction. If there's no accident, both Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan will go to an ultimate god faction after leaving the Destiny Canyon. Killings were everywhere in the Destiny Canyon. Outside of Heaven's Will Canyon, the 30 monarchs of the divine nations stood there, their faces as calm as an ancient well. It was not because of anything else but because they could not see the rankings in the Destiny Canyon. Whether it was the individual rankings or the divine nations rankings, they could not see it. They could only wait until the divine nations battle in the Destiny Canyon ended before they could see the divine nations and individual rankings. At that time, the 2 rankings would be displayed in the form of a mirror image above the Destiny Canyon. Now they were all waiting. All they could do was wait. Everything was calm. Many monarchs of the divine nations sat cross-legged in the air with their eyes closed. No one knew if they were cultivating or just resting. According to past practice, the Divine Kingdom contest in Destiny Canyon should be coming to an end soon. Myriad Law Academy. The time in the trial grounds was the same as the time in the outside world. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed since the trial grounds opened. Although the Myriad Law Academy was calm, many people were constantly paying attention to the situation in the trial grounds. They were all curious about how those who had entered were faring. In the past year, many people's soul orbs had shattered. It was obvious they had died in the trial grounds. In the independent realm where the inner palace was located, a young man was sitting at a stone table in front of a small courtyard, drinking alone. In the blink of an eye, 4th junior sister and little junior brother have been in there for a year. I'm not used to fourth junior sister not being around. I wonder if she'll be able to enter the ultimate god realm this time. As long as she's not too unlucky, it should be fine, right? As for little junior brother, he should be able to enter the intermediate great god realm this time. Inside the divine trials, Tiannan continent, Destiny Canyon. Whoosh! The girl's figure appeared in the core area of the inner circle. It was also the most dangerous place in the entire inner circle, with 9 powerful demon beasts guarding it. Each demon beast had the strength of a half-step ultimate god. Although they did not have a full soul high-grade divine weapon to rely on and might not be a match for an outsider half-step ultimate god in a one-on-one fight, the 9 of them worked together. Once their natal magic formation was activated, even a dozen or so outsider half-step ultimate gods would not be able to take them down. There were even half-step ultimate gods who had died there. Therefore, the core area had become a forbidden area in the eyes of outsiders. Even if they were forced into the inner circle's central area, no one dared to approach the core area, let alone enter it. However, the girl had entered the core area. I can't kill those who came in with me, but I can still kill the creatures in the Destiny Canyon. I heard that the 9 demon beasts are even stronger than an ordinary lower ultimate god after activating their natal magic formation. I wonder if they're as strong as the Black Armored Knight. The Black Armored Knight is too weak. If it's a fight to the death, I'll be able to kill him within 3 moves. I hope these 9 big guys won't disappoint me. If they disappoint me, I'll bring little junior brother here and turn them into the law of baptism for little junior brother. Chapter 41-99. The central region of the heavens Canyon was a forbidden area for the people from the various divine kingdoms. Almost no one dared to enter it. At this moment, a huge battle had broken out in the core area. A single young girl was fighting against 9 colossal creatures. There was a ferocious bird that could blot out the sun when it spread its wings, a giant beast that was as big as a mountain, and a giant python that was over 1,000 meters long as it rolled about. 9 completely different demonic beasts. Each of them had the strength of a half-step ultimate god. When they joined forces and activated their natal formation, they were so strong that they could kill some lower ultimate gods. Boom! 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 The young girl was getting more and more excited as she fought against the 9 demonic beasts. Not bad, not bad. The 9 of you are much stronger than the Black Armored Knight. Interesting, interesting. In the midst of the fierce battle, the divine power on the girl's body surged, and then some seemingly subtle changes actually occurred, giving off an extremely mysterious feeling. Back then, the fortuitous encounter allowed me to completely consolidate my cultivation after I stepped into the Upper God Emperor realm. Although I've consolidated half of my cultivation base after entering the lower Ultimate God realm, I'm still a little far from fully consolidating my cultivation base. I didn't expect my cultivation base to be fully consolidated after the battle with you. Come on, let's continue. Although the young girl's body was small and weak, she seemed to carry an unparalleled divine power. She was fighting against the 9 demonic beasts with an earth-shattering battle. Naturally, the people in the outside world also heard the rumbling sounds from the core area and sensed it. However, no one dared to enter to watch the battle. What's going on? Someone's fighting inside. I can feel the aura of the 9 demonic beasts in the core area. Who's fighting against them? It's been so long, but they haven't lost yet? Although most people noticed this, no one dared to enter to watch the battle. They were afraid of being caught in the crossfire. After watching the battle from afar for a while, the crowd dispersed and went about their own business. Now that the demonic beast rebellion had ended and the people from the various divine kingdoms had gathered in the core area of the Destiny Canyon, it meant that the battle between the divine kingdoms was coming to an end. They didn't have much time left. I'll try my best to find as many secret realms as I can. Even if I'm unlucky and can't find any, I'll have to kill a few more of the inhabitants of Heaven's Canyon or those from other divine nations. Don't provoke that young girl from the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation, Lang Chunwon. If you see her, just run. If you can't run away, then you can only accept your bad luck. Try not to provoke that freakish Duan Lingtian from the Righteous Divine Kingdom. Although there were still many half-step ultimate gods in Destiny Canyon, none of them were willing to provoke Duan Lingtian. That was someone who had just stepped into the middle-level Divine Emperor realm and had the strength of a half-step ultimate god. Perhaps, if they were to fight now, they might not be able to do anything to them. But what happens after that? Duan Lingtian was young and had unlimited potential. If they were to provoke him now, it wouldn't be good for them in the future. As for the young girl from the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation, Lang Chun-won, not only did they not dare to provoke her, they even prayed in their hearts that they wouldn't encounter her. Duan Lingtian was very likely to have stepped into the lower-level ultimate god realm. Even if she hadn't stepped into the lower-level ultimate god realm, it would be easy for her to kill them. Duan Lingtian was unaware of the current situation in the core area of Destiny Canyon. Right now, he was fully immersed in absorbing the rewards of the laws and consolidating his cultivation base. He was completely focused on nothing else. He only woke up when his cultivation base was fully consolidated. My strength has improved a lot. Now ordinary half-step ultimate gods are no match for me. Duan Lingtian stood up with a smile on his face. At the same time, an old figure flashed in his mind, causing his eyes to gleam fiercely. That old man from the Flying Yang Divine Kingdom. If I meet him again before I leave this place, I'll definitely kill him. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew that if he didn't meet the old man in the Destiny Canyon, it would be difficult for him to kill the old man after he got out. That was because the monarch of the Feiyang Divine Nation would definitely protect him. A few days have passed. Now it's almost time for the Destiny Canyon to send us out, right? I should try to get as much as I can in the remaining time. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he decided to leave the secret closed-door cultivation spot that he had found. He no longer bothered to conceal himself and openly flew through the air. Right now, in the entire Heavenswell Canyon, the only person who could suppress him was his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunyuan. As for the others, even if there were some half-step ultimate gods hiding their true strength, they were only half-step ultimate gods whose strength was comparable to the weakest ultimate gods. Even if he could not defeat them, it would be difficult for them to defeat him. After all, they weren't real half-step ultimate gods and were not much of a threat to him. If they were real half-step ultimate gods, even if they had the same strength, the difference in cultivation base was enough to make Jian Wushuang suffer. That was the natural suppression of cultivation base. It's Duan Lingtian. Wherever Duan Lingtian passed by, the 6 people who were gathered together saw him. Their eyes narrowed in unison. There's a half-step ultimate god among us, and he's alone. Should we join forces to take him down? I think it's feasible. Under Duan Lingtian's shocked gaze, the 6 higher god emperors flew forward and surrounded him before he could even make a move. They delivered themselves to his doorstep. Do they think they can kill me? Duan Lingtian saw the 6 of them attacking without saying a word. There was even a half-step ultimate god among them. They wanted to join forces to kill him. There was even a high-level great god who was good at the law of space who shook the space and sealed it so that Jian Wushuang couldn't teleport. I'll use you to test my saber. Duan Lingtian's body was surrounded by a spatial storm. Rays of colorful swordlight formed a circle around him to form a defense. He then ignored the other 5's defense and casually stabbed at the half-step ultimate god among them. Boom! Rumble! The 5's attacks first landed on Duan Lingtian, but they were all annihilated by the colorful swordlight around him. The sword soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword, Huang had also become more powerful after Duan Lingtian's strength had improved. She helped Duan Lingtian defend wholeheartedly. The 5 high-level great gods couldn't break through Duan Lingtian's defense. How is this possible? While the 5 of them were shocked, Duan Lingtian's 7 orifices exquisite sword had already met the half-step ultimate god's attack. The half-step ultimate god was good at the law of water. As soon as he attacked, an earth-shattering wave appeared. It then condensed into a blue saber light in the void and attacked Duan Lingtian. There was a faint blood-red glow in the saber light. A faint blood-red soul was faintly discernible. It was the sword soul of the half-step ultimate god's blood saber. The blood saber was dim. In addition to the blood-red glow, there was also a black mist surrounding it. It was like a demonic weapon. In his hand, it was extremely powerful. It shook the void and merged perfectly with the law of water. Hum! The saber light appeared and met the rainbow sword light from Duan Lingtian's 7 orifices exquisite sword. In the next moment, the two collided. The saber light and the sword light collided. At first, they were in a stalemate. Then they exploded together. An earth-shattering sound rang out. The aftermath of the terrifying power spread out like a shockwave, shaking the void. At this moment, some fine visible spatial cracks appeared in the space. The 5 high-level great gods who were very close to Duan Lingtian and had just attacked him were hit by the shockwave. Even if they blocked it in time, they were still mercilessly sent flying. Peft! Wah! Blood spurted out from their mouths. Their faces were as pale as paper. At the scene, only the half-step ultimate god was unharmed. However, at this moment, his face was unusually solemn. His heart was in turmoil. This Duan Lingtian was so strong? He was on par with him while defending against the other 5. No. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed. When he attacked just now, the sword soul of his divine sword was still helping him defend. It did not merge with his attack. He knew very well what this meant. This meant that once the sword soul merged with his attack, it could easily crush his attack. One should know that in order to kill in one blow, he had used all his strength without holding back. I am no match for him. Just as this thought appeared in the half-step ultimate god's mind, the sound of a sword whistling rang out. It made the half-step ultimate god's heart tremble. In the next moment, he saw a rainbow sword light silently whizzing out from behind Duan Lingtian. It then made a circle and killed his 5 companions. They were the other 5 high-level great gods in his divine kingdom. Run! Without any hesitation, the half-step ultimate god suppressed the fear in his heart and turned around to escape. Waves rose under his feet and carried him away. However, the purple figure was 1 step ahead of him and blocked his path. He instinctively wanted to turn around and run, but he found that the space around him was confined. He could only give up on running and attack the confined space with all his strength again. Only by doing so could he have a chance to escape. As for fighting against Duan Lingtian, it would be a sure death situation. He was not that stupid. Too weak. With a sigh, Duan Lingtian appeared at the side of the confinement space. With a wave of his hand, the 7 orifices exquisite sword flew out and merged with Huang who was clad in a 7-colored robe before they entered the confinement space. After about 2 breaths of time, a half-step ultimate god had fallen. My luck is not bad. With the reward of the principle of laws in his body, Duan Lingtian continued to move forward. He encountered a few more groups of people and similarly he swept through them. During this process, Duan Lingtian's ferocious reputation had spread out through the scattered high-level great god emperors that Duan Lingtian could not catch up with. Duan Lingtian of the righteous divine kingdom has consolidated his cultivation base and is invincible. He can kill half-step ultimate gods like dogs. Chapter 4200. Duan Lingtian was a lower-rank god emperor from the righteous divine nation. After entering the Destiny Canyon, he first stepped into the realm of a middle-rank god emperor and then completely consolidated his cultivation base. He was invincible. Now, I'm afraid only Lang Chunwan from the Yu Hong divine nation can suppress him. Of course, Lang Chunwan's strength is comparable to a lower-rank ultimate god. Most likely, he has already stepped into the realm of a lower-rank ultimate god. If Lang Chunwan enters the realm of a lower-rank ultimate god, he won't be able to kill the people from the other divine nations. Of course, he can still injure or even seriously injure them. If Lang Chunwan is willing to help me, I'm not afraid of Duan Lingtian. Within the Destiny Canyon, everyone was shocked as Duan Lingtian's invincible reputation spread, especially the group of upper-rank god emperors from the righteous divine nation who entered the Destiny Canyon with Duan Lingtian. They were shocked when they heard the news. Duan Lingtian not only stepped into the realm of a middle-rank god emperor, but also completely consolidated his cultivation base. How did he do it? Is this a joke? Duan Lingtian broke through so quickly? And his strength is even stronger than an ordinary half-step ultimate god. I didn't expect this, I really didn't expect this. He wasn't even a half-step ultimate god before he came in, but now he has the strength to suppress a half-step ultimate god. Especially Yun He, who was closer to Duan Lingtian. He was shocked when he heard about Duan Lingtian's battle record. Duan Lingtian is so strong now? Yun He had watched Duan Lingtian grow step by step with his own eyes. In the past, Duan Lingtian fought for the position of acting mansion master in the righteous divine nation's heaven's spiritual mansion. Although Duan Lingtian was not very strong at that time, Yun He did not think Duan Lingtian could defeat him. This was because his strength was close to that of a half-step ultimate god. Even before entering the Destiny Canyon, Duan Lingtian was not as strong as him. How long had it been? Not only had Duan Lingtian surpassed him, but he had also left him behind. Could it be fake news? Due to his close contact with Duan Lingtian, when Yun He received the news, he even suspected that it was fake news. However, while the news could be fake, the individual rankings could not be fake. Yun He. At some point in time, a figure appeared in the air and blocked Yun He's path. When Yun He saw this person, his face darkened. Wang Chuani, why are you staring at me? You and I have already fought twice since we entered. You can't do anything to me. Yun He's heaven divine nation's heaven's realm. Yun He and Yun Yun's king had had a fierce battle. Both of them could only give up trying to kill each other because they could not defeat each other. Later on, the creatures in the Destiny Canyon rebelled. They were driven to the inner area of the Destiny Canyon. The two of them met again and another great battle broke out. The reason why the battle broke out again was because the strength of the two of them had increased during this period of time. Their confidence had risen, and if they were not convinced, they would fight. The result was a draw. This was the third time they had met. The last time they met was the day before yesterday. Yun He did not think Duan Lingtian's strength had improved by much. Wang Chuani, if you have time to waste on me, why don't you explore other places? Maybe you'll find some opportunities. Hee hee. Wang Chuani stared at Yun He and chuckled. Yun He, you're right. However, you don't think I'm alone today, do you? Yun He seemed to have thought of something when Wang Chuani said that. His eyes narrowed and his expression changed. Just as his expression changed, a figure appeared silently behind Yun He. Teleportation. A heaven divine emperor who was proficient in the law of space. Hu Bo. Yun He's heart sank when he saw the other party. Hu Bo was also from the Pushun divine kingdom. His strength had always been on par with Wang Chuani, and he was Wang Chuani's junior. If Hu Bo and Wang Chuani teamed up, he would definitely die. Run! Without any hesitation, the first thing Yun He did when he came to his senses was to flee. However, just as he was about to run, he realized that the space around him had been confined by a powerful force. It's the space imprisonment. Yun He was struggling to break the space imprisonment. He had a bitter expression on his face. Previously, he had heard that Duan Lingtian had used the law of space's restraining profundity to kill all those who were targeted by him and turn them into rewards from the law of space. Now, he had encountered someone who used the space imprisonment ultimacy to imprison him. Chi! After shattering Hu Bo's spatial shackles, Yun He, whose internal organs had been shaken by the joint attack of the two men, did not forget to mock them. Hu Bo! Do you think you're Duan Lingtian? Do you think you can seal me with your spatial shackles? What a joke! As soon as he finished speaking, Yun He's figure did not stop at all and immediately slipped away. However, at the same time as he fled, his complexion turned pale like a sheet of white paper. After that, he even spat out a mouthful of congealed blood that shot through the air like an arrow. After him, Wang Chuani's face turned cold as he chased after him. He can't escape. As for Hu Bo, his figure flashed and chased after him. In the central region of the heavens Canyon, on a barren plain, an elderly figure flew across the sky with a gloomy expression. Damn it! Duan Lingtian managed to consolidate his cultivation as a medium emperor in the heavens Canyon. He was worried that it would happen. Initially, he thought that Duan Lingtian would have to wait until they left the Heavens Will Canyon to consolidate his cultivation as a medium emperor. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to consolidate his cultivation so quickly. He could imagine that Duan Lingtian would not let him go if they met again. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have gone out to fight with him for the reward. It's not worth it to offend such a monster just for a reward. The old man was the one who had snatched food from Duan Lingtian's hands and killed a half-step ultimate god expert. He was a governor of Feiyang Divine Nation and was also a half-step ultimate god expert. Previously, although he had snatched food from Duan Lingtian, he could not do anything to him and could only let him leave. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's power after becoming a medium emperor, the old man regretted offending Duan Lingtian. He even thought of a way out. After he left the canyon, he would follow the monarch of Feiyang Divine Nation to the capital and become his lackey. As for the governor of Feiyang Divine Nation, he did not dare to be one anymore. He was afraid of death. He was afraid of being killed by Duan Lingtian. However, he did not expect to hear news about Duan Lingtian not long after. It was news that he had consolidated his cultivation as a medium emperor. This was definitely bad news for him. There's no way I can leave the canyon before I reach the ultimate god realm. There's not much time left. I'll find a place to hide. I'll hide and wait for the Destiny Canyon to open. I don't want to meet Duan Lingtian here. Duan Lingtian is an expert in the law of space. He's fast and can imprison people. If I meet him, I won't even have the chance to escape. The old man became more and more frightened as he thought of this. He ran all the way forward, wanting to leave the barren plains as soon as possible. He wanted to find a place with complicated terrain to hide and wait for the Divine Kingdom battle to end before the Destiny Canyon would send him out. As long as he could get out safely, his life would be saved. Whoosh! After running at full speed for half a day, the old man saw a forest in front of him. His eyes lit up. The forest is right in front of me. I just need to find a place to hide and I won't have to worry about Duan Lingtian finding me. Humph! Duan Lingtian, so what if you've consolidated your cultivation and are stronger than me? If you can't find me, you can't do anything to me. Once I get out, you won't be able to do anything to me. The old man snorted coldly and muttered to himself as if he was seeking comfort. At the same time, a purple figure flashed across the sky above the forest and entered the barren plains in the blink of an eye. There's such a barren land in the inner area of the Destiny Canyon? Duan Lingtian was surprised. He didn't expect to walk out of the forest and enter a barren land that stretched as far as the eye could see. There shouldn't be anyone wandering around in a place like this, right? It's not easy to hide here. Just as Duan Lingtian was muttering to himself, he seemed to have noticed something. He raised his eyebrows and looked into the distance. There was a small black dot that was growing bigger and bigger. There's someone here? Coming to a place like this, even if I kill you, you won't be wronged. With a thought, Duan Lingtian teleported twice and approached the other party. He appeared not far from the other party and stopped him. When Duan Lingtian saw the other party's appearance, he couldn't help but be stunned. It's you? At this moment, the old man opposite Duan Lingtian had a drastic change of expression when he saw Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Impossible! Impossible! How could I meet you here at this time? Impossible! Although the old man said it was impossible, he didn't hesitate and wanted to leave. However, the moment he moved, Duan Lingtian moved as well. The power of space swept out in all directions. The speed at which the 99 heavenly veins activated divine power was incomparable to that of an ordinary person. In the blink of an eye, an imprisonment space appeared and stopped the old man. After being imprisoned, the old man's expression changed again. He took out his high-grade divine artifact and attacked with all his might in an attempt to break free. However, it was destined to be useless. With Duan Lingtian's interference, the old man's attacks were not enough to break the imprisonment space. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. I didn't expect to meet you again so soon. Duan Lingtian crossed his arms before his chest as he stared at the old man with a smile on his face. and the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. I'm afraid you won't be able to escape this time. Chapter 4201. Duan Ling Tian. At that moment, the old man who was trapped in the confinement space, Feiyang Divine Nation's half-step ultimate god, did not continue to attack as he could see that it was pointless to continue attacking as it was impossible for him to escape. He knew that his life and death depended entirely on the purple-clothed young man in front of him. I'm very sorry about what happened last time. I can help you kill a high-level divine emperor and return that low reward to you. I owe you 1, so I'll return you 2. No, 3. What do you think? I'll return you 3 high-level divine emperor law rewards. In addition, as long as you don't kill me, I'll definitely help you if you need my help after we get out of here, as long as it's something that I can do. He was really scared in the face of death. Once he died, he would lose everything. He regretted that he had offended Duan Ling Tian by stealing Duan Ling Tian's food. Do you think I need you to help me get the law reward? Faced with the old man's apology, Duan Ling Tian merely glanced at him indifferently and said unhurriedly, However, I really didn't expect to meet you again. The inner area of the Heavens Will Canyon is so big. You and I are really fated. Since we're fated to meet, then go ahead. As soon as his voice fell, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold and he immediately attacked again. The old man also resisted with all his might at the first moment. However, his resistance was negligible in front of Duan Lingtian's destructive attacks and was annihilated in the blink of an eye. He was also annihilated by Duan Lingtian's attacks very quickly. Whoosh! A low reward appeared and announced the death of a half-step ultimate god. Continue. The day of the Divine Kingdom battle in Destiny Canyon was getting closer and closer. Duan Lingtian did not plan to waste the remaining time in there. He was fully focused on obtaining more things. Even if he could only obtain the low reward, he would not let go of any opportunity to obtain it. The people from Zhengming Divine Nation could stay put and do a favor to the monarch of Zhengming Divine Nation, Chu Youngjun and Yun He. However, he did not have any relationship with the people from other divine nations. In addition, the Divine Kingdom battle in Destiny Canyon was a platform for the various divine nations to compete. Regardless of life or death, he did not feel guilty about killing those people. In other words, if he was weak, he would be the one to die. It was the law of the jungle. Duan Ling Tian didn't continue walking towards the desolate plain ahead. He turned around and walked along the vast mountain ridge to head in another direction. He had not gone in that direction before. However, he had not walked far when he saw a scene of 2 people chasing after one person. Most importantly, he knew one of them, Brother Yun He. Yun He was Duan Ling Yun He was Yun He who was Yun He who was Yun He. He was Duan was Yun was he? Was he? Was Yun was? As for the other 2 people who were chasing him, he did not know them. They were obviously from other divine nations. At this moment, Yun He's face was ashen, and his eyes were filled with despair. He could not hold on for much longer. After a while, the 2 people behind him would catch up. At that time, he would be dead for sure. The 2 people from Pushun Divine Nation who were chasing after Yun, he looked at him with disdain and mockery. They felt that Yun He was doing something useless. No matter how hard he struggled, it would be useless in the end. Yun He, you can't escape. Yun He, you will die today. As the 2 of them spoke, they were like 2 death gods deciding Yun He's life and death. I didn't expect to die here. Yun He lamented. Yun He felt a sense of loss in his heart. However, being able to meet a monster like Brother Ling Tian before I die, it can be said that my life was not in vain. It's a pity that I won't be able to see Brother Ling Tian again before I die. As he thought about it, Yun He felt a sense of regret. Just as he thought about it, he seemed to have seen something. His eyes narrowed slightly, and then he laughed at himself. I didn't expect to see illusions before I die. At this moment, Yun He saw the purple-robed Duan Ling Tian standing not far away, looking at him. The first thought that came to his mind was that his consciousness was muddled. That was why he was seeing illusions. However, he soon realized that there was something strange behind him. The two people from Pushun Divine Nation who were chasing after him also stopped in their tracks and did not continue to chase after him. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the two people from Pushun Divine Nation stood far away, staring at the purple-robed figure. They felt their throats dry. They did not expect to meet each other here. Duan Lingtian, a medium god emperor from righteous divine nation. Moreover, it was said that he had already consolidated his cultivation base as a medium god emperor. Before he had consolidated his cultivation base as a medium god emperor, he already had the strength of a half-step ultimate god. Run. The two of them looked at each other and immediately turned around to flee. They had completely given up on chasing after Yun-He. If the heavens gave them another chance, they would definitely not chase after Yun-He. They would not even provoke Yun-He. Damn it! Why is Duan Lingtian here? Isn't it impossible to use communication jades in Tianming Canyon? Yun-He is so lucky to meet Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the two of them were cursing in their hearts as they turned around. However, as soon as they turned around, Hu Bo, who was skilled in the law of space, wanted to teleport away. However, he quickly realized that he could not teleport away. Moreover, they could not go far away. This was because a large area of space around them had been sealed. The power that sealed the space was very strong. Even if they reacted and attacked with all their might, they still could not move the sealed space. Brother Yun-He, you're in a difficult situation. Duan Lingtian flew up to Yun-He and teased him. Yun-He was naturally embarrassed when he heard that. However, his eyes immediately focused. Brother Lingtian, don't let the two from Pushun Divine Kingdom escape. They are upper-level god emperors. Killing them is equivalent to killing 4 upper-level god emperors outside. Brother Yun-He, don't worry. They won't be able to escape. Duan Lingtian said as he glanced at the two who were still attacking with all their might in an attempt to break the sealed space. At this moment, Yun-He also turned around and saw that the two people who had been aggressively chasing after him were now attacking the air. To be more precise, they were attacking the space that was shrouding them. However, no matter how they attacked, they could not shake the space. Finally, the sealed space was shaken by their attacks. However, as Duan Lingtian casually struck out with his divine power, the space stabilized again. At this moment, the two from Pushun Divine Kingdom stopped their attacks in despair. Yun-He. Wang Chuanyi took a deep breath and looked at Yun-He. He grinned and said, "Just now, the two of us were just joking with you. You didn't take it seriously, did you? The two of us were chasing after you. If we didn't go easy on you, you wouldn't think that it would be so difficult for us to catch up with you, right?" Now, Wang Chuanyi's words were twisting the truth. It was a joke. It was really just a joke. It was just a joke. You can't kill us, right? It was just a joke. As he spoke, even Wang Chuanyi was convinced by his own words. It was really just a joke. Hu Bo, who was at the side, came back to his senses and hurriedly said, "Yun-He, we were just joking with you. Don't take it seriously." Joking? Yun-He smiled coldly. "Do the two of you take me for a fool? Or do you take Brother Lingtian for a fool?" Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, stood at the side and watched their performance quietly. As for whether they were joking with Yun-He, what did it have to do with him? In his eyes, this was a reward for 2 laws. It was double the reward for killing 2 upper divine emperors outside. Brother Yun-He, do you have anything else to say to them? From the beginning, Duan Lingtian did not look at Wang Chuanyi and Hu Bo. He looked at Yun-He and asked with a smile. Yun-He was startled at first and then shook his head. Wang Chuanyi and Hu Bo seemed to have realized something and their expressions changed. Wang Chuanyi was the first to kneel in the void and kowtow to Duan Lingtian, begging for mercy. Hu Bo, on the other hand, kept saying that he knew the location of a secret realm in the inner area of Destiny Canyon. However, he did not have the ability to open it and needed the strength of a half-step ultimate god to open it. As long as he was not killed, he could bring Duan Lingtian there. However, on Duan Lingtian's side, what responded to them was not a single word but a merciless killing move. The two of them died in the blink of an eye in despair. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian's purple robe fluttered in the wind. He was like a god who looked down on the common people. Yun He, who was standing at the side, sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw this. He did not expect Brother Ling Tian to have grown so much in just one trip to the Heavens Will Canyon. He had entered the realm of a middle divine emperor and consolidated his cultivation base. It seems Brother Ling Tian was already so confident before he came in. At that time, not many people believed that he could do it. Yun He suddenly remembered that before he came in, Brother Ling Tian had boasted in front of the people from the ultimate god forces that he might have entered the realm of a middle divine emperor and consolidated his cultivation base after leaving Destiny Canyon. However, not many people believed him. It was obvious that the people from the ultimate god forces did not believe him. I'm really curious about the expressions of the people from the ultimate god forces after Brother Ling Tian left this time. According to their agreement, if they want Brother Ling Tian to join the ultimate god forces, they must first help Brother Ling Tian to enter the upper divine emperor realm. Thinking of this, Yun He's gaze became even more profound. In other words, Yun He looked at the young man beside him. Brother Ling Tian has a chance of entering the upper divine emperor realm soon? At this time, Duan Ling Tian also looked at Yun He and suggested, Brother Yun He, now that everyone is in the inner area, I think it's safer for you to find a place to hide. Chapter 4202. Yun He did not think much of it when he heard Duan Ling Tian telling him to hide. He even felt that Duan Ling Tian was being considerate. As for the matter of Duan Ling Tian bringing him along and allowing him to take advantage of the situation, he did not dare to have wishful thinking. Not to mention his friendship with Duan Ling Tian had not reached that stage. Even if it was, he would not take advantage of it. What was the difference between that and taking advantage of someone else? Brother Ling Tian. Yun He suddenly thought of something and said to Duan Ling Tian with a serious expression, I know that with your current strength, there are very few people who can match you in the Destiny Canyon. However, I still have to remind you, don't lose your mind because you're ranked first on the individual leaderboard. You're ranked first on the individual leaderboard, but that doesn't mean you're the strongest among the people from the various divine nations. If you say that you're ranked in the top 3 among the people who entered the Destiny Canyon, I'll believe it. However, the first place is definitely Lang Chunwan from Yu Hong Divine Nation. Lang Chunwan had previously obtained the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus and killed nearly 30 upper-rank ultimate gods, including a few half-step ultimate gods. She had yet to enter the ultimate god realm at that time. She's most likely in the ultimate god realm now. Moreover, even if she hasn't entered the ultimate god realm, I'm afraid she's stronger than you, Brother Ling Tian. In Yun He's opinion, the strength displayed by Lang Chunwan from Yu Hong Divine Nation was not even comparable to the current Duan Ling Tian. If they really wanted to compete, they would have to wait until Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base had entered the upper-rank ultimate god realm. He also felt that Duan Ling Tian had the ability to kill a lower-rank ultimate god once Duan Ling Tian had entered the upper-rank ultimate god realm. Thank you for your reminder, Brother Yun He. Duan Ling Tian seemed to be thanking Yun He on the surface, but in reality he did not think much of it. Yu Hong Divine Nation's Lang Chunwan? That was his 4th senior sister. No matter how strong she was no threat to him. After bidding farewell to Yun He, Duan Ling Tian continued his invincible journey. Almost everyone he encountered was killed by him and turned into rewards. Of course, the people of the righteous divine nation were an exception. During this period of time, many people from the righteous divine nation witnessed Duan Ling Tian's attack with their own eyes. Each and every one of them was astonished. Duan Ling Tian's strength is so strong now? Monster! Monster! Back at the Manor Head's banquet, it was like yesterday. Back then, his strength was far from this level. All the upper divine Lord S of the righteous divine nation were shocked by Duan Ling Tian's strength. At the same time, they rejoiced that they were from the same divine nation as Duan Ling Tian, so Duan Ling Tian did not attack them. Duan Ling Tian's points have exceeded 10,000. Not only did he break the previous record, he even surpassed it. When many people's attention shifted to the scoreboard, It was not difficult to see that Duan Lingtian, who was ranked first on the individual scoreboard, had more than 10,000 points. As for the Divine Nation scoreboard, the righteous Divine Nation had unsurprisingly reached first place due to Duan Lingtian's amazing performance. However, they were not far away from Yuhong Divine Nation. They were only 2,000 points behind. This was also because Yuhong Divine Nation had Lang Chunwan. Her individual points were only 2,000 points behind Duan Lingtian's. These two are worthy of being chosen by our Southern Heaven Continent's godly venerable rank forces. They're both so outstanding. I was still unconvinced earlier. Why didn't any godly venerable rank forces come looking for me? Now I'm convinced. Two monsters. Although Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan were fellow disciples, no one in the Destiny Canyon knew about it. Therefore, while they were shocked by their skills, they did not connect the two together. Some people were even looking forward to the two meeting in the end and having a fierce battle. The core area has been very lively during this period. The big movements have never stopped. Some people speculate that Lang Chunwan has entered the core area after entering the ultimate god realm and is fighting with the 9 great demons. The 9 great demons are not simple. When they join forces, even a lower ultimate god might not be their match. There have been similar invincible existences in the Destiny Canyon for generations. In the past, to defeat such existences, one would need to consume the earthly fire Buddhist lotus and enter the ultimate god realm before joining forces. Otherwise, it's almost impossible to defeat them. Before meeting a few people from other divine kingdoms and killing them, Duan Lingtian heard some useful news. His 4th senior sister, Lang Chunwan, might be in the core area of the Destiny Canyon. Moreover, she was fighting with the 9 great demons. The 9 great demons can form a natal magic formation and are stronger than an ordinary lower ultimate god. Duan Lingtian's face turned slightly solemn. Such existences were not something he could deal with. At the very least, there was a high risk of him dying if he encountered them. Unless there was no one among the 9 great demons who was proficient in the law of space. Otherwise, once the space was affected, he would not have a chance to escape if he was no match for them. However, I still have to go and watch the show. If it's really 4th senior sister, I'll see if she needs help. With that thought, Duan Lingtian began to walk toward the core area of the inner area. There was still some distance between here and there. The core area of the inner area. Somewhere in the canyon. Boom! With a loud bang, the canyon collapsed. Then a figure rose into the air. The tall figure stood there with a 10-meter-tall shadow condensing around him and gradually solidifying into a solid body. He Yulin have finally entered the ultimate god realm. It was a tall young man with a cold face. His black robe fluttered without wind. He was originally a half-step ultimate god. Some time ago, he was lucky enough to obtain an earthly fire Buddhist lotus. After consuming it, he had the talent to become an ultimate god. Since he had accumulated enough strength, he went into seclusion and broke through to the ultimate god realm. Entering the ultimate god realm also meant that he could no longer kill the divine emperors from other divine kingdoms. If he tried to kill them, he would be sent out immediately. I'm not in a hurry to go out. Although He Yulin could go out now, he was not in a hurry. With the strength of an ultimate god, he could continue to wander around the Destiny Canyon. Just like him, he could not kill the outsiders, but it did not mean that he could not kill the creatures in the canyon. They were all points. Moreover, suddenly He Yulin seemed to have thought of something. His eyes lit up. If the 9 great demons in the core area join forces, I'm no match for them. However, there might be other ultimate gods nearby. I can join forces with them to fight against the 9 great demons. That's the ultimate challenge in every divine kingdom battle. I heard that once the challenge is successful, although the points won't be much, they'll be rewarded handsomely by the god of creation. He Yulin's eyes lit up even more when he thought of that. That's right. Let's go there. While He Yulin was rushing towards the inner area of the Destiny Canyon, 2 lower ultimate gods were also heading towards the inner area from 2 other directions. Obviously, they were thinking of the same thing. Both of them were like He Yulin. They had obtained the earthly fire Buddhist lotus some time ago, and successfully entered the ultimate God realm after consuming it. The fact that they were able to obtain the earthly fire Buddhist lotus was enough to prove their strength. They were both upper-rank great gods who had been accumulating strength for many years. If they did not make a breakthrough soon, they might be seriously injured in the next millennium tribulation. Of course, there was another person who had obtained the earthly fire Buddhist lotus. Although he was also trying to break through to the ultimate God realm, he had yet to make a breakthrough. The three lower-rank ultimate gods who had obtained the earthly fire Buddhist lotus were heading towards the inner area. Every time the Destiny Canyon opened, there would be a maximum of 6 earthly fire Buddhist lotuses. This time, among the 6 people who had obtained the earthly fire Buddhist lotuses, 3 of them had entered the ultimate God realm. It was not an exaggeration in the Destiny Canyon's history. There was once a divine kingdom battle in the Destiny Canyon where 5 people had entered the lower-rank ultimate God realm before they came out of the canyon. The 3 lower-rank ultimate gods belonged to different divine kingdoms. As they were heading towards the inner area, they met some people from their respective divine kingdoms. These people were originally hiding in the dark and only came out when they sensed their auras or saw them. "Why are all of you hiding?" The 3 of them were puzzled to see the people of their respective divine kingdoms hiding. "There's only a few days left until Destiny Canyon sends us out. Why aren't you taking advantage of the last few days? Why are you hiding instead? Are you waiting for the Destiny Canyon to send you out?" Faced with the puzzled looks on their faces, the person who had hidden smiled wryly. You might not know this, but during this period of time, Duan Ling Tian from the Righteous Divine Kingdom has completely consolidated his cultivation base as a medium divine emperor. His strength is above that of a half-step ultimate god. He has been killing people from various divine kingdoms. Many of our people have died in his hands. If we don't hide, we'll definitely die if we meet him. We know that this is a rare opportunity, but we don't dare to go out. The 3 divine kingdoms experts who had just become lower-rank ultimate gods felt invincible in the Destiny Canyon after becoming lower-rank ultimate gods. They were enraged when they heard the people from their respective divine kingdoms' grievances. "Follow me. I'd like to see if Duan Lingtian dares to attack you." "Humph. Even if he doesn't, I'll injure him severely and send him to your deaths." Duan Lingtian was only a middle-rank ultimate god. According to the Destiny Canyon's rules, they were not allowed to kill Duan Lingtian after becoming ultimate gods. However, although they were not allowed to kill Duan Lingtian, they could injure him severely. The eyes of the people from the 3 divine kingdoms lit up when they heard the words of the lower-rank ultimate gods from their respective divine kingdoms. Why would they be afraid of Duan Lingtian if they had a lower-rank ultimate god with them? Although Duan Lingtian's strength was above that of a half-step ultimate god, they did not think that he could fight against a lower-rank ultimate god. Even the weakest lower-rank ultimate god was not someone that Duan Lingtian could fight against. Chapter 4203. The 3 lower ultimate gods led the people from their respective divine kingdoms to the core area. They did not forget their plan. They would join forces with the other lower ultimate gods to kill the 9 great demons in the core area. As for Duan Lingtian, if they met him along the way, they would injure him severely and let the people from their divine kingdoms kill him. Duan Lingtian did not know that he was being targeted by the 3 lower ultimate gods, who had successfully become lower ultimate gods after consuming the earthly fire Buddhist lotus. He had successfully arrived at the core area of Destiny Canyon. From a distance, he could hear the roaring sounds coming from inside. The closer he got, the more he felt the earth-shattering vibrations. It's right in front. It's so loud even from such a distance. Even a battle between lower ultimate gods wouldn't be so intense, right? Who's fighting with the 9 great demons? Could it be 4th Senior Sister? 4th Senior Sister can only be so strong after becoming a lower ultimate god, right? Duan Lingtian already had some guesses in his mind. He guessed that it was his 4th Senior Sister who was fighting with the 9 great demons. If it's not 4th Senior Sister, then it should be the other people who have obtained the earthly fire Buddhist lotus and have entered the ultimate god realm working together to fight against the 9 great demons. Of course, Duan Lingtian was not sure if it was his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan, who was fighting with the 9 great demons. There were other possibilities. Let's go closer and see. Duan Lingtian went deeper into the canyon and encountered some demonic beasts in the core area blocking his way. Some of them were even half-step ultimate gods. However, they were all killed by him one by one. Many people who were hiding in the dark showed themselves when Duan Lingtian went deeper into the canyon. Duan Lingtian is as strong as the rumors say. The 2 demonic beasts that he killed almost killed us. I didn't expect him to kill them with just one strike. It's hard to believe that he's just a medium emperor god. He's really a medium emperor god. I sensed his divine power just now. Currently, the group of people who were hiding in the periphery of the core region were all upper divine lords. Although Duan Lingtian was strong, his consciousness was still inferior to that of an upper divine lord. If an upper god lord were to really hide, it would be hard for his divine consciousness to discover them, unless it was very close. Due to the distance between them, the difference in their cultivation realms and the difference in their divine senses, he was unable to find the high-level god emperor who was hiding. Of course, if a higher god emperor were to investigate him, he would be able to discover the location immediately. Even though he did not discover any high-level divine emperors, Duan Lingtian knew in his heart that there were definitely some high-level divine emperors hidden in the surroundings. The reason why he did not attack them was entirely because he did not want to waste time looking for them. At the same time, he was anxious to go in and see who was fighting fiercely with the 9 great demons. Fourth senior sister? Duan Lingtian continued for a while and finally arrived at the scene of the fierce battle. The surrounding forest had been completely razed to the ground. 9 colossal beings were currently working together in a strange blood formation. The strength they displayed caused Duan Lingtian's heart to tremble. He even felt that if he were to face these 9 colossal beings together, he would definitely die. On the other side, his fourth senior sister Lang Chunwan stood there, her face slightly pale. It was obvious that she had suffered a certain amount of damage. However, compared to the 9 colossal beings who were riddled with wounds, his fourth senior sister Lang Chunwan's current state was much better. Amen. When Duan Lingtian saw Lang Chunwan, who was temporarily avoiding the 9 great demons after another confrontation, also saw Duan Lingtian. Little junior brother? For a moment, Lang Chunwan's eyes also lit up. In the next instant, as if she had sensed something, Lang Chunwan said, "Little junior brother, you came at the right time. Later, help me restrain one of the demonic beasts so that they can't use the natal blood formation for a short period of time. Then, I will take advantage of this opportunity to kill one of the other 8 demonic beasts. As long as one demonic beast dies, even if the demonic beast that you're restraining can free up its hands, it won't be able to reverse the situation." Lang Chunwan didn't waste any time and directly asked Duan Lingtian to help her. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian didn't hesitate in the slightest. Practically at the same time that Lang Chunyuan erupted once again and charged towards the 9 demon beasts, he flashed out at the same time, and the 7 orifices exquisite sword flashed in his hand as he charged towards one of the demon beasts. The demonic beast that was targeted by Duan Lingtian was a mountain-like beast. Facing Duan Lingtian's attack, its emotions became restless, and its aura fluctuated. However, it didn't block Duan Lingtian's attack. This was because it couldn't afford to be distracted. Once it was distracted, the blood formation that it and its 9 brothers had formed together would lose its effect. By then, they wouldn't be a match for the female human. Whoosh! Although it didn't block Duan Lingtian's attack, a wave of divine power rose from the surface of the demonic beast's body. It merged with the precept ultimacy to form a layer of defense, giving off a sturdy feeling as if it was indestructible. "You're ignoring me? Then I'll kill you." Seeing this, Duan Lingtian was surprised. His eyes suddenly turned cold, and the sword radiance on the 7 orifices exquisite sword surged. Originally, he was holding back, but at the same time he attacked with all his might. At this moment, the 7-colored sword radiance pierced through the air, and at the same time, It posed a great threat to the demonic beast targeted by Duan Lingtian. The demonic beast that was targeted suddenly shrank its huge pupils, and its body started to tremble. It even let out a series of hurried howls from its mouth. The other 8 brothers also felt the danger at this moment. They either roared or their eyes turned cold. Then, they all abandoned Lang Chunwan and charged towards Duan Lingtian. The 8 demon beasts charged at him in unison. Coupled with the demon beast that he had his eyes on, Duan Lingtian instantly felt a powerful aura pressing down on him, causing him to almost suffocate. However, under such circumstances, his eyes were cold. He didn't care about the pressure at all, and the sword in his hand continued to stab forward. Whoosh! The 7-colored sword radiance successfully broke through the demonic beast's defense and penetrated its body. Go to hell! Then, as Duan Lingtian muttered in his heart, the 7-colored light suddenly surged within the demonic beast's body. Then, the demonic beast let out a series of desperate howls. Woo-woo! Ah-woo! The shrill scream shook the void, and it was extremely ear-piercing to the group of upper divine emperors outside the core area. At the same time, they looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. A demonic beast was unlucky? Was it one of the 9 demonic beasts? Duan Lingtian went in and a demonic beast was unlucky. Did he do it? If it was one of the 9 great demons, it means that he has teamed up with someone. I don't know if it's one person or a few people who are fighting against the 9 great demons. Could be one person or it could be a few people. If it's one person, it can only be Lang Chunwan, and it has to be Lang Chunwan who has entered the ultimate god realm. I think so too. If it's a few people, it should be the other few who have entered the ultimate god realm. Deep in the core area, Duan Lingtian teleported away from the spot after his successful attack. However, it was still a little too late. Among the remaining 8 great demons, there was an existence who was skilled in the law of space. Long before Duan Lingtian teleported away, it vibrated the space, making it impossible for him to teleport away. Damn it! Duan Lingtian's expression changed, and he continued to retreat. If he couldn't teleport away, he would run. At the same time when Duan Lingtian's consciousness was about to retreat, the demon beast's huge eyes that were glowing with 7-colored light became lifeless. Then, thousands of 7-colored lights shot out from the surface of its body. A rule reward fell from the sky and enveloped Duan Lingtian. Little junior brother. At this time, Lang Chunwan wanted to save him, but it was a little too late. Although Duan Lingtian retreated at the first moment, he was still hit by the 8 demonic beasts. His entire body flew out like an arrow from a bow. At this moment, Duan Lingtian flew out with blood gushing out of his mouth. His heart trembled, and at the same time, there was still some lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, he managed to kill one of the demonic beasts so that the remaining demonic beasts could no longer form the natal blood formation. Otherwise, he would be dead by now. The 9 demonic beasts had used the natal blood formation and could erupt with strength exceeding that of an ordinary lower ultimate god. However, when the 8 demonic beasts joined forces, even if they were angry, their strength was only close to that of an ultimate god. However, Duan Lingtian did not have time to defend himself after killing the demonic beast. Therefore, even if he hastily covered his body with the spatial energy, he still could not avoid the fate of serious injury. That was close. Although he was heavily injured, Duan Lingtian still heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as he was not dead. You're all courting death. At this moment, Lang Chunwan had also arrived. Her eyes were glowing red and the destructive energy on her body was surging with murderous intent. The current Lang Chunwan was like a young Shura, giving off an extremely bloodthirsty feeling. Then, in the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw his 4th senior sister Lang Chunwan transform into a 10-meter-tall giant and casually kill a demonic beast with a punch. After that, seeing her kill another demonic beast, Duan Lingtian hurriedly said, "4th senior sister, don't kill them. Just don't let them leave this place. Leave them until I recover so that I can kill them." Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the red in Lang Chunwan's eyes dissipated. Okay. Lang Chunwan responded and then restrained the remaining 7 demonic beasts, pinning them to the ground so that they could not break free. They were only 7 half-step ultimate god realm demonic beasts. With 2 dead demonic beasts, they could no longer form the natal blood formation and were equivalent to 7 scattered half-step ultimate gods. They were pathetically weak to her. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was sitting cross-legged in the void, frantically consuming healing elixir pills and absorbing the hidden law reward in his body. Although it was a little wasteful, he still did it as he could not wait to recover and kill the remaining 7 demonic beasts with his own hands. Previously, he had heard that the ultimate challenge in this Destiny Canyon was most likely the 9 demonic beasts that could form the natal blood formation. Killing these 9 demonic beasts would give him an additional reward from the Creator God. I need to recover quickly. Compared to the additional reward left by the ultimate God, consuming this little bit of law reward is nothing. Now, Duan Ling Tian could not wait to find out what the so-called additional reward was. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. At this time, Duan Ling Tian's injuries were already half healed. Suddenly, Lang Chunwan raised her eyebrows. In the next moment, whoosh, 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 3 figures appeared in front of Lang Chunwan like ghosts and stared fervently at the 7 demonic beasts that were restrained. Chapter 4204. The 3 people who appeared were none other than the 3 who had entered the ultimate god realm with the help of the earthly fire Buddhist lotus. They belonged to 3 different divine kingdoms. At that moment, they withdrew their gazes from the 7 bound great demons on the ground and looked at their surroundings. They saw Lang Chunwan, who had restrained the 7 great demons. They saw Duan Ling Tian, who was sitting cross-legged in the void to recover from his injuries. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes and regained his senses when he saw the 3 of them. Duan Ling Tian. The 3 of them recognized Duan Ling Tian immediately. The monstrous genius from the righteous divine kingdom had attracted a lot of attention even before he entered the Heavenswell Canyon. Even they had been paying attention to him. Therefore, they recognized him at a glance. In the next moment, the 3 of them shouted at the same time, "All of you, come in!" As the 3 of them spoke, the eyes of the people from the 3 divine kingdoms who were originally stationed outside the core area lit up as they entered the core area together. The people from the other divine kingdoms could only look at them enviously but did not dare to follow. What a joke! The people from the 3 divine kingdoms dared to do so because they had the support of an ultimate god. I didn't expect the 3 of them to enter the ultimate god realm after obtaining the earthly fire Buddhist lotus, since they just arrived. The one fighting with the 9 great demons in front should be Lang Chunwan from the Yu Hong Divine Kingdom. Duan Ling Tian and Lang Chunwan should be able to suppress the 9 great demons together. I just don't know what the situation is now. I really want to go in and take a look. I advise you to give up on that idea. If you go in rashly, they might mistake you for someone who wants to take advantage of the situation and kill you. The people from the 3 divine kingdoms entered the core area after the 3 lower ultimate gods shouted and saw Duan Ling Tian, Lang Chunwan, and the 7 bound great demons. Duan Ling Tian. However, their gazes were more focused on Duan Ling Tian at that moment. This was the person who had killed many people from their divine kingdoms. Anyone who encountered him was killed by him. His points were also increasing rapidly. Now, he had more than 10,000 points, breaking the record of those who had entered the Destiny Canyon in the past. The people from the 3 divine kingdoms were glaring at Duan Ling Tian like a tiger watching its prey due to the confidence of having 3 lesser ultimate gods. Scram! A soft shout was heard. It was Lang Chunwan. She glanced at the 3 lower ultimate gods coldly. Lang Chunyuan's soft voice caused the 3 lower-level ultimate gods' expressions to change. Did this Lang Chunyuan think that they couldn't see that she was already an arrow at the end of its flight? Otherwise, why did she only suppress the great demons and not kill them? There must be only enough power to suppress them and not enough power to kill them. Let's ignore her. Let's kill Duan Ling Tian first. From the 3 lower ultimate gods' point of view, Lang Chunwan was going to die sooner or later. They only wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, who was still recuperating. Duan Lingtian. The three of them looked at Duan Lingtian. He Yulin was the first to speak. Many people from the Lamo Divine Kingdom have died in your hands. Today it's your turn. As a lower ultimate god, He Yulin was not afraid of Duan Lingtian even if he was at his peak. Moreover, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Duan Lingtian was severely injured. Duan Lingtian, you must die today. Humph! Genius? Monster? You're nothing in front of absolute power. The other two lower ultimate gods were also looking at Duan Lingtian with disdain. At this moment, the three of them completely ignored Lang Chunyuan because they all felt that Lang Chunyuan was doing her best to suppress the 7 great demons. She was definitely barely able to do so and was no threat to them, unless she released the 7 great demons. However, if she did that, the great demons would most likely attack her even if they did not escape. Therefore, they did not think that Lang Chunyuan was a threat to them. 3 lower ultimate gods. Duan Lingtian stood up and stopped recuperating. Although he had not recovered to his peak, he was not any weaker than a half-step ultimate god. Among the group of god emperors that the 3 of them had brought, there were very few who could be his match. You all want to kill me? Duan Lingtian asked with a grin. Duan Lingtian. The 3 lower ultimate gods looked at him coldly. Among the emperor gods they brought, one of them sneered. You should be satisfied that you're still alive after killing so many people. That's right. It's your good fortune to be injured by 3 supreme gods today. Duan Lingtian, after you're injured by 3 ultimate gods, will take all your gains from the Destiny Canyon. The eyes of the 3 divine kingdoms emperor gods were shining. Although there were close to 20 of them, Duan Lingtian's gains were too great. Even if they worked together to kill Duan Lingtian after he was injured, they would still get a lot of Duan Lingtian's rewards. Since you didn't leave when I asked you to, don't even think about leaving. Lang Chunyuan flew out while restraining the 9 great demons. At first, her speed was slow, but in the blink of an eye, she was as fast as lightning. Then, he circled around the group of people present. During this process, every time she hit the void, a ray of light flashed and disappeared into the void. By the time the 3 lower ultimate gods realized what was going on, Lang Chunyuan had already returned to her original position and activated the formation that she had just set up with multiple formation discs. Whoosh! Whoosh! Once the formation was set up, the surrounding void seemed to have an additional layer of restriction, enveloping everyone in it. Not only that, but now, in this forbidden void, the space trembled. Even those who were proficient in the law of space could not use spatial teleportation here. Trapping formation. At this moment, other than the 3 lower ultimate gods who thought that Lang Chunyuan was deliberately mystifying, the rest of the emperor gods were shocked. Previously, Lang Chunyuan had trapped and killed more than a dozen upper ultimate gods with this formation. At that time, she was only a upper ultimate god. Now, she seemed to be a lower ultimate god. Lang Chunyuan. At this time, the lower ultimate god from Lamo Divine Kingdom, He Yulin, spoke in an indifferent tone. If you were at your peak, even if the 3 of us joined forces, we wouldn't dare to say that we could defeat you. Now, you're fighting the 9 great demons and Duan Lingtian's sneak attack on you. Obviously, you're an arrow at the end of its flight. Otherwise, wouldn't you have bet on Lingtian and not kill the 9 great demons? As soon as He Yulin spoke, the other 2 lower ultimate gods agreed. Lang Chunyuan, after we kill Duan Lingtian, it'll be your turn. Don't rush. Lang Chunyuan, if you know what's good for you, you'd better leave Destiny Canyon with a thought. After entering the ultimate god realm in Destiny Canyon, one could leave Destiny Canyon directly. This was one of the rules of Destiny Canyon. Because of this, the 3 of them did not plan to attack Lang Chunyuan in a hurry. Moreover, it was a good thing that Lang Chunyuan was suppressing the 7 great demons. It indirectly helped them. Of course, even if Lang Chunyuan left now and no longer restrained the 7 great demons, it would not affect their ability to kill the 7 great demons. The 3 of them could not kill the people from the Divine Kingdom who had not entered the ultimate god realm, but it would not affect their ability to kill the natives in Destiny Canyon. Idiots! Lang Chunwan spoke indifferently almost as soon as the three lower ultimate gods finished speaking. She no longer restrained the seven great demons and directly attacked the three lower ultimate gods. Her destructive energy shook the sky as Lang Chunwan directly attacked the three lower ultimate gods. The energy that erupted from her attack caused the three lower ultimate gods' pupils to shrink as their expressions changed drastically. How is this possible? They never expected Lang Chunwan to have such strength. If she had such strength, why didn't she kill the seven great demons and only restrain them? At that moment, they could not figure it out. However, even though they could not figure it out, they did not dare to be careless in the face of Lang Chunwan's aggressive and oppressive aura. They hurriedly attacked. The three lower ultimate gods joined forces to face Lang Chunwan, who was also a lower ultimate god. It was as if they were facing a medium ultimate god instead of a lower ultimate god. On the other side, Duan Lingtian had also attacked the group of emperor gods that the three lower ultimate gods brought over. Before they could react, the seven-colored sword ray whizzed past and took away the lives of two emperor gods. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water. The remaining people only reacted after the two emperor gods died. Their expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly attacked Duan Lingtian. Let's attack together. Kill him. He's injured and not at his peak strength. Kill him. There are so many of us. I don't believe we can't kill him. A group of upper ultimate gods joined forces and attacked Duan Lingtian. Among them were two half-step ultimate gods. They gave Duan Lingtian a lot of pressure. If he was not injured, Duan Lingtian was confident that he could defeat them. However, he was injured now. Therefore, Duan Lingtian did not fight them head-on. In a flash, he was already on the other side, bypassing seven half-step ultimate gods' great demons. The seven great demons were originally attacking the trapping formation. Now that they saw Duan Lingtian coming over, their eyes lit up fiercely as they attacked Duan Lingtian together. Duan Lingtian was not surprised when he saw this. He turned around and attacked the group of emperor gods again. Duan Lingtian was very fast. He dodged the attacks of some of the stronger emperor gods and took the attacks of some of the weaker emperor gods head-on. He brushed past the group of emperor gods. Then, this group of emperor gods was exposed to the seven great demons that were chasing Duan Lingtian. They blocked the path of the seven great demons. The seven great demons were chasing after the culprit who had broken the blood natal formation of the 9 brothers. Their anger had almost burned away their rationality. Now that they were being obstructed, they were naturally even more furious. They directly attacked the person who blocked their way. The group of emperor gods who were blocking the path were shocked. The two half-step ultimate gods were the first to dodge and shouted at the same time, "Get out of the way! Don't attack them. Their target is Duan Lingtian." However, the remaining emperor gods were not as fast as them. Even if they wanted to dodge, they were too slow. In addition, the two half-step ultimate gods did not allow them to attack the seven great demons. When the seven great demons attacked, they were like a wave of chives being harvested. In one move, 5 of the 7 great demons were killed and the rest were seriously injured. Then, they continued to chase after Duan Lingtian. The scene was filled with the smell of blood. It was extremely tragic. Of the dozen emperor gods, only the 2 half-step ultimate gods were unharmed. The rest were either dead or injured. Chapter 4205. Duan Lingtian. At that moment, the injured people from the 3 divine kingdoms were glaring at Duan Lingtian. Even the 2 uninjured half-step ultimate gods did not continue to pursue Duan Lingtian. They just stood aside and watched the 7 great demons chase after Duan Lingtian. Faced with the pursuit of the 7 great demons, Duan Lingtian did not continue to be entangled with them. He merely continued to flee. Moreover, in the process of fleeing, he was also analyzing and healing the injuries in his body. As for the little bit of divine power that he had used to escape, it was nothing. He could make up for it with the rewards. The rewards allowed him to convert his divine power directly, but it was a little extravagant. However, Duan Lingtian did not care if it was extravagant or not. It was better to use up the rewards than to lose his life. Give me a little more time to recover from my injuries. I'll be able to easily kill these 7 great demons. But I'm afraid I can't wait until then. Duan Lingtian glanced at his 4th senior sister Lang Chunwan as he ran. At that moment, his 4th senior sister Lang Chunwan's ultimate god apparition appeared and was fighting with the other 3 lower ultimate gods. The destructive power was earth-shattering. She was not at a disadvantage in the face of the 3 lower ultimate gods' joint attack. This caused the expressions of the god emperors from the 3 holy kingdoms to change. This Lang Chunyuan is actually so strong? No wonder people said she had the combat power of an ultimate god when she was a higher ultimate god. After breaking through to the lower ultimate god level, she can fight against 3 lower ultimate gods alone and not be at a disadvantage. I don't think she's at a disadvantage. I feel like she's slowly gaining the upper hand. The group of emperor gods panicked when they saw that Lang Chunwan seemed to be gaining the upper hand, especially the 2 half-step ultimate gods who were not injured. They stared at the trapping formation around them, wondering if they could break out of it. The situation was getting worse for them. However, they soon discovered that no matter how they attacked, the trapping formation remained motionless and showed no signs of collapsing. This trapping formation is connected to the divine power in her body. As long as her divine power doesn't run out, the trapping formation will always be there. As long as she doesn't die or her divine power doesn't run out, we won't be able to break this formation. Our strength is too weak. The 2 half-step ultimate gods looked at each other and saw the despair in each other's eyes. It's over. If the 3 low-level ultimate gods were unreliable, they would be finished. 4th senior sister's strength is so strong now? Duan Lingtian was surprised to see his 4th senior sister gradually overpowering the 3 lower ultimate gods. They were all lower ultimate gods, but the gap between them was a little exaggerated. Unlike him, his 4th senior sister had not mastered the Sword Dao and the Dao of Control. This 4th senior sister, even now, had only grasped the embryonic form of the Dao of Control. The embryonic form was something that he had only mastered recently. Even so, she had the battle prowess of a lower ultimate god when she had just become a lower ultimate god. It's only a matter of time before I defeat the 3 of them. I hope 4th senior sister ends the battle soon. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to retain much of the rewards stored in my body. Duan Lingtian's divine power was rapidly depleting. Although he did not need to replenish it all the time, he would need to replenish his divine power if the 7 great demons chased after him. Of course, the divine power of the 7 great demons was not limitless. There would be a time when it would be depleted. However, they also had the energy stored in their bodies to consume the rewards. Moreover, as the overlords of the Destiny Canyon, there was no telling how many rewards were stored in their bodies. It's a pity that I can't inherit the rewards. Otherwise, I'd be rich if I killed them. Duan Lingtian sighed to himself as he watched the 7 great demons become more lively. Killing people in the Destiny Canyon could rob them of their points, but the reward for killing them was the normal reward. Even if they had the rewards stored in their bodies, they would not be able to get them. It was the same for killing the natives of the Destiny Canyon. Of course, the reward for killing the natives of the Destiny Canyon was fixed. For example, Duan Lingtian would get a fixed 100 points for killing any one of the 7 great demons. If he killed the upper divine emperors from the other divine kingdoms, not only would he get 100 points, but he would also be able to keep the points for himself. That was why Duan Lingtian's points had exceeded 10,000 so easily. Die! About a quarter of an hour later, Lang Chunyuan suddenly roared and appeared behind a low-level ultimate god. Her destructive energy erupted and shrouded the low-level ultimate god. She did not care about the other 2 lower ultimate gods for the time being. She even carried her target with her and flew through the air, avoiding the attacks of the other 2 lower ultimate gods. In the process, she killed the lower ultimate god in front of her. Whoosh! With the lower ultimate god dead, a dazzling reward fell from the sky and entered Lang Chunwan's body. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and the others saw a flash in front of their eyes. Then, a vision of heaven and earth appeared. It was a huge figure that rose from the place where the lower ultimate god died. It was as if it was standing between heaven and earth. Then, it let out an earth-shattering cry of unwillingness and fell to the ground with a loud crash. Bang! When the figure fell to the ground, the light that swept in all directions and covered more than half of the central area of the Destiny Canyon quickly retracted and disappeared. However, the scene just now had been witnessed by all the living beings in the inner regions of Destiny Canyon. Regardless of whether they were outsiders or natives, they had all seen it. That's the vision of heaven and earth of a fallen ultimate god. A ultimate god has fallen. Duan Lingtian had heard of the vision of heaven and earth of a fallen ultimate god. He had also read about it in some ancient books, but it was the first time he saw it with his own eyes. He did not expect it to be so shocking. If the fall of a lower ultimate god is so grand, it must be even grander for a medium ultimate god or even an upper ultimate god, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. A lower ultimate god had fallen just like that. He did not even get out of the Destiny Canyon before he died. The remaining two lower ultimate gods did not continue to attack and retreated temporarily. They looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. He Yulin, now that Zhang Chun is dead, we won't be able to escape death even if we continue to fight her. I think we should break out of the formation and leave. That's what I think too. Let's break the formation together. The two lower ultimate gods had lost their will to fight after Lang Chunwan killed a lower ultimate god. They immediately came to a consensus and attacked the formation together. Bang! It had to be said that the two of them were very wise. They joined hands and attacked the trapping formation. Instantly, a huge hole appeared at the trapping formation. It was big enough for several people to enter and exit at the same time. Let's go! Without any hesitation, the two of them flew out and tried to escape. I said, if you didn't leave just now, don't even think about leaving. Just as the two of them were preparing to escape, the hole in the trapping formation actually disappeared before their eyes, causing them to pounce on nothing. What's going on? How is this possible? Look behind her. The temporary exit of the trapping formation that we broke through was shifted to behind her. Damn it! How can the formation change like this? At this moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the hole that He Yulin and Luo Ruoxin had disappeared from its original position and appeared behind Lang Chunyuan. Moreover, the hole was shrinking at an extremely fast speed. In just a few breaths of time, this originally huge hole had completely disappeared, as if it had never appeared. A hole in the formation could be quickly repaired as long as the person who set up the formation had enough divine energy. At that moment, He Yulin and the other lower ultimate god looked at each other and no longer had any hope of escaping. Their bodies drifted and were suddenly sucked into a black hole that appeared out of nowhere. Whoosh! Whoosh! During this process, the two uninjured half-step ultimate gods wanted to use the teleportation portal but were mercilessly blocked outside the spatial black hole. They could only watch helplessly as the spatial black hole took He Yulin and the other low-level ultimate god away. He Yulin and the other lower ultimate god had triggered the law of Destiny Canyon and were teleported out of the canyon. Once one entered the ultimate god realm in the Destiny Canyon, they could be teleported out of the canyon with just a thought. Of course, no one would do that unless they had no other choice. It was a good thing to be able to stay in the Destiny Canyon as they might be able to gain something before they left. Earlier, He Yulin and the other lower ultimate god realm thought the same and decided to break out of the formation. Otherwise, they would have triggered the law of Destiny Canyon and been teleported out of the canyon. They actually left. Duan Lingtian felt it was a pity to see He Yulin and the other lower ultimate god run away. However, he also knew that his fourth senior sister Lang Chunwan could kill a lower ultimate god. But why didn't he ask the Destiny Canyon to send him out when fourth senior sister was about to kill him? In fact, Duan Lingtian was not the only one who could not figure it out. Even the others could not figure it out. Only Lang Chunwan herself knew that she had used some tricks to confuse the other party at the crucial moment. That was why the other party did not have time to ask the Destiny Canyon to send him out. It's over. The two unharmed half-step ultimate gods and the injured high-level god emperors looked hopeless when they saw one low-level ultimate god dead and the other two low-level ultimate gods fleeing. Bang! 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 A series of loud noises reverberated in the air as the 7 great demons who were pursuing Duanling Tian were suppressed by Lang Chunyuan again. They could not move at all. All they could do was to let out a series of indignant roars. You're too impulsive. Do you think it's safe with a lower ultimate god? At this time, Duanling Tian, who was no longer being chased by the great demons, stopped and looked at the two half-step ultimate gods. He shook his head and sighed. Why didn't you hide somewhere else? Why did you have to come here to die? Humph! One of the half-step ultimate gods snorted and stared at Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, do you think you're any better? We're going to die today because of her. Do you think you can live? In his opinion, not only would they die when Lang Chunyuan attacked, but Duanling Tian would also die. The remaining half-step ultimate god stared at the 7 great demons and could not help but frown. He felt that something was not right. Why didn't Lang Chunyuan just kill the 7 great demons? She would not be sent out of the Destiny Canyon if she killed them. After all, she was not from the Divine Kingdoms. Also, if Lang Chunyuan was so powerful, why did she allow Duanling Tian to live and let Duanling Tian recover? Chapter 4206. They reached an agreement to cooperate? The half-step ultimate god felt his scalp go numb at the thought of this. At the same time, he felt a little unwilling. Although Duanling Tian is stronger than me, he doesn't deserve to cooperate with someone like her. Right? Could it be because Duanling Tian helped her kill the other 2 great demons? Previously, someone had fought the 9 great demons to a standstill and had even fought for several days. This was something that he knew. It was also because of this that he knew that the 9 great demons were defeated after Duanling Tian arrived. However, even if they reached an agreement to cooperate, they might not be of one mind, right? Lang Chunyuan will let Duanling Tian go in the end. The half-step ultimate god felt a little better when he thought of this. The way he looked at Duanling Tian also became a lot more indifferent. Duanling Tian, most of the time, the so-called cooperation is only temporary. Do you really think that you can still live after we die? Ridiculous. Now, the 2 half-step ultimate gods felt that even if they were to die, Duanling Tian would definitely be buried with them. Lang Chunyuan would not let Duanling Tian live. The remaining half-step ultimate gods who were injured also felt the same way. Although we will definitely die, with a demon like Duanling Tian accompanying us, we can die in peace. That's right. With Duanling Tian accompanying us, we won't be lonely. Duanling Tian, you will not be the final winner. These half-step ultimate gods also knew that they would definitely die. Even if Lang Chunyuan could not attack them, she could still borrow the hands of Duanling Tian or the 7 great demons. The 7 great demons were still suppressed by Lang Chunyuan and had not been killed. Perhaps Lang Chunyuan wanted the 7 great demons to kill them. As for the 7 great demons being suppressed by Lang Chunyuan and not killing Duanling Tian, it must be because of Lang Chunyuan. Otherwise, Duanling Tian would not be alive. You all thought that I would definitely die? At this moment, Duanling Tian was stunned when he heard the crowd's words. Then he could not help but laugh. A bunch of idiots. At this moment, Lang Chunyuan spoke with a mocking smile. This is my little junior brother, my only junior brother. I can't wait to protect him. And you all think I will kill him? Do you know why I attacked the 3 of them first and not the 3 of you first? Because they want to kill Duan Jr. Duanling Tians? Idiots. Lang Chunyuan did not forget to scold them at the end of her sentence. As soon as Lang Chunyuan finished speaking, all the upper divine emperors from the 3 divine kingdoms, including the 2 half-step ultimate gods, were stunned. After that, those who were the first to regain their senses had a huge change in expression. How is this possible? Duanling Tian is Lang Chunyuan's junior brother. Aren't they from different divine kingdoms? How is this possible? Everyone's expression changed. Everything that Lang Chunyuan said was something that they did not dare to imagine. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan had such a relationship. If this was true, then their previous thoughts were just wishful thinking. Duan Lingtian could not possibly die. Kill him. Let him be our scapegoat. One of the half-step ultimate gods was the first to speak. Then he flew towards Duan Lingtian without caring about his injuries. His eyes were completely red and it was obvious that he was desperate. However, Duan Lingtian killed him with a casual swing of his sword. At the same time he said calmly, "Two half-step ultimate gods and a group of crippled soldiers. Even if all of you attack together, it would still be difficult to kill me. A mere injured half-step ultimate god, who is not even a half-step ultimate god, wants to kill me." Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Lang Chunwan snorted coldly and immediately attacked. "A group of ants, how dare you target my junior brother?" In the next moment, a terrifying destructive power vibrated across the air and injured the two half-step ultimate gods. Then, in the instant that the two half-step ultimate gods' faces changed, Duan Lingtian moved. Whoosh! His figure floated and directly swept towards the group of half-step ultimate gods. In the next moment, he was like a wolf in a flock of sheep. Every time he attacked, there would be half-step ultimate gods falling. Even the two half-step ultimate gods who had been injured a moment ago could not fight back against Duan Lingtian. Together with the group of half-step ultimate gods, they were killed by Duan Lingtian. In less than 15 minutes, the half-step ultimate gods of the three divine kingdoms were all killed by Duan Lingtian. In the sky, the rewards fell as if they did not cost money and enveloped Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was initially feeling heartache over the loss of the rewards stored in his body. Now, there was a large pile of rewards that were even more than before. For a moment, he could not help but smile. "Junior brother, continue to recover from your injuries. Once you've recovered, you can kill these demonic beasts as well. It is said that if you pass the ultimate challenge in Tianming Canyon, you will receive additional rewards from the strongest experts. I wonder if I can enter the realm of a middle-level ultimate god, and you can enter the realm of a half-step ultimate god if we pass the ultimate challenge together." Lang Chunwan's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears at the right time. When Duan Lingtian heard this, the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch violently. This fourth senior sister was too greedy, wasn't she? She wanted to enter the realm of a middle-level ultimate god when she had just entered the realm of a low-step ultimate god. But then again, did he have a chance to enter the realm of a half-step ultimate god? Duan Lingtian sat down cross-legged and continued to heal while thinking about this question. In the end, he guessed that it should be impossible. It would be good enough if he could walk halfway to the realm of a half-step ultimate god. Of course, it was just that it should be impossible. After all, he did not know what kind of rewards the strongest experts would give. The more he understood the methods of the strongest experts, the more he felt that it was terrifying. They could actually make people grow so quickly. Did they create the rewards themselves? If that was the case, their descendants should also be very powerful and terrifying. The only thing he did not know was if there was a limit. However, he had a feeling that there was a limit. Otherwise, why would those who were related to the strongest experts still stay in the Devata realms? Wouldn't it be fine to send them to the realms of gods and enter the realm battlefield or the trial of gods to enjoy the rewards? If there's a limit, I wonder what it is. Duan Lingtian was even more curious about the rule reward now. This was because the places where the rule reward appeared were basically related to supreme powerhouses. However, in the realms of gods, which were the little worlds in the bodies of the strongest experts, there was no such thing as a reward. In the various divine planes, even if a godly venerable killed a godly emperor, there would not be any rewards. I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out. Maybe one day, I'll be lucky enough to meet a supreme expert and they're willing to talk to me. Then, I'll know how the rewards are formed. I don't think it's that simple. Otherwise, why isn't there such a rule in the realms of gods? Currently, Duan Lingtian only knew of 3 places where the rule reward existed. The first was the realm battlefield. The second was the trial of gods created by the few strongest experts in the realms of gods. The third was the ruin of a supreme expert in the myriad jurisprudence palace's inner court. Apart from these three places, Duan Lingtian did not know of any other places where the rewards existed. Due to the lack of such rewards in the realms of gods, he felt there must be a limit to how many rewards a world could receive. Even a supreme expert would not be able to casually bestow such a rule to a world. There must be a certain condition. Forget it, let's not think about it anymore. It's useless to think about it. I should make the most of my time to improve my strength. When I become a supreme expert one day, I'll naturally understand all of this. Duan Lingtian had never doubted that he would become a supreme expert in the future. He was certain he would become a supreme expert. Perhaps only then would he be able to truly retire. In the past, he did not have such high aspirations. He felt he could bring his wife, Kerr, and his children away from the divine offering land and live in seclusion in the mountains. However, the more he traveled in the realms of gods, the more he felt the mysteriousness and power of a supreme powerhouse. He felt insecure as long as he did not become a supreme powerhouse. Perhaps only by becoming a supreme expert could he truly transcend worldly desires and desires. At the same time, he would be able to better protect his loved ones. Outside Destiny Canyon. Rip. Two spatial rifts tore open outside Destiny Canyon almost at the same time. Then, two figures were pushed out of the spatial rifts by a huge force. When the two of them appeared, all the monarchs outside, whether they were chatting in a daze or resting with their eyes closed, all focused their gazes on them. Lingyu, you've made a breakthrough? The Lamo Divine Kingdom Palace Master looked at one of them with bright eyes and an excited expression on his face. At the same time, the monarch of the other Divine Kingdom also looked at the other person in surprise. Mansion Master Han, you've become an ultimate god? However, unlike the monarchs of the two Divine Kingdoms, the monarchs of the other 28 Divine Kingdoms were frowning slightly. They knew what it meant. It meant 2 of the 6 earthly fire Buddhist lotuses that appeared in Destiny Canyon were obtained by the 2 people in front of them. These 2 people knew it was almost impossible for them to become an ultimate god in their lifetime without the help of the earthly fire Buddhist lotuses because they were close to the end of their lifespan. For example, He Yulin of the Lamo Divine Kingdom could only survive 3 or 4 millennium tribulations at most. It was almost impossible for him to survive the 5th millennium tribulation. The other person was about the same. However, He Yulin and Mansion Master Han who came out did not look too good. After all, they did not come out voluntarily. What's wrong? Noticing that something was wrong with their expressions, the monarch of their divine nations narrowed his eyes and asked them curiously why they were behaving like this. Monarch! He Yulin looked at the monarch of the Lamo Divine Kingdom and said bitterly, "This time, I'm afraid more than half of our people in the Lamo Divine Kingdom have died in there." Half was He Yulin's conservative estimate. The monarch of the Lamo Divine Kingdom's expression changed drastically when he heard that. Chapter 4207. More than half of the people had died in the Destiny Canyon. Upon hearing He Yulin's words, the joy on the monarch's face disappeared and was replaced with disbelief. As for the situation in Heaven's Will Canyon, those outside had no way of knowing. If they wanted to know, they could only wait for the people inside to come out. Furthermore, in the history of the Destiny Canyon, there had rarely been a case where more than half of the people from a divine kingdom had died. Even in 10 divine kingdom battles, there might not even be one such case. Therefore, the monarch's expression changed when he heard He Yulin's words. "Yulin, why do you say that? Speak clearly," asked the monarch anxiously. At this moment, everyone's attention was on He Yulin. They were curious as to why He Yulin would say that. At the same time, they began to mourn for the monarch. This time, the monarch divine kingdom doesn't seem to be in a good situation. Although they have a lesser ultimate god, the price they paid is rather high. Many monarchs thought to themselves. At the same time, they felt a little better. At this moment, another lesser ultimate god who had come out with He Yulin, the Rockrise Divine Kingdom's Mansion Master, Han Shaokuan, said bitterly to the monarch of Rockrise Divine Kingdom, "Monarch, Our rock-rise divine kingdom is in a similar situation. At least more than half of our people have died in there. From what he knew, many people had died at the hands of Duan Lingtian. In addition to the people he had brought to the center of the Destiny Canyon, almost half of them had died. In addition to the others who had died, more than half of them had died. As soon as Han Shaoquan finished speaking, all the monarchs of the divine kingdoms shifted their gazes to Han Shaoquan and the monarch of Rockrise Divine Kingdom. Even the monarch of the Lamo Divine Kingdom was looking at Han Shaoquan in astonishment. Originally, when he heard He Yulin's words, he had already prepared himself for the worst. However, it seemed that another divine kingdom was as unlucky as them. Even the monarch of Ramo Divine Kingdom didn't know why, but at this moment, the discomfort in his heart lessened. Losing half of their people didn't seem so strange or shocking anymore. Another divine kingdom was in a similar situation to their Ramo Divine Kingdom. What's going on? The monarch of the Rockrise Divine Kingdom was originally mourning for the Lamo Divine Kingdom, but when he heard Han Shaoquan's words, he immediately panicked. His face became extremely grave and ugly. Han Shaoquan didn't immediately respond to the king of Rockrise Divine Nation. Instead, he looked at the king of another divine nation who was obviously trying to hold back his laughter. In just a moment, the king's expression changed. He was no longer trying to hold back his laughter. His expression became calm and collected, as if he could maintain his composure even if Mount Tai were to collapse in front of him. I was calm. I'm really calm. I wasn't happy that so many people from the Ramo Divine Kingdom and the Rockrise Divine Kingdom had died. He really didn't. It shouldn't be that obvious, right? If it was too obvious, the kings of the Ramo Divine Kingdom and the Rockrise Divine Kingdom would definitely view him as an enemy. But why was Han Shaoquan from the Rockrise Divine Nation looking at him? Could it be that the loss of the Rockrise Divine Kingdom had something to do with the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom? At this moment, even the other monarchs thought the same. Could the loss of the Rockrise Divine Kingdom have something to do with the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom? If that's really the case, isn't the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom a little too ruthless this time? Could it be that the Rockrise Divine Kingdom paid the price of half of their forces to obtain the Earthfire Buddhist Lotus? If that's the case, then it's hard to say what the gains and losses are. The Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom is a little too ruthless. Even the monarch of the Rockrise Divine Nation, who was directly involved in the matter, had the same thought. He glared at the monarch of the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom and growled. The Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom is really something this time. In the face of the Rockrise Divine Nation's monarch's wrath, the monarch of the Xuanheng Divine Nation remained calm and unhurried. Monarch Yuan, the rules of the Heavenly Mandate Canyon have always been that life and death don't matter. Even if the loss is related to the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom, it can only be said that your people fought too hard. They were willing to fight to the death for the Earthfire Buddhist Lotus. However, it's not a loss for the Rockrise Divine Kingdom to obtain the Earthfire Buddhist Lotus and have a lower-level ultimate god. The monarch of the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom suddenly frowned as he thought of something. The Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom's people must have paid a heavy price for the Rockrise Divine Kingdom's losses, right? Moreover, the Earthfire Buddhist Lotus was taken away by the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom's people. As for why the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom's lower-level ultimate god in the Destiny Canyon, it was most likely because the lower-level ultimate god wanted to kill the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom's people and was forcefully sent out by the canyon's rules. At this time, many monarchs of the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom also thought of this problem and started chatting. The Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom must have suffered a heavy loss this time. The monarch of the Rockrise Divine Kingdom frowned after hearing the monarch's words. He wasn't as angry as he was before. That's right. Why didn't he think of this before? The Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom must have suffered a heavy loss as well. Monarch, you've misunderstood. Han Shaoquan, who had been wanting to speak but never had the chance, finally had a chance to speak. He looked at his monarch with a bitter smile and said, Our Rockrise Divine Kingdom's sudden loss has nothing to do with the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom. Nothing to do with it? The monarch of the Rockrise Divine Kingdom was stunned. The monarch of the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom was also stunned. The other monarchs were also stunned. What was going on? Before Han Shaoquan could speak, He Yulin, the lower-level ultimate god who was sent out of the Destiny Canyon with Han Shaoquan, spoke first. He looked at the monarch of the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom and said, "Monarch Wu, your Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom's Lu Shaofeng also obtained an Earth-Fire Buddhist Lotus and stepped into the ultimate god realm." The monarch of the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom was stunned at He Yulin's words. Then he was pleasantly surprised. Their Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom also had a ultimate god? Pleasantly surprised. Too pleasantly surprised. Moreover, the lesser ultimate god from Xuanheng Divine Nation had not been sent out, which meant he was still inside. Not bad. Not bad. Lu Shaofeng was stronger than the Rockrise Divine Kingdom's Han Shaoquan and the Lamo Divine Kingdom's He Yulin. The monarch of the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom straightened his back. Since his subordinate was so capable, he had to pay attention to his image and not act so casually. At this moment, the monarchs of the various divine kingdoms looked at the monarch of the Xuanheng Divine Kingdom with envy. Someone from the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom had also obtained an Earthfire Buddhist Lotus and stepped into the ultimate god realm. Moreover, he hadn't come out yet. If he hadn't come out, even if he couldn't kill people from other divine kingdoms, he could still help his own divine kingdom's people gain points and opportunities. At this moment, they weren't so envious of the Rockrise Divine Kingdom and the Lamo Divine Kingdom. The Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom was the one that made them envious. He Yulin, who didn't have time to continue, was also shocked by the sudden change in front of him. That wasn't what he meant. He Yulin looked at Han Shaoquan and the two of them looked at each other in confusion. How could this be? Why couldn't these people hear them out? Congratulations, Monarch Wu. Monarch Wu, your Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom is in the limelight this time. Monarch Wu, I didn't expect your Lu Shaofeng to be so powerful. He's already in the ultimate god realm and still hasn't come out. Although the monarchs of the other divine kingdoms were jealous of the monarch of the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom, they still said nice things to show their magnanimity. I'm not jealous of your Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom's amazing performance in the Divine Kingdom battle in Destiny Canyon. I even congratulate you. This is the magnanimity a monarch should have. This is the magnanimity I should have. Should we continue? He Yulin sent a voice transmission to Han Shaoquan. Right now, he really didn't know if he should continue speaking. If he really did, he was worried that he would be beaten to death by the Xuanheng Divine Kingdom's monarch. The monarch of the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom must be immersed in surprise right now, right? Why don't you tell him? He Yulin probed. I won't. Han Shaoquan immediately refused. He Yulin, if you hadn't taken over the conversation just now, it wouldn't have been a big deal for me to continue. Now that you've taken over the conversation and caused this situation, it's entirely your fault. Don't expect me to take the blame for you. I won't take the blame for this. Han Shaoquan wasn't stupid. If he continued, what if the monarch of the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom vented his anger on him? Even if he was protected by the monarch of the Rockrise Divine Kingdom and wouldn't die, it was very likely that he would be injured. There's nothing wrong with what I said just now. He Yulin was helpless and speechless at Han Shaoquan's refusal. That was just the beginning. What I want to tell him next is that Lu Shaofeng has been killed. Lu Shaofeng was the unluckiest one this time. He could have come out at any time after entering the ultimate god realm, but he still died in there. Lu Shaofeng was the other lesser ultimate god who had fought Lang Chunwan with He Yulin and Han Shaoquan in the core area of Destiny Canyon. However, unlike He Yulin and Han Shaoquan, who had survived unscathed, Lu Shaofeng was dead. He had been killed by Lang Chunwan. Due to Lu Xiaofeng's death, He Yulin and Han Shaoquan realized they couldn't break through Lang Chunwan's trap formation and decided to use the Destiny Canyon to send them out. However, they didn't expect the situation to turn out this way as soon as they came out and started talking. I still have to make things clear. Otherwise, it'll be even more terrifying if the monarch of the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom gets angry after being happy for a long time. He Yulin's forehead began to break out in cold sweat when he thought of this. I should inform the monarch about this through voice transmission. Tell him to keep an eye on the other party and don't let him make a move on me. Chapter 4208. Your Majesty. He Yulin didn't dare to wait any longer. If he did, the Xuanheng divine nation's monarch's joy would turn into sorrow. He immediately transmitted a message to his monarch, informing him of the situation. The monarch of Laimo divine nation was originally a little unhappy. After all, although they had a lower ultimate god, he was sent out in advance and more than half of his people had died. On the Xuanheng divine nation side, a lower ultimate god had yet to come out. Now, after hearing He Yulin's words, his heart was at peace. He even felt that his Laimo divine nation situation wasn't as bad as it seemed. In the Xuanheng divine nation, a lower-level ultimate god had fallen. Xuanheng divine nation's loss in Destiny Canyon was no less than that of Laimo divine nation and Rising Rock divine nation. I'll tell him about this. The monarch of the Laimo divine kingdom said to He Yulin, "You don't know how angry that guy will be later. Although I can protect you, once he targets you, you might be injured even with my protection. I'll tell him. He won't dare to vent his anger on me." Hearing his monarch's words, He Yulin's eyes lit up. "Thank you, Your Majesty." At the same time, the monarch of Rising Rock divine nation, who was standing on the other side, heard from Han Shaoquan about the Xuanheng divine nation's upper ultimate god Lu Xiaofeng's encounter in Destiny Canyon as well as the Xuanheng divine nation's people's encounter. For a moment, he didn't feel that his Rising Rock divine nation was in a bad situation. Our Rising Rock divine nation didn't seem to be in a bad situation compared to the Xuanheng divine nation. At the same time, the monarch of Rising Rock divine nation looked at the Xuanheng divine nation's monarch who was still smiling brightly amidst everyone's congratulations. He couldn't help but shake his head and think to himself, "This Wu Yu will probably go crazy when he finds out the truth." Almost at the same time, the monarch of Laimo divine nation spoke. His voice was loud and clear, drowning out everyone's voices. "Everyone, don't be in a hurry to congratulate Wu Yu." He Yulin didn't finish speaking just now. His words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Even the monarch of Xuanheng divine nation, Wu Yu, couldn't help but change his expression. Didn't finish? What did that mean? For a moment, Wu Yu looked at He Yulin. At this moment, the Laimo divine kingdom's monarch sighed. "Monarch Wu, my condolences." Hearing this, Wu Yu's heart skipped a beat. An ominous premonition rose in his heart, but he couldn't help but comfort himself. Impossible. It was impossible. After reaching the ultimate god realm, even if they were no match for the others, they could still come out alive. He could come out with a single thought. As for the other kings of the divine kingdoms, they were also at a loss. At the same time, their gazes fell on the king of the divine kingdom. What is this King Yuan trying to say? My condolences to the Wu Emperor? Could it be that the Xuanheng divine nation also suffered heavy losses in there? No matter how bad the situation is, with Lu Xiaofeng alive, it's still better than the Ramo divine kingdom and the Rockrise divine kingdom. Most of the sovereigns of the divine kingdoms were whispering to each other. Just as the mystic eternity divine kingdom monarch Wu Yu was fantasizing, the monarch of Laimo divine kingdom's next words mercilessly shattered his fantasies. Lu Xiaofeng has fallen. That one sentence caused Wu Yu's expression to change instantly. His aura suddenly became restless as he said in disbelief, "Impossible! Lu Xiaofeng has reached the lower ultimate god realm. He can come out with a single thought. How could he have fallen? Impossible!" Wu Yu couldn't believe it. At the same time, he glanced at He Yulin. It's best not to joke around. Otherwise, even if you're a lower ultimate god, I, Wu Yu, am not someone to be trifled with. He Yulin could only smile bitterly when he heard this. There was nothing he could do if the monarch of Xuanheng divine kingdom did not believe him. Monarch Wu, the monarch of the Rockrise divine kingdom, sighed and said, "He Yulin is not joking. I also heard from Han Shaoquan that Lu Xiaofeng has indeed fallen." They witnessed Lu Xiaofeng's death with their own eyes. They even joined forces to deal with a person who killed Lu Xiaofeng. Then, they decided to leave Destiny Canyon with a single thought when they realized they were no match for their opponent. If the monarch of Laimo Divine Kingdom was the only one who spoke, some of them wouldn't dare to believe him completely. However, now that the monarch of Rockrise Divine Kingdom had spoken, they had no choice but to believe him. Even the monarch of Xuanheng Divine Kingdom, Wu Yu, was no longer as exasperated as before. His expression was as dark as it could get. How could this be? Lu Xiaofeng had reached the ultimate god realm, but he was still dead? Who killed him? Was it one of the living beings inside? Many of the monarchs were curious about this. Lu Xiaofeng is dead. As long as the rest of the Xuanheng Divine Kingdom survives a little longer, their losses won't be too great. After all, more than half of the people from the Rockrise Divine Kingdom and Laimo Divine Kingdom are dead, said one of the monarchs. Wu Yu's gloomy expression improved slightly when he heard the monarch's words. That was right. Although Lu Xiaofeng's death was a great loss, as long as the others survived, the total losses might not be as great as the Rockrise Divine Kingdom and Laimo Divine Kingdom. It was Lang Chunwan who killed him. At the same time, the monarch of Laimo Divine Nation looked at the monarch of Jade Rainbow Divine Nation, Guan Baoyu, and said with a complicated expression, "Monarch Guan, your Jade Rainbow Divine Nation has really stolen the limelight this time." In an instant, everyone's gazes shifted to Guan Baoyu. Guan Baoyu was a little stunned. He'd been thinking about how one of the three lesser ultimate gods had been killed even after joining forces. Could this be the final challenge of the Destiny Canyon? However, he was completely stunned when he heard the monarch of Laimo Divine Kingdom's words. Lang Chunwan? She had fought three lesser god emperors, killed one of them, and scared off the other two. She broke through? Asked Guan Baoyu as he looked at He Yulin behind the monarch of Laimo Divine Kingdom. He completely ignored the monarch of Xuanheng Divine Kingdom, Wu Yu's cold gaze. A battle between divine kingdoms in the Destiny Canyon was a matter of life and death. Death could only be attributed to lack of skill. In the past, many of the Jade Rainbow Divine Kingdom's people had died at the hands of the Xuanheng Divine Kingdom's people. Yes. He Yulin smiled bitterly. She entered the lesser ultimate god realm and fought to a draw with the final challenge of the Destiny Canyon alone. Then, with the help of Duan Lingtian from the righteous Divine Kingdom, she broke through the final challenge. Duan Lingtian from the righteous Divine Kingdom. This was the first time Duan Lingtian's name had been mentioned after He Yulin and Han Xiaoquan had come out. Many people subconsciously looked at the monarch of righteous Divine Kingdom, Chu Youngjun. Chu Youngjun was also a little stunned. He'd thought that this had nothing to do with the righteous Divine Kingdom, but he hadn't expected it to be related to them. At the same time, he was also a little curious. How did Duan Lingtian, that little fellow, end up working with Lang Chunwan from the Jade Rainbow Divine Kingdom? Was he coerced? Or was he really working together? Would Lang Chunwan burn the bridge after crossing it? Now, Chu Youngjun was really worried. After all, he'd placed a lot of hope on Duan Lingtian and had even given him some investment. If Duan Lingtian died in there, he'd really suffer a great loss. Before Han Xiaoquan and I came out, the three of us wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. He Yulin continued. However, Lang Chunwan chose to protect Duan Lingtian and stop the three of us. This time, before He Yulin could finish, he was interrupted by a monarch of a divine kingdom. Why are you targeting Duan Lingtian? No matter how strong he is, he's just a lesser god emperor. Could it be that he obtained some amazing opportunity inside that made them all green with envy? As soon as this question was asked, the group of monarchs looked at He Yulin expectantly. He Yulin smiled bitterly when he heard this. Duan Lingtian was indeed a lesser god emperor before he went in. However, he's already a medium god emperor now. Moreover, he's completely consolidated his cultivation as a medium god emperor. He's even stronger than a half-step ultimate god, and might even be comparable to an ordinary lesser ultimate god. He killed a half-step ultimate god dog butcher in the Heavens Canyon and is ranked first in the individual rankings. Before I came out, His points had already exceeded 10,000. Now it must be even higher. He Yulin thought of the 3 divine kingdoms' upper god emperors that he, Han Shaoquan, and Lu Shaofeng had brought along. He felt that they would most likely be killed by Duan Lingtian to help Duan Lingtian. As for Duan Lingtian, unless Lang Chunwan wanted to kill him, he would definitely live a better life than anyone else. As soon as he Yulin finished speaking, the entire place fell into a dead silence. Duan Lingtian had entered the realm of a medium god emperor. In fact, many people were not surprised by this news. However, when they heard that Duan Lingtian had completely consolidated his cultivation as a medium god emperor, everyone was shocked. Even when Duan Lingtian had said this in front of the ultimate god emperor's emissary, they had thought that Duan Lingtian was joking. Who would have thought that it would actually come true? Moreover, there was still some time before the kingdom battle in the Heavens-Will Canyon ended. There was still time, which meant that there was still time for him to improve further. Perhaps there was no hope for him to become an upper god emperor, but he would definitely be able to improve further after thoroughly consolidating his cultivation as a medium god emperor. Duan Lingtian. Chu Youngjun was also stunned. He never thought that the young man he had placed such high hopes on would not only not disappoint him, but also give him such a big surprise. But will he be able to come out? With so many points, won't Lang Chunwan be jealous? That's not right. Lang Chunwan is now a lower ultimate god. Unless he can kill Duan Lingtian before the power of laws in the Heavens-Will Canyon sends her out, there's no way he can kill Duan Lingtian. Within the Heavens-Will Canyon, if a person who had entered the ultimate god realm wanted to kill an emperor god who was participating in the kingdom battle, the power of laws in the Heavens-Will Canyon would interfere before he could succeed. It was very, very difficult to succeed. Also, while everyone was shocked by the news regarding Duan Lingtian, they did not care whether He Yulin had done it on purpose or not. Lu Shaofeng of the Xuanheng divine nation is the same as us. He also brought a group of people from his own divine nation to kill Duan Lingtian. This time, the Xuanheng divine nation's losses will not be smaller than the Laimo divine nation and the Rising Rock divine nation. End of chapter. Chapter 4209. Our Lamo divine kingdom and Rockrise divine kingdom also lost a large number of divine emperors in the process of killing Duan Lingtian. He Yulin did not hide anything as there was no need to. The divine kingdom battle at Destiny Canyon was a stage for all the divine kingdoms to compete with each other. Even if a divine kingdom's entire army was wiped out, they could only blame it on their bad luck. Therefore, he did not hide the fact that he and 2 other lesser ultimate gods had led people to kill Duan Lingtian. Even if Duan Lingtian had succeeded and the king of the righteous divine kingdom found out about it, the king of the righteous divine kingdom would not be able to say anything. This was because Duan Lingtian had bet his life on the Heavens-Will Canyon battle. Similarly, the Lamo divine kingdom, Rockrise divine kingdom, and Xuanheng divine kingdom's people who had died because of Duan Lingtian were the same. No matter how angry they were when Duan Lingtian came out, they could not say anything as everything was in accordance with the rules. If the monarchs of the 3 divine kingdoms really wanted to take action, not only would the monarch of the righteous divine kingdom protect Duan Lingtian, but even the monarchs of the other 20 divine kingdoms would also join in to protect Duan Lingtian. There was no reason other than to protect the rules. If they allowed Duan Lingtian to be killed, wouldn't it mean that their people could only accept their fate after killing a few more people in the divine kingdom battle at Destiny Canyon in the future? Some things could not be started. Once a bad start was started, there was no turning back. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario. Under normal circumstances, no matter how angry the monarchs of the Lamo divine kingdom, Rockrise divine kingdom, and Xuanheng divine kingdom were, they could not openly attack Duan Lingtian. As for what happened behind their backs, no one could control them. The monarch of Xuanheng divine kingdom, Wuxia, who was filled with joy and excitement not long ago, was so angry at He Yulin's words that he spat out a large mouthful of blood. His body tensed up. The Xuanheng divine kingdom had suffered such a heavy loss this time. So many people had died. Moreover, a person who had just ascended to the ultimate god realm had died. How could this be? How could this be? Wu Yu couldn't accept it. My condolences, Emperor Wu. My condolences, Emperor Wu. At this time, the various monarchs who were congratulating Wu Yu, the Black Hung divine country's monarch, suddenly changed their words and started comforting Wu Yu. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. The Xuanheng divine nation was really miserable this time. Even if someone obtained the earthly fire Buddhist lotus and entered the hierarch realm, he still couldn't come out. At this moment, they silently remembered a name in their hearts. Duan Lingtian. That Duan Lingtian was definitely someone with great luck. What a joke! If it wasn't for his great luck, how could a lower god emperor enter the Heavens Will Canyon and consolidate his cultivation not long after entering the god emperor realm? Ruler Zhu, your righteous divine nation is in the limelight this time. Many monarchs looked at the righteous divine nation's monarch, Chu Youngjun, and sighed. There was no lack of envy in their words. Although it was obvious that Duan Lingtian couldn't stay in the righteous divine nation, as long as Duan Lingtian didn't die, the righteous divine nation would definitely get the most of the rewards from the God Kingdom battle in the Heavens Will Canyon when he came out. Based on Duan Lingtian's points, as long as there were no accidents, the righteous divine nation would definitely rank first in the God Kingdom battle in the Heavens Will Canyon this time. This time, the righteous divine nation will probably break the previous record in the God Kingdom battle. At that time, there will be additional rewards for breaking the record. As soon as one of the monarchs mentioned this, the group of monarchs looked at Chu Youngjun again. Their eyes were no longer filled with envy but jealousy. Jealousy! They were really jealous. Chu Youngjun and the righteous divine nation were too lucky. A god of creation wouldn't be stingy with the rewards for breaking the record. At this moment, Wu Yu, who had just recovered a little, felt his chest heave up and down in anger when he heard the words of the monarchs around him. He almost spat out another mouthful of blood. If the righteous divine nation received additional rewards for breaking the record, it would be due to the efforts of the god emperors and a lesser ultimate god from the Xuanheng divine nation. In other words, it would be due to the help of the people from the Xuanheng divine nation who had perished in the Heavens Will Canyon. No one knows what will happen until the end. In my opinion, the Jade Rainbow divine nation will surpass us at any time. Chu Youngjun said humbly as he looked at the monarch of the Jade Rainbow divine nation, Guan Baoyu. The strongest person in the Heavens Will Canyon was undoubtedly Lang Chunwan from the Jade Rainbow divine nation. At this moment, the monarch of the Feiyang divine nation, Xiao Yuan, was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Lang Chunwan had stepped into the ultimate god realm. Judging from the profundities of the laws that Lang Chunwan had mastered, he might not have been a match for Lang Chunwan after stepping into the ultimate god realm without the help of the monarch token. When he thought of the possibility that Lang Chunwan's strength was due to the fact that she had massacred all the higher god emperors from the Feiyang divine nation, Xiao Yuan felt extremely resentful. He looked at the monarch of the Xuanheng divine nation, Wu Yu, and sympathized with him. Monarch Zhu, you must be joking. The monarch of the Jade Rainbow divine nation, Guan Baoyu, smiled faintly. Although Lang Chunwan has stepped into the ultimate god realm, it also means that she can no longer kill the people from the other divine nations. It's very difficult for her to surpass Duan Lingtian by killing the living beings in the Heavens Will Canyon. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, still has time. I only hope that when he encounters the people from our Jade Rainbow divine nation, he will hold back a little for Lang Chunwan's sake. Now, I only hope that at least half of the people from our Jade Rainbow divine nation who walk out of the Heavens Will Canyon will survive. As soon as Guan Baoyu finished speaking, the expressions of the other monarchs changed as well. That's right, they had completely forgotten. Duan Lingtian was so terrifying that he could kill the people from the other divine nations in the Heavens Will Canyon, including those from their own divine nations. I hope they'll know what's good for them and hide. As long as they've heard of Duan Lingtian's strength or witnessed it with their own eyes from afar, they shouldn't be so foolish as to go head-to-head with Duan Lingtian. I hope they'll be smarter. Currently, the monarchs of the other divine nations were praying in their hearts that the people from their divine nations who were still in the Heavens Will Canyon would be smarter and not provoke Duan Lingtian. It would be best for them to hide and be teleported out after the Divine Nation battle in the Heavens Will Canyon ended. By then, they would be safe. As they waited, some of the monarchs could not help but ask the two lower ultimate gods, He Yulin and Han Shaoquan, if they knew anything about the people from their divine nations. Many of the monarchs of the other divine nations did not look too good when they learned that their divine nations had suffered heavy losses. As for the monarch of Windchime Divine Nation, he was initially very happy when he heard that his son had obtained the earthly fire Buddhist lotus. However, his expression changed drastically when he heard Han Shaoquan's words. His son, the crown prince of Windchime Divine Nation, Feng Xiaoxiao, had died in the Heavens Will Canyon after obtaining the earthly fire Buddhist lotus. The other monarchs of the other divine nations were also shocked when they heard that Feng Xiaoxiao had obtained the earthly fire Buddhist lotus. They did not expect Feng Xiaoxiao to have hidden his strength so well. If it were any other time, they would definitely have ridiculed the monarch of Windchime Divine Nation for hiding such a huge trump card. Now that they knew that Feng Xiaoxiao had died after obtaining the earthly fire Buddhist lotus, no one had any thoughts of ridiculing the monarch of Windchime Divine Nation, as they did not want to get into trouble. Only a few monarchs of the divine nations who had a good relationship with the monarch of Windchime Divine Nation comforted him. At this moment, many people were guessing if Feng Xiaoxiao had died in Duanling Tian's hands or Lang Chunyuan's hands, or perhaps she had been killed by the joint attack of many half-step ultimate gods. If it was just a single half-step ultimate god, there was a high probability that it would be impossible to kill Feng Xiaoxiao. Inside the Heavens Will Canyon, Duanling Tian was unaware of the situation outside. He had successfully recovered from his injuries under the protection of his senior sister, Lang Chunwan. Duanling Tian then opened his eyes and looked at Lang Chunwan. Fourth senior sister, I've recovered. Good. Lang Chunwan replied with a smile. Since you've recovered, you can kill these guys while you're at it. There won't be much reward for killing them. However, they and the other two great demons that died earlier are considered the ultimate challenge of the Divine Kingdom battle in the Destiny Canyon. I heard that there will be additional rewards if you defeat them. Now, I just hope that the few supreme experts left behind in the trial grounds won't be too stingy. Lang Chunwan said. Only outsiders like them who saw this world as the trial grounds of God knew that the so-called creator of this world was actually the supreme experts of the outside world. The Heavens Will Gorge was only a hidden space within the trial grounds. I'm looking forward to it too. Duanling Tian's eyes lit up when he heard that. He then said, Fourth senior sister, let them go. You can just watch my performance next. Lang Chunyuan giggled. All right, then I, your senior sister, will watch your performance next, junior brother. Then she casually let go of the 7 great demons. The 7 great demons were actually intelligent, but now that they were trapped in Lang Chunwan's trap formation and couldn't do anything to Lang Chunwan, they targeted Duanling Tian. They were almost certain to die. Now, the only thing they could do was to kill this purple-clothed human youth before they died and avenge their 2 fallen brothers. Roar! A woo! The 7 great demons attacked Duanling Tian at the same time. The greater demons swept through the sky, causing space to tremble. It caused the trapping formation that Lang Chunyuan had set up to shake and sway. Ripples that were like water ripples appeared in space, and it was extremely beautiful. However, no one appreciated this at the moment. Duanling Tian faced the 7 great demons again, but this time, he didn't avoid them like before. Instead, he directly faced them and prepared to meet them head-on. The reason he avoided them in the beginning was because he was heavily injured at that time. Now that his injuries were healed, he was fearless. The 7 half-step ultimate gods had lost their natal blood formation and were like a plate of loose sand. As long as he had time, he could kill them one by one. Chapter 42:10. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of the sword whistling could be heard as the rainbow-colored sword radiance scattered across the sky. It looked dazzling, as if countless rainbows were intersecting with each other. But in reality, It contained a cold, murderous intent. Every strike of the sword caused the void to tremble as if it would collapse at any time. Even if the 7 half-step ultimate god great demons joined forces, without the natal blood formation, they would not be able to communicate telepathically. In the beginning, they were still in a stalemate with Duan Lingtian for a while. However, after Duan Lingtian found an opportunity to kill one of the great demons, the situation became one-sided. Duan Lingtian spent more than half an hour to kill the first great demon. Killing the second great demon took less than a quarter of an hour. The third great demon took less than 10 breaths of time. Killing the fourth great demon took less than 10 breaths of time. As for the remaining 3 great demons, it took him less than 10 breaths of time to kill them all. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the sky, the rewards fell and covered Duan Lingtian's body. They were the rewards given to Duan Lingtian by the heaven and earth after each great demon's death. I've absorbed the normal rewards. Next should be the reward for killing the final challenge of the Destiny Canyon. After Duan Lingtian absorbed the rewards, he could not help but look up at the sky again. Even Lang Chunwan was looking up at the sky. The sky was originally calm and tranquil. However, in the blink of an eye, something strange happened. First, the blue sky and white clouds turned into dark clouds. Then, within the dark clouds, thunder and lightning intersected. No one knew where it came from, but it was very sudden. After that, 9 streaks of lightning intertwined with each other and gradually revealed themselves. They were the 9-headed great demons that were killed by Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan. The 9-headed great demons looked down, 9 pairs of eyes staring at Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan with hatred. Then, they opened their mouths as if they were roaring with unwillingness and hatred. Boom! Rumble! There was no beast roar, only the deafening sound of thunder could be heard from the sky. After a while, the 9-headed great demon's shadows dissipated and turned into light spots that sprinkled down from the sky. When they reached the sky, they turned into a 9-colored light pillar and fell on Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan. The 9-color light pillar was so huge that even though Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunyuan were quite a distance away, they were still shrouded by it. This is the reward for the final challenge of the Destiny Canyon? Duan Lingtian could feel the reward from this law was even more amazing than everything he had obtained in the Heavens Will Canyon. As soon as it shrouded his body, the law energy in his body dissipated and turned into specks of light that entered his body. It was as if this rule reward was extremely overbearing and did not wish to be placed together with the other rule's rewards. As for the shattered reward, although it seemed to have merged into Duan Lingtian's body, it did not bring much benefit to Duan Lingtian. Most of the essence dissipated into the air, which made Duan Lingtian's heart ache. I hope you can give me a bigger upgrade. Otherwise, I'll suffer a great loss this time. If Duan Lingtian was not confident that he would be able to enter the upper-level Emperor realm in this trip to the Destiny Canyon, at this moment he was excited again. I'm not greedy. Just help me enter the upper-level Emperor realm. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, Lang Chunyuan was also absorbing the reward from the law. Moreover, the speed at which the reward from the law entered her body was much faster than when it entered Duan Lingtian's body. After all, she was a lower-level ultimate god. Moreover, she was a lower-level ultimate god who had completely consolidated her cultivation base. 9 great demons died one after another. In addition, one of the lower-level ultimate gods from the 3 divine kingdoms died and 2 fled. Although the people from the divine kingdoms outside the core region of the Destiny Canyon did not witness all of this with their own eyes, the chaotic reward still vaguely informed them of the danger inside. I don't know what's going on. However, the people from the 3 divine kingdoms came with great ferocity. They will most likely clash with Duan Lingtian and the others. So many people have died. It must be the people from the 3 divine kingdoms who died. In other words, the 3 lower-level ultimate gods from the 3 divine kingdoms did not protect the others. Maybe they've already left before us. After all, once you enter the ultimate god realm, you can leave the Destiny Canyon with just a thought. I'd better not stay here and watch the show. I'll find a place to hide and wait for the time to come before leaving the Destiny Canyon. I think so too. Most of the people from the divine kingdoms who had gathered outside to watch the show had left. The remaining small group of people did not leave. At that moment, they were all hoping that the people from the three divine kingdoms were eliminated. Even if Duan Lingtian survived, he would be an arrow at the end of its flight. They might be able to take advantage of the situation. Moreover, there was still Lang Chunwan. Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan were currently first and second on the individual scoreboard. One of them had more than 10,000 points and the other was close to 10,000 points. Even Lang Chunwan, who was second, had more than double the points of the person in third place. If they could kill either of them, then they would be rich. These people waited patiently. A few days later, Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan indeed appeared. However, what they waited for was Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan in their prime. The result was self-evident. These people from the divine kingdoms who had wanted to take advantage of the situation, as long as they did not leave, all died in the hands of Duan Lingtian without exception. These people, before they died, naturally regretted not leaving with the others. However, it was useless to regret. It's gone again. Duan Lingtian was speechless. The reward for killing this group of people had not even entered his body before it was shattered by the reward stored in his body. Although it helped him to digest some of it, most of it was wasted. Fourth senior sister. Duan Lingtian looked at Lang Chunwan with a bitter smile. The reward I received just now was too deceptive. It actually made it so that I can't store any other reward in my body. Lang Chunwan smiled. Little junior brother, why don't you finish digesting it? If you finish digesting it, even if you can't enter the realm of Upper God Emperor, you should be close, right? Lang Chunwan had gained a lot this time and was in a good mood. How can it be so easy to digest? Duan Lingtian sighed. Fourth senior sister. There's not much time left. I plan to find a place to go into seclusion to digest the reward and wait for the Destiny Canyon to send me out. What do you plan to do? Do you want to come with me or go out first? Duan Lingtian asked. Naturally, I'll go with you. Lang Chunwan giggled. This way, little junior brother. You can cultivate here alone and put your heart and soul into it. This way, you'll be able to digest the reward faster. It's useless for me to rush out. Lang Chunwan had completely digested the reward. In fact, although the reward was extraordinary, Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan only took half a day to absorb it into their bodies. The reason why they came out a few days later was that Duan Lingtian was digesting the reward while waiting for his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan. Lang Chunwan was also digesting the reward. Moreover, after a few days, Duan Lingtian had only digested a small portion of the reward while Lang Chunwan had completely digested it. Although she didn't say anything, Duan Lingtian could vaguely feel that his fourth senior sister had become stronger. Fourth senior sister. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian thought of something. Say, do you think the master of the Frozen Mountain Heavenly Lake, Nangong Sui, will still want you to enter the Frozen Mountain Heavenly Lake after you leave? Do they have enough resources to help you enter the realm of medium supreme gods? Duan Lingtian shook his head when he reached the end of his sentence. Previously, not only did no one think highly of him, no one thought highly of his fourth senior sister. He'd only said that he had a chance to enter the realm of medium supreme gods in the heavens will canyon and consolidate his cultivation. Of course, he'd already achieved that. As for his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan, she'd said that she could enter the realm of lower supreme gods and consolidate her cultivation. Moreover, she'd also achieved it. Then, according to the previous agreement, if the ultimate god force, Frozen Mountain Heavenly Lake, wanted to give up, there should be. Lang Chunwan smiled when she heard her fourth junior brother mention this. Before I came in, I asked the ruler of the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation. He said that Frozen Mountain Heavenly Lake can still take out resources to help me enter the realm of medium supreme gods after I enter the realm of lower supreme gods and consolidate my cultivation. Duan Lingtian was startled when he heard this, then smiled wryly. He hadn't expected his fourth senior sister to even ask about this beforehand. Now, I'm just afraid that they'll go back on their word. Lang Chunwan continued. In any case, after we leave, we'll stick to our principles. If they're willing to fulfill their promise, it's fine for us to join them. Little junior brother, you don't have to feel any psychological burden, thinking that we won't be able to give them what they want, because we'll be leaving the trial grounds in 2 years. When Duan Ling Tian heard Lang Chuanyuan's words, he shook his head and interrupted her. Fourth senior sister, as you said, this is the trial of gods. Everything here is arranged by a supreme powerhouse. Why would I feel burdened? That's for the best. Lang Chunwan nodded. I knew that little junior brother wouldn't be so pedantic. However, third senior brother told me to find an opportunity to tell you this before we came in. Since I've said it, it can be considered that I've completed the task he gave me. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled when he heard this. Warmth flowed through him. Third senior brother, during the last period of time in the Destiny Canyon, Duan Lingtian found a place to cultivate in seclusion, digesting the rewards from the laws in his body. His fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan, stood guard by his side, allowing him to fully immerse himself in cultivation. In this state, the efficiency of digesting the rewards from the laws was also much higher. Little junior brother, we should be leaving soon. Finally, there was a change in the Destiny Canyon, and Lang Chunwan reminded Duan Lingtian at the right time. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and felt the world spinning before him. When light reappeared in front of him, he discovered that he had left the Destiny Canyon and appeared outside the canyon, where he had been before entering. The figures of the monarchs of the various divine kingdoms also appeared in front of him at the right time. Now, he also discovered that there was a group of people around him who had followed him out. They're out. The gazes of the monarchs of the various divine kingdoms all turned to Duan Lingtian and the others. Chapter 42:11. As soon as Duan Lingtian and the others came out, they were immediately led over by the monarchs of the divine nations. Every king possessed strength comparable to a higher ultimate god with the king token in their hands. As soon as Duan Lingtian came out, he felt an invisible force coming toward him before it brought him far away. During this process, he could even feel that the divine power in his body that was not deliberately suppressed had become much slower. A sense of powerlessness enveloped him. Is this the strength of a higher ultimate god? Duan Lingtian was shocked. He had seen the strength of a lower ultimate god. Although he was not as strong as a lower ultimate god now, the gap was not that big. He was confident that he could crush an ordinary lower ultimate god if he entered the realm of a higher ultimate god. However, he was shocked when he faced the monarch of Zhengming Divine Nation, Chu Youngjun's strength that was enhanced by the monarch token. He felt that a lower ultimate god was just SOSO. In his opinion, there was a world of difference between a higher supreme god and a lower supreme god. No wonder it's said that a higher ultimate god can kill a lower ultimate god with just a finger. The gap is too big. Duan Lingtian was so shocked that he was still in a daze when he reached Chu Youngjun's side. He only came back to his senses when he sent him a voice transmission and said, "Brother Lingtian, His Majesty is talking to you." After he came back to his senses, Duan Lingtian could see that the other people from Zhengming Divine Nation had also come out. Moreover, they were all very well. Even if he did not count them, he could see that the Zhengming Divine Nation had lost less than 10 people who went in this time. Monarch! Duan Lingtian looked at Chu Youngjun. What did he say to him just now? Chu Youngjun was smiling as usual when he saw Duan Lingtian spacing out. He was not angry at all. Mansion Master Duan, you've really made our Zhengming Divine Nation proud this time. He was first in the individual rankings. He had broken through 10,000 points. He had broken the personal record of the Divine Kingdom contest in Destiny Canyon. Not only that, but he'd also helped the Righteous Divine Nation break the record of the Divine Nation tournament in Destiny Canyon. Congratulations, Manor Head Duan. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The group of survivors from the Righteous Divine Nation also congratulated Duan Lingtian and Chu Youngjun. Many people looked at Duan Lingtian with eyes full of gratitude. They had met the Duan Lingtian in Heaven's Will Canyon. They had thought that the Duan Lingtian would treat them like the other Divine Nations people. but they didn't expect that the Duan Lingtian didn't have any intention of targeting them. The more people from the other divine nations died, the more they were grateful to Duan Lingtian. The people from the other divine nations seem to have suffered the least losses. More than a dozen of them are trapped inside forever. Suddenly, a manor head from the righteous divine nation looked around and couldn't help but sigh. Many people's gazes subconsciously fell on Duan Lingtian. The people from the other divine nations had suffered heavy losses this time, and it was all related to the youth in front of them. However, no one thought that Duan Lingtian was a murderer. After all, even if they were strong enough, they would have done the same thing as Duan Lingtian. The Divine Kingdom contest in Destiny Canyon was a competition for the individual rankings. It was a competition for everything one saw inside, including points, wealth, and the rewards one would receive after killing the other party. In particular, the fact that killing someone from another divine nation would result in double the rewards of the rules made it very tempting. Unlike the righteous divine nations people who were in high spirits, the rest of the divine nations, including the manor heads, didn't look too good. Their losses this time were too great. Of course, there was a manor head whose face was gloomy for a moment, but he recovered quickly. It was the manor head of the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation, Guan Baoyu. Little girl, thank you. Guan Baoyu looked at Lang Chunwan and thanked her through voice transmission. At the same time, a smile bloomed on his face as he bluntly said, "Congratulations on entering the ultimate god realm." At this time, the other people from the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation also reacted and repeatedly congratulated Lang Chunwan. Even if they weren't familiar with her, they still did their best on the surface. As for the rest of the divine nations, those who had suffered less losses and whose own divine nations had also made it into the top 10 of the divine nations rankings quickly recovered. As for those who had suffered greater losses, such as the Mystic Eternity Divine Nation, Ramo Divine Nation, and Rockrise Divine Nation, their expressions didn't look good from beginning to end. This time, they had suffered great losses and naturally wouldn't be able to enter the top 10 of the divine nations rankings. Let's go! Soon, the three divine nations people left under the lead of their manor heads. They didn't even say goodbye to the others. Following that, another divine nations person left. It was someone from the Feiyang Divine Nation. This time, the top 10 of the divine nations rankings had nothing to do with the Feiyang Divine Nation, so there was no point in staying. If they entered the top 10 and stayed, they could still wait for the Destiny Canyon's rewards. If it was any other time, even if their divine nations didn't enter the top 10, they could wait and see what the other divine nations' rewards were. But this time, they weren't in the mood. Before the Feiyang Divine Nation's manor head, Xiaoyi Yuan, left, he glanced at the young lady who was surrounded by the Jade Rainbow Divine Nations people. While killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes, there was also a hint of helplessness. The young lady had entered the ultimate god realm. If he entered the Feiyang Divine Nation, he could kill her with the manor head token. Once he left the Feiyang Divine Nation, he knew that he might not be a match for the young lady. Soon, more than half of the remaining 20 divine nations people left one after another. Since they didn't enter the top 10 and had suffered great losses this time, they weren't in the mood to stay. Soon, only 12 divine nations people were left. Among them, 10 of the divine nations had obtained the top 10 rankings. As for the other two divine nations, they had stayed because someone from those two divine nations had killed their way into the top 10 rankings. According to the usual practice, the final ranking rewards would be calculated one day and one night after the divine nation battle in the Destiny Canyon. Although they didn't know why they had to wait for such a long time, they still waited patiently. Whoosh! 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 At some point in time, 3 elderly figures had appeared. They were none other than the 3 scorpion elders from the ultimate god sect, Inyuan Tianzong. The 3 medium ultimate gods could fight against an ordinary high-level ultimate god if they joined forces. The 3 of them had appeared earlier to try to rope in Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan. However, Lang Chunwan decided to join the Hanshan Heavenly Lake in the end, so they had no choice but to target Duan Lingtian. However, what they didn't expect was that their second-best target would have such a stunning performance in the Destiny Canyon's Divine Nation battle. first on the individual rankings. He had even helped the righteous divine nation obtain first place in the divine nation rankings. His performance in the Destiny Canyon was astounding. Most importantly, Duan Ling Tian had broken through to the intermediate Divine Emperor stage in the Heaven Fate Canyon. Moreover, he had even consolidated his cultivation base. This was something they had never expected. Monster! Although the three of them had lived for a long time and had seen many geniuses, they couldn't help but exclaim at the same time when they looked at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, our Yinyuan Tianzong will help you enter the high-level ultimate God realm. At that time, you can officially go through the formalities and join our Yinyuan Tianzong. One of the three Scorpion Elders said loudly to Duan Ling Tian. When Duan Ling Tian heard Elder Mo Scorpion's words, under the watchful eyes of the surrounding people, he smiled faintly and said, "Senior, my gains this time are beyond my imagination. My body contains the rewards from the final challenge in the Destiny Canyon, but I haven't fully digested them yet. In addition, I'm about to receive the rewards from the individual rankings. Perhaps these alone will be enough to help me enter the high-level ultimate God realm." When Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he looked deeply at the other party. The other party's expression froze in an instant. Then, he exchanged glances with the other two of the three Scorpion Elders. After communicating through voice transmission, he said to Duan Ling Tian, "Duan Ling Tian, if you enter the high-level ultimate God realm on your own before joining our Yinyuan Tianzong, our Yinyuan Tianzong can help you completely consolidate your cultivation as a high-level ultimate God realm. In addition, our Yinyuan Tianzong will also give you." As the old man continued speaking, the monarchs of the 12 divine kingdoms were shocked. They didn't expect that Yinyuan Tianzong would be willing to pay such a huge price to rope in Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian also felt Yinyuan Tianzong's sincerity because the things the old man promised were also things he desperately needed. They were all treasures that could help him enter the ultimate God realm faster. "If Senior can really represent our Yinyuan Tianzong and fulfill your promise, I'm willing to join the Yinyuan Tianzong." Duan Ling Tian agreed without hesitation. He would be a fool if he didn't agree. As for Yinyuan Tianzong's request, it was nothing more than hoping for a great person to appear in their sect to take charge of the sect. This person could attack from the outside and defend from the inside. Duan Ling Tian wasn't someone who was willing to be tied down. However, once he entered the hidden Yuan Sky sect, he did not need to worry about being restricted because he would be sent out of the Trial of Gods after casually staying there for 2 years. He would return to the outside world, to Myriad Arts Academy. Congratulations to the three elders. Following Duan Ling Tian's agreement, the monarchs of the divine kingdoms expressed their gratitude to the three demon scorpion elders. Lang Chun Wan, the scholarly middle-aged man, reappeared. It was the master of Hanshan Heavenly Lake, Nangong Sui. The moment he appeared, he approached Lang Chun-Wan and looked at her with a smile. "Congratulations on entering the ultimate God realm. My previous promise is still valid. If you enter the ultimate God realm, Hanshan Heavenly Lake can help you completely consolidate your cultivation before you enter," Nangong Sui straightforwardly promised. However, almost as soon as Nangong Sui finished speaking, the divine power on Lang Chun-Wan's body surged. That condensed divine power was freely manipulated as if it was her own arm, without any sign of instability. Noticing this, the monarch of Jade Rainbow Divine Kingdom, who was closest to Lang Chun-Wan, narrowed his eyes in shock. How is this possible? End of this chapter. Chapter 42:12. The monarchs of the divine kingdoms present were either lower ultimate gods or medium ultimate gods. The weakest among them were lower ultimate gods who had completely consolidated their cultivation base. Therefore, they were very familiar with the aura of a lower ultimate god who had also consolidated her cultivation base. It was precisely because of this that as Lang Chunyuan released her divine energy, the familiar aura that came over caused them to be indescribably shocked. Not only has Lang Chun-Wan entered the ultimate god realm, but she has also completely consolidated her cultivation base as a lower ultimate god. How did she do it? How is this possible? It seems like she was so confident before she went in. That's why she said it, but no one believed her. If it wasn't for the reality, I wouldn't have believed it even if my father came back to life and told me. The monarchs of the divine kingdoms were shocked. Everything that had happened to the girl in front of them had completely overturned their understanding of the world. They would believe it if the Destiny Canyon had an opportunity to help someone enter the ultimate God realm. However, they did not believe it could help someone enter the ultimate God realm and also help them consolidate their cultivation base. This was because they had all entered the Destiny Canyon before. Many of them had even entered the ultimate God realm in the Destiny Canyon. I remember, you promised me that if I entered the lower ultimate God realm and consolidated my cultivation base, you would give me a medium ultimate God as a welcome gift. Lang Chunwon looked at Nangong Sui with a gleam of excitement in her eyes. Later, I will be rewarded with second place on the individual ranking. It should help me move forward a little. Hanshan Heavenly Lake can save some money by helping me enter the medium ultimate God realm. Lang Chunwon's words left the monarchs and others speechless. Compared to the path from a lower ultimate God to a medium ultimate God, the reward for second place on the individual ranking was nothing. Even if it was helpful, it would be very little. In the Destiny Canyon, only the Divine Kingdom rankings rewards would be of great help to ultimate gods. The individual rankings rewards were mainly for Emperor gods. Of course, it would also be of some help to ultimate gods, but it was very little. Monster. Monster. Terrifying. Inyuan Tianzong's 3 Devil Scorpion Elders looked at Lang Chunwon with mixed feelings. They felt that they had misjudged her. This girl was even more monstrous than they had imagined. However, if he really wanted the girl to enter Inyuan Tianzong, he would have to pay a huge price. This price was not something they could decide. And even if they sent a message back, it would still be too late, unless the heavenly lake of Mount Han did not want girls. However, they felt that this possibility was very small. As it turned out, their guesses were correct. The master of Cold Mountain Heavenly Lake, the higher supreme god Nangong Sui, looked at Lang Chunwon after a short moment of shock. His originally calm face was replaced with a look of surprise. Lang Chunwon, I expected that you would become a lower supreme god in there. However, I really didn't expect you to not only enter the lower ultimate god realm, but also completely consolidate your cultivation base. Nangong Sui exclaimed repeatedly. Then do you still want me to enter Cold Mountain Heavenly Lake? Lang Chunwon asked. Hearing this, Nangong Se smiled faintly. Of course. After all, I made such a promise to you from the start. Now follow me back to Cold Mountain Heavenly Lake. Cold Mountain Heavenly Lake will do all it can to help you enter the Middle Supreme God Realm as soon as possible. Once you've entered the Middle Supreme God Realm, Cold Mountain Heavenly Lake will accept you as a disciple. Nangong Sui said. All right, I'll go with you. Lang Chunwon agreed straightforwardly, then moved to Nangong Sui's side. Nangong Sui nodded to Inyuan Tianzong's 3 Devil Scorpion Elders, then nodded to the master of Jade Rainbow Divine Nation before leaving with Lang Chunwon, going to Cold Mountain Heavenly Lake. This girl is destined to soar. Many people sighed with emotion. In the future, Cold Mountain Heavenly Lake's 3rd higher supreme god might be this girl. Someone else said. Even after Nangong Sui left with Lang Chunwon, the people present were still sighing with emotion. There was no lack of people who envied the girl, but almost no one was jealous. There was no point in being jealous. I hope 4th Senior Sister can enter the medium-level Ultimate God Realm before leaving the Divine Trial Grounds. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He didn't think that Cold Mountain Heavenly Lake would go back on their word. But even if Cold Mountain Heavenly Lake wanted his 4th Senior Sister to enter the Middle Supreme God Realm as soon as possible, they still needed time. Was 2 years enough time? Now, there were only 2 years left before they, the outsiders, would be sent out of the trial grounds of the Divine Lands. His 4th Senior Sister was like this, and so was he. So was everyone else. Duan Lingtian. Soon, Inyuan Tianzong and the 3 Devil Scorpion Elders' gazes fell on Duan Lingtian. It's time for us to leave. Although the individual rewards for the Divine Kingdom battle in Destiny Canyon hadn't been announced yet, they didn't need to wait outside the canyon to obtain them. They could be obtained anywhere in the world. Only the rewards of the Divine Kingdom rankings could be obtained outside the Destiny Canyon. This was because the aura of the Ruler of Destiny's medallion had to be sensed within the canyon. Your Majesty, Brother Yunhe, farewell. After responding to the 3 Devil Scorpion Elders, Duan Lingtian immediately bid farewell to Chu Youngjun and Chu Youngjun, the righteous Divine Kingdom's ruler, and Yunhe, who was following behind Chu Youngjun. He then nodded to the others, and under their envious gazes, he followed Inyuan Tianzong and the 3 Devil Scorpion Elders out of Destiny Canyon. After Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan left in succession, many of the people present began to compare Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan. Duan Lingtian is also a monster. Although Lang Chunwan is more outstanding than Duan Lingtian based on the current situation, that might not necessarily be the case in the future. Perhaps, no matter what, I'm afraid no one will be able to break the record they set in the Divine Kingdom battle in the future. This time, it wasn't just Duan Lingtian who broke the record in the Divine Kingdom battle. Lang Chunwan's final score also broke the previous record. However, because Duan Lingtian had broken the record first, she couldn't enjoy the additional reward for breaking the record. Do you think someone has entered the godly venerable realm this time? One of the legacy students suddenly looked at the person beside him, who was also from the legacy branch, and said softly. The surroundings fell silent for a moment before someone said, "If someone has entered the godly venerable realm, then there's a high chance it's the one from the inner branch." Chapter 42:13. If nothing unexpected happened, the group of monstrous geniuses from Myriad Law Academy who had entered the trial ground would come out in the next few days. It was precisely because of this that a group of people had already gathered outside the teleportation array before anyone came out from it. Of course, these people weren't purely here to watch the show. Some of them were from godly venerable rank factions. They were waiting outside for the people from their respective factions to come out. At the same time, they would spread the news back to their respective factions as soon as possible. Although they were students in Myriad Law Academy, that was all they were. Staying in Myriad Law Academy was also to better serve the factions behind them. Moreover, they had been given a mission to stay in Myriad Law Academy. They could enjoy some of the Academy's things, but at the same time, they could also receive some preferential treatment from the factions behind them. This time, only one person from our Mon-Origin Divine Sect has fallen. Apart from Senior Brother Hu Lanqi, Senior Brother Meng Yu and Senior Brother Murong Haitang are both alive and well. I just don't know how their cultivation is now. Have they stepped into the upper Divine Lord realm? A Myriad Law Academy student from the Mon-Origin Divine Sect muttered to himself as he stared at the transportation formation in front of him. Murong Haitang and Meng Yu were the 2 holy princes of the Mon-Origin Divine Sect. As for Hu Lanqi, he was the most outstanding Mon-Origin Divine Sect disciple in Myriad Law Academy before the 2 holy princes of the Mon-Origin Divine Sect had arrived. Of course, it was thanks to Duan Lingtian that he was able to become the most outstanding Mon-Origin Divine Sect disciple in Myriad Law Academy. Before Duan Lingtian had killed another Mon-Origin Divine Sect disciple, Wang Yunsheng, Hu Lanqi had only been the eternal second among the Mon-Origin Divine Sect disciples in Myriad Law Academy. After Wang Yunsheng's death, he had picked up a bargain. However, this time Hu Lanqi's soul pearl had shattered. It was obvious that he had died inside. However, although Hu Lanqi was dead, the 2 stronger holy princes of the Mon-Origin Divine Sect, Murong Haitang and Meng Yu, were still alive. Therefore, the Mon-Origin Divine Sect was looking forward to seeing their cultivation bases after they came out. Have they come out? The disciple of the Monarch Spirit Sect suddenly received a message. His heart trembled, and he didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly replied, "Vice Leader, they haven't come out yet." The one who sent him the message was none other than the Vice Leader of the Mon-Origin Spirit Cult, Lu Tianfeng. Still not out? In the Mon-Origin Spirit Sect's encampment, Lu Tianfeng frowned slightly when he received the reply. After a while, he said, "In addition to keeping an eye on the two holy princes, keep an eye on that Duan Lingtian. I'm very curious if he died in the trial grounds." Lu Tianfeng added, "Yes, vice sect leader." The disciple of the Mon-Origin spirit sect who was in the Myriad Arts Academy responded. At the same time, he thought to himself, "There has been a rumor in the sect for the past 2 years that this deputy leader and Duan Lingtian are mortal enemies. Could it be true? I heard that vice sect leader destroyed Duan Lingtian's hometown, the mundane realm? I'm afraid many of Duan Lingtian's relatives and friends have perished as well, right?" The disciple of the Mon-Origin spirit sect speculated. "If Duan Lingtian isn't dead, vice sect leader will have a headache. Such a person has heaven-defying talent and comprehension ability. Given enough time, he'll grow stronger sooner or later." At this thought, the disciple of the Mon-Origin spirit sect suddenly recalled the scene of Duan Lingtian killing Wang Yunsheng, the holy prince of the Mon-Origin spirit sect, and he shuddered. If Duan Lingtian really grows stronger, should I also plan to leave the Mon-Origin spirit sect? If he grows to the point where he doesn't fear the Mon-Origin spirit sect, he'll definitely settle the score. Who knows, maybe he'll settle the score with everyone in the Mon-Origin spirit sect. The disciple of the Mon-Origin spirit sect began to make plans in his mind. In fact, Lu Tianfeng was also thinking of the same thing. It'll be best if Duan Lingtian dies in there. If he's not dead and has become a medium god emperor, then I'll have to be careful. Lu Tianfeng's expression darkened when he thought of this. Duan Lingtian was clearly an ant that he could easily crush. However, Duan Lingtian was hiding in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace, rendering him powerless. Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. In a spacious courtyard, an old man was playing chess with a young man. "They're coming out soon. Aren't you going to stand guard over there?" The old man asked the young man with a smile as he put down a chess piece. The young man smiled faintly when he heard the old man's words. "I've already waited for 3 years. There's no need to rush now. All I know is that they're safe. That's enough." "You're quite patient." The old man shook his head, and his eyes flashed. "This time, I wonder what the little girl and the kid have gained. If both of them have made breakthroughs, the inner palace will be in the limelight this time." The old man was none other than the palace master of Myriad Jurisprudence Palace, Su Bailey. As for the young man, he was the third senior brother of the internal palace, Yang Yuchen. "I believe they won't disappoint you, palace master." Yang Yuchen smiled. The old man nodded. Then, he seemed to have recalled something and could not help but ask, "Is there still no news from your eldest senior sister?" "No." Yang Yuchen's expression turned solemn. Looking at the time, eldest senior sister should be back soon. She must have encountered some unexpected situation in the extraterrestrial lands. That's why she hasn't returned yet. The extraterrestrial lands? The old man sighed. Looking at the time, it's almost time for me to be on duty. I don't know if I'll be able to return safely this time. Boy, can't you just let me be at ease and accept the palace master's position? Asked the old man as he stared at Yang Yuchen with blazing eyes. Palace master. At that moment, Yang Yuchen showed a rare serious expression in front of Su Bailey. "I really have no intention of becoming the palace master of Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. I'm still waiting for my 4th junior sister to enter the ultimate god realm. Then, I'll leave the burden of the internal palace to her. Eldest senior sister has gone to the extraterrestrial lands and second senior brother has gone to the dimensional battlefield. I don't want to waste my time in Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. There's still about 100 years left in the dimensional battlefield." Chapter 42:14. Lang Chunwan had walked out of the Trial of Gods and entered the ultimate god realm, stunning everyone. Compared to her, the Ni Chong Phoenix Pavilion's Zhang Tianjiao, the Monarch Divine Cult's Saint Child Murong Haitang, and the other hierarch-level forces geniuses were all overshadowed by her. They were not even worth mentioning. Even Duan Ling Tian, who stood next to her, and had an equally shocking achievement, was temporarily ignored. This time, Duan Ling Tian was only a high-level divine emperor when he entered the trial of gods. Now, when he came out, he was already a high-level divine emperor. However, no one paid attention to it. When the vice palace master of Myriad Arts Academy, Yun Mengshan, said that Lang Chunwan had entered the ultimate god realm, for a moment, whether it was the group of onlookers or those who had just come out with Duan Ling Tian and Lang Chunwan, all eyes fell on Lang Chunwan. Even Duan Ling Tian was affected by the crowd and subconsciously looked at his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan, who was not far from him. Fourth senior sister, have you entered the intermediate god realm? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. 2 years ago, in the trial of gods, he and his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan, separated. He went to Yinyuan Tianzong while his fourth senior sister went to the heavenly lake of Cold Mountain. At that time, the master of the heavenly lake of Cold Mountain, Nangong Sui, promised his fourth senior sister that when they arrived at the heavenly lake of Cold Mountain, he would do his best to help her enter the intermediate god realm. At that time, she would officially enter the heavenly lake of Cold Mountain. Not yet. When Lang Chunwan heard Duan Lingtian's transmission, she immediately replied with some annoyance. That Nangong Sui is not very reliable. I went to the heavenly lake of Cold Mountain for 2 years and used up a lot of resources. Moreover, I have various methods to improve my cultivation, but 2 years is still too short. I have already urged them repeatedly, and that Nangong Sui also said that the heavenly lake of Cold Mountain has already done their best to help me as quickly as possible. However, I still need at least 3 years. Therefore, I am now only 2/3 of the way from the lower ultimate god realm to the intermediate god realm. In the end, that Nangong Sui is not reliable. Heavenly Lake of Cold Mountain is not reliable. Otherwise, I could have come out this time to fight with third senior brother. As she said this, there was no lack of sarcasm in her tone. Duan Ling Tian was speechless when he heard this. He felt his fourth senior sister was too greedy. Shi Lang, S. That Cold Mountain Heavenly Lake was probably doing everything they could to nurture his fourth senior sister. Now that fourth senior sister has suddenly left, the people from Cold Mountain Heavenly Lake will probably vomit blood. Right? That's not right. That Cold Mountain Heavenly Lake, and even everything in the divine trial grounds, should be arranged by the supreme experts. Since we have come out, that place should no longer exist. After all, according to what third senior brother said earlier, every time the divine trial grounds opens, it is different. Thinking of this, Duan Ling Tian felt relieved again. In that case, Yinyuan Tianzong should also be gone. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Thinking back to the past 2 years in Yinyuan Tianzong, it could be considered comfortable enjoying the resources of Yinyuan Tianzong until a month ago when he officially entered Yinyuan Tianzong. However, after entering Yinyuan Tianzong, the 2 great supreme gods of Yinyuan Tianzong both wanted to take him as a disciple. They argued incessantly about this, and even wanted him to make his own decision. They even gave him an ultimatum. Fortunately, he had come out, otherwise he would not know how to deal with it. However, now, that Yinyuan Tianzong, and everything in the divine trial grounds, should no longer exist. Thinking back to his experience in the divine trial grounds, Duan Ling Tian felt as if it was a dream. If his cultivation had not increased by a lot, he would have thought that it was really just a dream. Little junior brother, your harvest in Yinyuan Tianzong is not bad. You are already a high god emperor. At this time, fourth senior sister Lang Chunwan's voice transmitted to Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. Obviously, his fourth senior sister had already probed him. A supreme god's probing, and there was no malice, he did not notice at all. Did you consolidate your cultivation base? Lang Chunwan asked. She did not probe too deeply, otherwise, she would have been able to find out if her little junior brother had completely consolidated his cultivation base as a high god emperor. I consolidated it a month ago. Duan Ling Tian replied through voice transmission. Amazing! Lang Chunwan exclaimed. I didn't expect Yinyuan Tianzong to be so reliable. If I had known, I would not have gone to Yinyuan Tianzong and not to Hanshan Heavenly Lake. If I had gone to Yinyuan Tianzong, I might have already become a medium supreme god. Lang Chunwan said. Lang Chunwan's words made Duan Lingtian feel helpless and speechless. Fourth senior sister, it's not that simple. I was able to break through because I had a great harvest in Destiny Canyon, and I am only a supreme god. You're a supreme god. It's already amazing that you could improve so much in just 2 years. He really felt that his fourth senior sister's expectations of Hanshan Heavenly Lake were too high. Judging from the current situation, Hanshan Heavenly Lake definitely did not hide anything. They must have put in a lot of effort for his fourth senior sister. Lang Chunwan has actually become a supreme god. A supreme god who's not even 10,000 years old. Amazing. From now on, Vice Palace Master Yang's title as Myriad Arts Academy's #1 genius will have to be given to someone else. Actually, it's not a big deal for Vice Palace Master Yang to give up this title because she's his junior sister. Too amazing. Everyone in the surroundings was amazed by Lang Chunwan's improvement in cultivation. She had stepped into the Supreme God realm in one trial. The biggest winner this time was probably her. What's the big deal about the Supreme God realm? However, Lang Chunwan did not seem to be affected by the exclamations around her. There was even some disgust in the depths of her eyes. She really did not like the feeling of being watched. She was not a monkey. What's the big deal about the Supreme God realm? Hearing Lang Chunwan's words, many people were stunned. Wasn't this person's tone a little too big? However, in the next moment, Lang Chunyuan spoke up again. I was originally a high god emperor and had long since consolidated my cultivation. I was only a step away from the Divine Venerate realm. Entering the Divine Venerate realm in the Divine Venerate realm is very normal and within expectations. Instead of paying attention to someone like me who spent 3 years to enter the Supreme God realm from the High God Emperor realm, why don't you pay more attention to my junior brother? At this point, Lang Chunwan looked at Duan Lingtian. Under Duan Lingtian's astonished gaze, she continued, 3 years ago, my junior brother was only a high god emperor when he entered the trial of God, and now he's already a high god emperor. Isn't this improvement greater than mine? A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. At the end of her sentence, Lang Chunwan smiled disdainfully and then left with Duan Lingtian. Before leaving, no one knew if it was intentional or not, but she pushed Duan Lingtian and at the same time, pressed down on Duan Lingtian's body. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's divine power burst out of his body. Only Duan Lingtian knew that his divine power was purposely drawn out by his fourth senior sister. When Duan Lingtian's divine power swept out, the pure and stable divine power instantly caused the entire place to fall into a dead silence. Myriad Art Academy's Vice Palace Master, Yun Mingshan's expression changed in an instant. As a medium ultimate god, he had a more sensitive spiritual sense than the rest of the people present. He could clearly sense that Duan Lingtian's divine power was the divine power of a high god emperor who had completely consolidated his cultivation. A low-level divine emperor, after 3 years, stepped into the upper-level divine emperor realm and consolidated his cultivation. At this moment, Yun Mengshan felt as though he was about to suffocate. He was so shocked that he was about to suffocate. This kind of advancement, let alone Myriad Art Academy, even in the entire history of the mysterious gangland and the various divine planes, there was probably no one who had achieved this kind of advancement. It was too exaggerated. It was too frightening. After a while, the others also regained their senses one after another. Duan Lingtian really broke through to the realm of a high god emperor. Isn't this too exaggerated? 3 years ago, he was just a high god emperor. 3 years later, he's already a high god emperor? Duan Lingtian is the real monster. Oh my god, he's not even 3,000 years old now, right? You're wrong. He's not even 1,000 years old now. In the past 2 to 3 years, the news has already spread. Haven't you heard? Someone used the godly space-piercing shuttle to return to the lower planes and confirmed that Duan Lingtian is not even 1,000 years old. To be precise, Duan Lingtian is not even 900 years old now. Monster. Originally, only a few people knew that Duan Lingtian was not even 1,000 years old. However, when the Mon-Origin spirit sect got to the bottom of the matter and spread the news, more and more people knew that Duan Lingtian was not even 1,000 years old. By now, the majority of the people in the Myriad Art Academy already knew about this matter. It was because they knew that it was even more shocking. Why do I feel that Duan Lingtian might be able to defy the heavens in the future? If he continues to grow, it's only a matter of time before he becomes an omnipotent, let alone a high god. After all, he has mastered the Sword Tao and has great attainments in it. It's equivalent to obtaining a pass to become an omnipotent. If he really becomes an omnipotent in the future, our Myriad Art Academy will probably become a giant godly venerable level force. Everyone exclaimed. Most people were still in shock. There were also a few people whose expressions changed drastically. These people were from the Mon-Origin spirit sect. Many messages were sent to the Mon-Origin spirit sect. Elder, quickly send an expert to bring us back. Duan Lingtian has become a high god emperor. If we go back on our own, we might be stuck on the road forever. Elder, quickly inform the sect master. Myriad Art Academy's student Duan Lingtian has entered the trial grounds for 3 years. He has advanced from a high god emperor to a high god emperor and consolidated his cultivation. Lord Vice Sect Master, Duan Lingtian has come out. He has advanced to a high god emperor and consolidated his cultivation. Lord Vice Sect Master, Duan Lingtian is a monster. If I'm not mistaken, his current strength is no weaker than an ordinary low god. Chapter 42:15. Duan Lingtian was speechless when he was taken away by Lang Chunwan. It was one thing for his fourth senior to dislike being the center of attention, but why did she have to drag him down with her? Did she think he liked to be the center of attention? He still remembered that when fourth senior sister followed him out for the first time, she was quite envious when she saw that he had become the center of attention and the focus of discussion. Women were too fickle. Little junior brother, let's go back quickly. I just sent a message to third senior brother to ask him to come back. He received my message but didn't reply for a long time. It seems like he was shocked by our progress in the trial grounds. I didn't expect third senior brother to have such a day. Little junior brother, you have to work hard. Now, among the 5 of us in the inner palace, you're the only one who hasn't reached the ultimate god realm. When he followed Lang Chunwan back to the inner palace, Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard Lang Chunwan's last sentence. How old are you? You want to compete with me? Aren't you embarrassed? However, Duan Lingtian did not say it out loud in the end. When they returned to the inner palace, Duan Lingtian heard Lang Chunwan still talking about it like a senior educating a junior. He finally could not hold it in anymore. Fourth senior sister, I'm not even 900 years old. Lang Chunwan was speechless when she heard that. She muttered after a while, I forgot. You're not even 900 years old. All right. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's ears could finally be considered to be in peace. However, not long after, third senior brother Yang Yuchen returned. When Yang Yuchen returned, the first thing he did was not go to Lang Chunwan but to Duan Lingtian. He paused for a moment and praised, Amazing! In 3 years, you've gone from the Upper Divine Emperor realm to the Upper Divine Emperor realm. What's more, you've consolidated your cultivation base. Little junior brother, since the trial grounds appeared, you're probably the one who improved the most. Yang Yuchen sighed. Just now, when he heard his fourth junior sister say that this little junior brother had stepped into the Upper God Emperor realm and even consolidated his cultivation, he was really shocked. He ran back immediately. After confirming it, he was shocked, and a complicated look appeared in his eyes. It seemed that he had really picked up a good seedling for the inner palace. Such a good seedling is destined not to stay in the Wanda Law Palace for long. It's difficult for her to be restrained by the internal palace, It seems that fourth junior sister will be in charge of the internal palace for a long time in the future until there is another ultimate god in the internal palace after little junior brother. Yang Yuchen thought to himself. Of course, he didn't dare to say those words out loud. Otherwise, his fourth junior sister beside him wouldn't agree to it. I was just lucky. Duan Lingtian smiled. With my current strength compared to third senior brother, I still have a long way to go. What's there to compare with me? Yang Yuchen shook his head. When I was your age, I couldn't even compare to your pinky finger. Even the most outstanding eldest senior sister among our senior brothers and senior sisters couldn't compare to you at your age. It wasn't the first time Duan Lingtian heard Yang Yuchen mention eldest senior sister's talent. It sounded even more exaggerated than fourth senior sister Lang Chunwon. Third senior brother. Did eldest senior sister enter the ultimate god realm at fourth senior sister's age? Yang Yuchen was stunned by Duan Lingtian's question at first, then smiled faintly. When eldest senior sister was fourth senior sister's age, she was already a lower ultimate god who had killed many medium ultimate gods. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled when he heard that. Eldest senior sister was also so incredible? Little junior brother. I can't compare with senior sister. The gap is too big. At that moment, Lang Chunwon also began to shake her head. When she mentioned senior sister, a hint of fanaticism flashed in her eyes like a little fangirl. Fourth junior sister, you don't have to belittle yourself. Yang Yuchen smiled. At least, you're stronger than me and second senior brother. It's a good thing that there's an additional little junior brother in the inner palace. Otherwise, second senior brother and I, two men, would really be embarrassed in front of you and eldest senior sister. In Yang Yuchen's opinion, in terms of talent and comprehension, his little junior brother was definitely the first among the five in the inner palace. The second was eldest senior sister. The third was fourth junior sister. As for the fourth, it was him. Second senior brother was at the bottom. Before him, the inner palace had always been managed by his second senior brother, Hong Yifeng. Eldest senior sister had never officially managed the inner palace, and she had basically never appeared before the eyes of the people of the Myriad Law Palace. Thus, very few people knew of her existence. Therefore, everyone said that Yang Yuchen's talent was incredible and that he was a rare genius in Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. When fourth junior sister, Lang Chunwon, appeared, many people said that fourth junior sister, Lang Chunwon's innate talent and comprehension were not inferior to his. In fact, she might even be better than him. Naturally, he knew that after this trial of God, the title of the number one genius in the history of Myriad Jurisprudence Palace would undoubtedly fall on his little junior brother, Duan Lingtian. Little junior brother is amazing. Lang Chunwon snorted. However, no matter how amazing he is, he's still my little junior brother. Little junior brother, when you're stronger than fourth senior sister in the future, you must protect her well. Lang Chunwon looked at Duan Lingtian and spoke like an elder. In fact, with her age, she was more than qualified to be Duan Lingtian's elder. However, she looked like a young girl, so it was strange. However, Duan Lingtian was used to it. Of course, whoever dares to bully fourth senior sister is going against me. I won't let them off. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lang Chunwon immediately beamed with joy. She felt that she didn't dote on her little junior brother for nothing. Little junior brother, fourth junior sister, tell me about your experiences in the trial of God. Under normal circumstances, Yang Yuchen wouldn't be so curious. However, this time, his little junior brother, Duan Lingtian's cultivation had indeed increased by an exaggerated amount. It made it difficult for him to suppress his curiosity. As for asking about fourth junior sister Lang Chunwon, it was actually just in passing. He was worried that she would get jealous if he only asked about his little junior brother and not her. If possible, he didn't want to anger this little Mississippi. After all, he still had to coax her to take over his position and take charge of the internal palace. He planned to go to the dimensional battlefield. I'll speak first. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to speak, Lang Chunwon beat him to it. Duan Lingtian only smiled slightly when he saw this. Then, he patiently looked at his fourth senior sister and waited for her to tell him about her experiences in the trial of God. Of course, there were some things he knew. For example, his fourth senior sister had gone to the heavenly South Continent's Feyong divine nation and slaughtered all the upper god emperors in that divine nation. In his opinion, this was a very dangerous thing to do. Fortunately, nothing happened to his fourth senior sister. Another example was that during the divine nation battle in Heaven's Canyon, he also knew what happened after he met his fourth senior sister. While the three from the inner palace were chatting, the news of Duanling Tian breaking through to the senior divine emperor stage had spread throughout the Myriad Arts Academy. For a time, everyone in the Myriad Arts Academy was shocked. A upper god emperor had only spent 3 years to enter the upper god emperor realm. Moreover, it was said that he had completely consolidated his cultivation base. What did this mean? It meant that he was going to directly break through to the ultimate god realm. While the entire 10,000 Arts Academy was in a state of shock, all the major ultimate god forces with people in 10,000 Arts Academy also received the news. Many people who received the news thought it was impossible at first and thought it was fake news. They did not even report it. It was only after repeated confirmation that they believed it to be true. Myriad Arts Academy's Duan Lingtian is actually so monstrous? If I knew he was so monstrous, I would have personally gone to Tungling Province's Chunyang school and invited him to join our sect. I missed it. I missed it. The Mon-Origin Divine Sect seems to have a lot of conflict with him. I'm afraid they won't be able to sit still this time, right? The Mon-Origin Divine Sect might take the initiative to ask for peace. After all, this Duan Lingtian is too monstrous. He might not be a big threat to the Mon-Origin Divine Sect now, but who can guarantee that he won't be a big threat in the future? Give Duan Lingtian enough time, and I feel that it's only a matter of time before he becomes an omnipotent. When the people from the various major forces learned about Duan Lingtian's gains in the Trial of Gods, they were shocked. Not only that, but they were shocked as well. As one of the major forces in the Shengang land, the Mon-Origin Divine Sect also received the news. After receiving the news, the Mon-Origin Divine Sect's sect leader immediately contacted the other vice sect leaders except for Lu Tianfeng and decided to capture and imprison Lu Tianfeng. If there was no way to find an opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian in the future, they would wait for Duan Lingtian to grow stronger and send Lu Tianfeng out to vent their anger on Duan Lingtian. Of course, if there wasn't an opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian, they wouldn't act rashly. If Duan Lingtian survived, he would definitely be the Mon-Origin Divine Sect's mortal enemy in the future. Right now, it was only Lu Tianfeng who had a deep grudge against the other party. He ran away. However, when the Mon-Origin Spirit Sect's sect leader and the others wanted to secretly capture Lu Tianfeng, the vice sect leader of the Mon-Origin Spirit Sect, they discovered that the other party had already left the Mon-Origin Spirit Sect. It wasn't that someone had tipped him off that the Mon-Origin Divine Sect had decided to target him, but that he had chosen to leave as soon as he received the message from the Myriad Arts Academy. He knew what that message meant. He knew better than anyone how great the potential of a higher god emperor who had consolidated his cultivation before the age of 1,000 was. Even in the history of the Shengang land and the various planes of gods, there had never been such a monstrous genius who had achieved so much at such a young age. He even guessed that once the news reached the Mon-Origin Divine Sect's sect leader's ears, he would be targeted and used. Therefore, he fled in advance. Damn it! That Duan Lingtian didn't die in there. Not only did he not die, but he also had such a great opportunity. He didn't believe that Duan Lingtian didn't have a fortuitous encounter to advance from a higher god emperor to a higher god emperor in 3 years. Chapter 42:16. As the vice leader of the Mon-Origin Spirit Sect, Lu Tianfeng naturally knew the moral character of the Mon-Origin Spirit Sect. They bullied the weak and feared the strong. Of course, it was the same even for him. If another vice leader of the Mon-Origin Spirit Sect had provoked the Duan Lingtian and offended the Duan Lingtian, he would also take the lead to support the capture of the other party and apologize to the Duan Lingtian. After all, it was not the Mon-Origin spirit sect that had directly offended the Duan Lingtian. However, the problem was that he had offended the Duan Lingtian this time. He was also the one who had ordered the destruction of the Duan Lingtian's hometown, the Mundane Plain, and the killing of the family and sect members of the Duan Lingtian's group of relatives and friends. In the beginning, the Mon-Origin spirit sect was unaware. It was entirely his idea. Therefore, there was room for maneuver between the Mon-Origin spirit sect and the Duan Lingtian. And he was the key. If I don't run, I'll almost certainly die. If I still stay in the Mon-Origin spirit sect, then I'm really crazy. After leaving the Mon-Origin spirit sect, Lu Tianfeng breathed a sigh of relief and resentment at the same time. Damn it! I actually let the Duan Lingtian gain the upper hand. It'll be difficult to kill him in the future. However, this time, because of him, I can only leave the Mon-Origin divine sect and betray the Mon-Origin divine sect. From now on, unless I hide, there will be no place for me, Lu Tianfeng, to hide in the profound Handle land. Lu Tianfeng was very clear that after this time, as the Duan Lingtian's achievements in the Myriad Law Palace's divine trial ground spread, not only would the major ultimate god forces be shaken, but even the giant ultimate god forces would also pay attention to the Duan Lingtian and even try to rope in the Duan Lingtian. It was to the extent that some people and forces would target Lu Tianfeng in order to befriend Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you forced me to do this. Before you came to the Myriad Law Palace, you were from the Chunyang School. I'll start with Chunyang School. Lu Tianfeng's eyes flashed with a cold light. After destroying the Chunyang School, I'll leave the mystic Handle land, change my name, and find another realm of gods to live in. The world is so big. There will definitely be a place for me, Lu Tianfeng. Lu Tianfeng had made up his mind. He would leave after destroying Chunyang School. If he didn't leave and wanted to destroy other forces that were related to the Duan Lingtian and that he had the ability to destroy, there would be a certain amount of risk. After all, after Duan Lingtian knew that Chunyang School was destroyed, he would definitely be prepared. It was even possible that his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, would personally go and hide in a force that was related to him. If he rashly charged in, he might be left behind there. He knew that he was no match for Yang Yuchen. Furthermore, Yang Yuchen's speed was very fast. He did not have the confidence to escape under Yang Yuchen's nose. Destroy Chunyang School. Then leave. I won't miss it. As for the other forces that are related to the Duan Lingtian, in the future, when the limelight dies down, and after a few hundred or 1,000 years, there won't be any traps anymore. I'll come back and kill them all. Lu Tianfeng was very rational and clear-headed. He knew what he should do and what he should not do. Sometimes, a wrong decision would often ruin a person's life. Chunyang School. With anger towards Duan Lingtian in his heart, Lu Tianfeng's eyes were burning with anger. He directly flew towards Chunyang School. Chunyang School was also the sect in Tungleng Province where Duan Lingtian had stayed before going to Myriad Law Palace. It was one of the top forces in Tungleng Province. In Chunyang School, he also had people that he cared about. Chapter 42:17. The Mon-Origin Divine Sect was a heavyweight ultimate god force in the mystic Handle land. With a high-level ultimate god, they would not compromise with a high-level ultimate god. Even if this high-level ultimate god had the ability to kill an ordinary ultimate god. However, when this high-level ultimate god was a peerless genius and even had a powerful force protecting him, everything was different. Duan Lingtian knew very well that the Mon-Origin Divine Sect wanted to make peace with him only because they realized that his talent and comprehension were monstrous and that he would rise in the future. In addition, with the Myriad Law Academy as his backing, he was not worried that the Mon-Origin Divine Sect would dare to send people to kill him. Under such circumstances, as long as he did not run around, it would not be difficult for him to grow. It was also under such circumstances that the Mon-Origin Divine Sect would feel threatened. a high-level ultimate god who was not even 1,000 years old and had mastered a high-grade ultimate god weapon, and the 4 Daos of heaven and earth might be able to kill an ordinary ultimate god. How could the Mon-Origin divine sect not be worried when such an existence grew up in the future? I'm not interested in meeting him, Duan Lingtian said. However, hearing this, Yang Yuchen smiled and said, "Little junior brother, I suggest you meet him, and then make some requests. If the Mon-Origin divine sect can do it, it's fine for you to bury the hatchet with them. If they can't do it, then there's no need for peace talks." Duan Lingtian frowned slightly at Yang Yuchen's words. As Yang Yuchen continued to speak, his expression became solemn as he realized that he had been rash earlier. When you meet the vice leader of the Mon-Origin divine sect, your first request is for the Mon-Origin divine sect to capture Lu Tianfeng and send him to you. Although I'm not very familiar with Lu Tianfeng, I've heard some of his deeds. He's a vengeful person. Right now, he's escaping from the Mon-Origin divine sect. Although it's not directly related to you, it's indirectly related. He might even think that it's all because of you. Under such circumstances, he'll definitely target you. However, you're in the Myriad Law Academy, so he can't target you even if he wants to. Under such circumstances, he can only target people or forces related to you. This kind of person, you should beat him to death with a stick. If you keep him alive, sooner or later he will be a disaster. As soon as Yang Yuchen finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's expression completely changed. Chunyang School. He immediately thought of Chunyang School. Then, she thought of the places where she had stayed before she went to Chunyang School. To be more precise, it was those forces. For example, the Linghu family. For example, the Tianlong clan. Since Lu Tianfeng was a native of the realms of gods, he was not worried about Lu Tianfeng causing trouble in the lower realms. After all, Lu Tianfeng was a native of the realms of gods. His strength would be restricted in the lower realms. If Lu Tianfeng himself dared to go, one of his law's avatars could easily make him stay. Now, the only thing he couldn't guarantee was the safety of the people of those forces he had stayed in after coming to the Profound Handle land. He might not have much of a sense of belonging to those forces, but there were some people he cared about. If something happened to those people because of him. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian felt his scalp tingle. Don't worry. Seeing that Duan Lingtian's expression had changed greatly and seemed to want to leave Myriad Arts Academy, Yang Yuchen smiled and said, "Before this, of my 3 laws avatars, 1 went to Chunyang School, 1 went to the Tianlong clan, and the last one went to the Linghu family. If Lu Tianfeng shows up, even if my law's avatars can't make him stay, it'll be difficult for him to succeed. The main reason I asked you to make a request to the Mon-Origin spirit sect is to get them to cooperate with my law's avatars to make Lu Tianfeng stay. If I'm here, it won't be difficult to make him stay. However, my law's avatars can at most stop him from attacking the Chunyang school and the Linghu family." Hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he was shocked. His 3rd senior brother had 3 law's avatars, and he was confident that he could stop Lu Tianfeng from attacking the forces he cared about. Didn't that mean that his 3 laws avatars had extremely high attainments in the laws they corresponded to? That the other 2 laws were not weaker than the one he was most proficient in? Amidst the shock, Duan Lingtian thought of his trip to the trial grounds and the other laws that had strengthened and improved, and he felt somewhat relieved. His 3rd senior brother might have also improved his other laws through a similar route. It was normal for some of the more common laws to improve faster. For example, the 5 elemental laws that he mastered had improved the fastest during this trip to the trial grounds. It had even surpassed the time law and life law that he was more proficient in previously. As a reward, the laws had not only improved his divine power but also his laws. Those laws were mostly the 5 elemental laws. Currently, the law that he was most proficient in was the space law. However, below that were the 5 elemental laws. Of course, the 5 elemental laws also had differences in strength. For example, the fire law and the earth law that he had come into contact with earlier were stronger than the other 3 laws. "I'll go see him." After listening to his 3rd senior brother Yang Yuchen, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate and immediately went to see the Mon-Origin sect's deputy leader, Li Donghui. Li Donghui greets brother Duan. Although it was Li Donghui's first time meeting Duan Lingtian, and he was the deputy leader of the Mon-Origin sect, he was very humble in front of Duan Lingtian. This also made Duan Lingtian sigh in his heart. After all, the Mon-Origin sect was a heavyweight ultimate god-level force. Not everyone in it was reckless and incompetent. Of course, Duan Lingtian met Li Donghui under the accompaniment of the Myriad Law Academy's palace master, Su Baili. This was also Su Baili's request. He did not dare to let anything happen to Duan Lingtian. In particular, now that Duan Lingtian had displayed extremely monstrous talent and strength, if something really happened to him in the Myriad Law Academy, he was not afraid of the other three people in the inner palace, including Yang Yuchen. However, he had to be wary of the strongest person in the inner palace, the eldest senior sister of the inner palace. If something happened to Duan Lingtian and that person really made a scene, it was uncertain whether the Myriad Law Academy could continue to exist. At the very least, no one in the current generation of the Myriad Law Academy, including himself, could control that person, unless there was a supreme expert who took action to protect the Myriad Law Academy. However, if there was no accident, there was also a supreme expert behind that person. I've already heard the reason for your visit from my third senior brother. Duan Lingtian looked at Li Donghui and said indifferently, "It's not impossible for the Mon-Origin sect to bury the hatchet with me." When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, Li Donghui's eyes brightened. "Brother Duan, if you have any requests, feel free to state them." The sect leader also said that as long as it's within the means of the Mon-Origin sect, we won't refuse. I won't mention the other requests for the time being. We'll talk about them after you've fulfilled the first one. Duan Lingtian stared deeply at Li Donghui and said, "Since you said that Lu Tianfeng was the instigator of all this, you should capture him and bring him to me first. If you can't even fulfill this request, there's nothing left for me to discuss with the Mon-Origin sect. As for whether I'll settle the score with you in the future, that'll depend on my mood." After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he turned and left, not giving Li Donghui a chance to speak again. Li Donghui was left standing on the spot, his expression fluctuating. After a while, he shook his head and bid farewell to Su Baili. "Palace Master Su, I'll take my leave first. Please reply to Duan Lingtian and tell him that the Mon-Origin sect will do everything in their power to capture Lu Tianfeng." After Li Donghui left, Duan Lingtian could not help but frown when he learned from Yang Yuchen that Li Donghui's reply had been relayed by the Palace Master of Myriad Arts Academy. "Third senior brother, I didn't tell him that Lu Tianfeng might cause trouble for the Chunyang school, the Tianlong clan, and the Linghu family. Would they have thought of this?" Yang Yuchen shook his head and smiled. "Little junior brother, you're underestimating the Mon-Origin sect too much if you think that way. Since Lu Tianfeng used to be the vice leader of the Mon-Origin sect, do you think there are few people who know him? Don't worry, the Mon-Origin sect will definitely send people to those three forces." Duan Lingtian was relieved to hear this. At the same time, a cold killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. If Lu Tianfeng was defeated this time, then so be it. If he wasn't, then he would have to find him eventually. Otherwise, leaving him alive would be a disaster. The Mon-Origin sect. Before the few medium-level ultimate gods who had gone to pick up Duan Lingtian from Myriad Arts Academy returned, the Mon-Origin sect leader ordered the other medium-level ultimate gods in the sect to gather. Then orders were issued one after another. The medium-level ultimate gods were quickly divided into two groups and headed to the Chunyang school and the Linghu family respectively. As for the Tianlong clan, they were naturally not left out. The medium-level ultimate gods who had gone to pick up Duan Lingtian from Myriad Arts Academy were to change their route halfway and head directly to the Tianlong clan. If they found Lu Tianfeng, they were to capture him and bring him back. If they could not capture him, they were to kill him and bring his corpse back. At the very least, they had to bring the corpse back. I hope everything goes smoothly, otherwise, I'll have to think of a way to get rid of Duan Lingtian. After all the orders were issued, the Mon-Origin sect leader stepped into the air and hovered above the Mon-Origin sect's encampment. He looked into the distance and muttered to himself. However, This kind of heaven-defying monster usually has great luck and won't be so easy to kill. No one would have thought that the monarch god cult sect master, a high-level god venerable, would be so fearful of a high-level god emperor. It was as if he wasn't facing a high-level god emperor, but a high-level god venerable. At the same time, Lu Tianfeng had also arrived in Tongling province and was near the Chunyang school. Chunyang school, a sect that has only produced one higher ultimate god in recent years. I'll destroy your entire sect within 2 hours. At this time, Lu Tianfeng was full of murderous intent and directly rushed into the Chunyang school. His violent power was like an exploding sun as it crashed into the Chunyang school's protective formation. In the next moment, the Chunyang school's protective formation was directly shattered without even trembling. Boom! Rumble! At this moment, the entire Chunyang school shook as if doomsday had arrived. Suddenly, Jinping Fan spoke in an indifferent tone. As a godly venerables, you can't do anything to Duan Ling Tian. So you came to Chunyang school to vent your anger. Doing this today, in the next millennium tribulation, a cowardly piece of trash like you won't even be able to survive the inner demon tribulation, right? As soon as Jinping Fan spoke, every word hit the nail on the head. It also made Lu Tianfeng's expression change drastically. Originally, he had never thought about this. He also did not think that there was anything wrong with targeting Chunyang school when he could not do anything to Duan Ling Tian. However, now that he had been exposed in public, he was a little angry at this moment, no matter how thick-skinned he was. That was because he was struck in the heart. Boy! Lu Tianfeng attacked Chunyang school's sect protecting formation while everyone looked on with ugly expressions. At the same time, he looked at Jinping Fan with lightning eyes. You called me trash. Do you dare to come out? If you dare to come out, as long as you can survive one blow from me, I'll let Chunyang school off the hook. Do you dare to? At the end of his sentence, Lu Tianfeng's face was full of contempt. At this time, Jinping Fan did not pay attention to Lu Tianfeng. Instead, he directly said to the people around him, Father, senior brother, I just asked Duan Ling Tian. This person is the former vice leader of the Mon-Origin sect, Lu Tianfeng. He's just a stray dog. Now, the Mon-Origin sect, a heavyweight godly venerables force, has taken the initiative to seek peace with Duan Ling Tian. He can't compare to Duan Ling Tian at all. It's because of this that he came to Chunyang school to attack Duan Ling Tian. He's just a coward and trash. He won't dare to stay for too long. Duan Ling Tian has already informed the Mon-Origin sect to send people to kill Lu Tianfeng. Now, someone should be arriving at Chunyang school soon, Jinping Fan said. Of course, the last sentence was added by Jinping Fan himself. At this moment, Yang Yuchen, or to be precise, Yang Yuchen's law clone, who was hiding in the dark on the horizon, could not help but frown slightly. At the same time, Yang Yuchen's original body, which was with Duan Ling Tian in Myriad Arts Academy, sighed. Little junior brother, were you the one who told Jinping Fan to say that someone from the Mon-Origin sect is arriving at Chunyang school? No. Duan Ling Tian was stunned at first, then shook his head. I just told him that the Mon-Origin sect promised me that they would target Lu Tianfeng, so he didn't have to worry. Then he must have added those words himself, hoping that Lu Tianfeng would retreat as soon as possible. Yang Yuchen sighed. Originally, this Lu Tianfeng should still be able to stay for a while. But now, I'm afraid he won't be able to stay for long. This time, it'll be a little difficult to kill him. Yang Yuchen said. What's wrong? Duan Ling Tian frowned, and at the same time, his expression changed slightly. Yang Yuchen told Duan Ling Tian the situation at the scene. Duan Ling Tian also smiled bitterly in an instant. It's my fault for not being too high profile and scaring the other party away. I didn't expect that he would still say something to scare the other party. Now, I can only hope that the other party won't be frightened by him. Although Duan Ling Tian was not present at the scene at Chunyang school, his third senior brother Yang Yuchen's law clone was present. Therefore, the moment Lu Tianfeng attacked the Chunyang school, he knew that Lu Tianfeng had gone to Chunyang school. Lu Tianfeng was frightened by him. Yang Yuchen shook his head. Duan Lingtian was also somewhat helpless at this time. In his anxiety, he sent a message to Jin Pingfan, asking him to deliberately pretend to be guilty so that the other party would lower his guard. After receiving Duan Lingtian's message, Jin Pingfan's eyes flashed with a trace of regret. He had screwed up the big picture. It turned out that Duan Lingtian and his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, the vice palace master of Myriad Arts Academy, had planned to use the Chunyang School's protective array to buy time and wait for the Mon-Origin sect to arrive. Then, Yang Yuchen's law clone would join forces with the Mon-Origin sect to detain Lu Tianfeng. However, just now, he had scared Lu Tianfeng, and it was very likely that Lu Tianfeng would leave early. In this way, the Mon-Origin sect would not be able to arrive in time, and Yang Yuchen's law clone would also have a hard time detaining the other party. Elder Jun, you must find a way to detain Lu Tianfeng. If we don't kill Lu Tianfeng this time, it'll be difficult to kill him again. Duan Lingtian's message also made Jin Pingfan anxious, but at the same time, he tried to calm himself down and pretend to be guilty. However, he soon found that Lu Tianfeng was not paying attention to him. When he attacked the Chunyang School's protective array again, he was obviously distracted. Was he really frightened by me? While the eyes of many of the higher-ups of Chunyang School lit up, Jin Pingfan said with a wry smile, "Martial Uncle Vice Palace Master Yang is only here with a law doppelganger, and it doesn't seem to be the strongest law doppelganger." Almost at the same time Jin Pingfan finished speaking, Lu Tianfeng, who was preparing to leave, was once again stopped by Yang Yuchen. However, Lu Tianfeng didn't pay him any attention. He just didn't want to meet force with force, and he was focused on escaping. "Yang Yuchen, this is only a law doppelganger of yours. You can't stop me." Lu Tianfeng sneered. Yang Yuchen also smiled. "Lu Tianfeng, this is indeed my law doppelganger. Moreover, it's mainly my law of fire and not my law doppelganger which I specialize in. Under such circumstances, are you not going to fight me?" "Humph." Lu Tianfeng snorted. "Yang Yuchen, you don't have to provoke me. You want to restrain me and wait for the Mon-Origin divine cult to come, right? You can't stop me." Lu Tianfeng was not a fool. When Jin Pingfan spoke earlier, he realized that he had forgotten something. That was, while the Mon-Origin divine cult had abandoned him, they could have made peace with Duan Lingtian. They could even hit it off and target him. Many people in the Mon-Origin divine cult knew his character. It was not difficult to guess that he would take revenge on Duan Lingtian after leaving the Mon-Origin divine cult. At that moment, he was even a little afraid. Fortunately, someone had reminded him. Otherwise, when the Mon-Origin divine cult arrived, he might have really stayed here. The Mon-Origin divine cult would definitely send people who were confident in dealing with him. At least 2 medium ultimate gods would be able to firmly hold him down. Therefore, he was ready to leave at that time. However, he did not expect that when he was ready to leave, he would be intercepted by Yang Yuchen's law doppelganger. Obviously, Yang Yuchen had also guessed that he would take revenge on Duan Lingtian. His law doppelganger had arrived in advance. He could even guess why Yang Yuchen only had one law doppelganger here. The other law doppelganger who could stop him from attacking another force was most likely in the Tianlong clan or the Linghu family. Because of this, he did not underestimate Yang Yuchen's law of fire doppelganger just because it was the law doppelganger he was most proficient in. For Yang Yuchen to be able to send this law's avatar over, it was definitely not to send him to his death. Subsequently, Yang Yuchen repeatedly intercepted him and made him realize this point. At the same time, he was quite shocked. Yang Yuchen is really a monster. Just a law of fire doppelganger is so powerful. An ordinary medium ultimate god is definitely no match for his law of fire doppelganger. The more this was so, the more Lu Tianfeng's desire to live was stimulated. After chasing Yang Yuchen's law of fire doppelganger for a while, he finally got rid of it. Go to the realm battlefield immediately and leave the Shengang land. There were no obstructions throughout the entire process. The deputy palace master of the Legacy Palace, who had always opposed Yang Yuchen, not only did he not cause trouble for Yang Yuchen this time, he even seemed to support Yang Yuchen. The reason was that he felt that Yang Yuchen would not compete with them for the palace master position after he left. In addition, they had a vague understanding of what kind of person Lang Chun-Wan of the Internal Palace was. As long as they did not provoke her, she could stay in the independent realm of the Internal Palace and not come out. She was just a figurehead in name. They could not wait to welcome such a deputy palace master from the Internal Palace. So how could they cause trouble for her? Third senior brother, come with me to the Linghu family. Then we'll go to the realm battlefield together. After Yang Yuchen finished his business, he impatiently took Duan Lingtian and slipped away. His first stop was to visit the Linghu family, where Duan Lingtian wanted to go. Apart from the Linghu family, aren't you going to meet anyone else? Yang Yuchen asked on the way to the divine artifact. Nope. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He didn't know when he would return this time. If Linghu Renjia had been the head of the Linghu family in the past, he would have sent him a message and slipped away. But the problem was that the current Linghu Renjia was the uncle of his wife, Kerr. Even if he had been Kerr's uncle in her past life, now that Kerr had recovered her memories, he was still her uncle, her relative. With such a relationship, it would be more appropriate to say goodbye before leaving. As for Yi Chunfeng, Zhen Pingfan, Xue Haichuan, and the others, he only sent a message once. Among them, Zhen Pingfan, Xue Haichuan, and the others replied. Only Yi Qinfeng's message was like a stone sinking into the ocean. However, Yi Qinfeng's Wind Soul Pearl was intact, which meant that he was alive and well. He was either in secluded cultivation or in the realm battlefield. Coming to the Linghu family again, Duan Lingtian felt as if a lifetime had passed. Back then, when he had just arrived at the Linghu family, he had needed the protection of the Linghu family in front of the God Emperor. And now, he was already a God Emperor who was above the God Kings. Moreover, he was the strongest God Emperor amongst the God Emperors. Seeing Linghu Renjia again, Duan Lingtian hadn't changed at all. In fact, this was normal. After all, it hadn't been many years since Linghu left the Linghu family. Be careful. Don't act rashly. Knowing that Duan Lingtian was going to the realm battlefield, Linghu Renjia warned him with a grave expression. After Duan Lingtian acknowledged and left, Linghu Renjia looked at Duan Lingtian's back as he entered the divine artifact ship. His gaze couldn't help but become somewhat absent-minded. How long has it been? He's already a God Emperor. It seems that my niece's matter has really stimulated him greatly. It's my niece's fortune to have such a husband. I wonder how my stubborn sister is doing now. I hope she's safe and sound. Unknowingly, 2 soul pearls had appeared in Linghu Renjia's hands. One of them belonged to his sister, Duan Lingtian, while the other belonged to Duan Lingtian. Moreover, it was the soul pearl that Duan Lingtian had given him before leaving. To be more precise, he had asked Duan Lingtian to give it to him. After all, the soul energy in the soul pearl would dissipate. According to Duan Lingtian, he didn't know when he would return. Therefore, Linghu Renjia had asked him for another soul pearl. From now on, there's one more person I have to worry about. Linghu Renjia sighed. He had a very special feeling towards Duan Lingtian. It was a feeling that ordinary nephews and sons-in-law could not compare to. Before he found out that Duan Lingtian was his nephew-in-law, he had been very fond of this monstrously talented and ambitious child. Of course, he had yet to reach the level of a supreme expert. It was impossible for him to reach the level of a supreme expert. After all, the ultimate powerhouse's divine power was created by the ultimate powerhouses. Moreover, any ultimate powerhouse had the ability to create it. Third senior brother, do you have the divine power of an omnipotent? Duan Lingtian looked at Yang Yuchen and asked curiously. In his opinion, his third senior brother was already one of the best among the medium ultimate gods. If he used the supreme expert's divine power and transformed his divine power to the upper ultimate god realm in a short time, there would be very few upper ultimate gods who could be his match. Yes. Yang Yuchen nodded. The supreme expert's divine power in my hands was given to me by eldest senior sister and second senior brother. Little junior brother, you're now a upper god emperor. Who knows when you'll enter the ultimate god realm in the future? I'll give you 2 drops of the supreme expert's divine power when we leave the military camp later. I happen to have 4 drops in my hands, Yang Yuchen said. However, Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard that. Third senior brother, you only have 4 drops of the supreme expert's divine power. It's better for you to keep them for yourself. I won't be able to use them even if I take them. As for after I enter the ultimate god realm, when that happens, I'll rely on my own efforts to obtain the supreme expert's divine power. Duan Lingtian said. It's better for you to keep them. Exchanging them for the supreme expert's divine power requires a lot of battle merits. Yang Yuchen continued. After all, for some people, the supreme expert's divine power is a life-saving item. At a critical moment, when the divine power explodes, even if you can't beat your opponent, you can still run. I know that. Duan Lingtian said solemnly. That's exactly why. I can't take them. Just take them. I didn't get them myself. They were given to me by first senior sister and second senior brother. If they were here, they would definitely support me giving them to you. Yang Yuchen insisted. In the end, after a stalemate, Yang Yuchen chose to give in to Duan Lingtian's insistence. Then I'll give you 1 drop. If you don't want 1 drop, do you want to withdraw from the internal palace? Duan Lingtian could only compromise when he saw that his third senior brother had put it this way. Let's go. Let's leave the barracks. Following that, Duan Lingtian also left the military camp in the Mystic Handle land under Yang Yuchen's lead. This was a relatively small military camp. There were not many people here and they were scattered around. Fighting was not allowed in the barracks, so it was peaceful and quiet. After Duan Lingtian and Yang Yuchen left, only a few people glanced at them casually. No one paid much attention to them. After gaining some battle merits, he finally met his first ultimate god from the pilgrimage grounds. A lower ultimate god. A medium ultimate god from the mysterious gang grounds? When the lower ultimate god saw Yang Yuchen blocking his way, his expression changed drastically. In the next moment, he wanted to escape. However, under Yang Yuchen's watch, there was no way for him to escape. It's over. While the lower ultimate god was in despair, Yang Yuchen said calmly, as long as you can defeat my little junior brother who's at the upper ultimate god realm, I'll let you go. Upper ultimate god? The lower ultimate god looked at Duan Lingtian. Finally, as they went deeper into the inner area, Duan Lingtian and Yang Yuchen finally met a medium ultimate god from the mysterious Zen land. Moreover, it was not a medium ultimate god. It was two medium ultimate gods who were traveling together. One was a young man while the other was a middle-aged man. The young man was dressed in a gorgeous brocade robe with a handsome face and sharp eyes. The middle-aged man was dressed in a light white robe. He was tall and burly with a faint curly beard on his face. Duan Lingtian and Yang Yuchen met the two men. Before they could move, the two men had already surrounded them. A medium ultimate god and a high-level ultimate god. Do you people from the mysterious Zen land like to have your seniors bring your juniors around? The young man beside the middle-aged man spoke as well. Do you have a grudge against us and brought us to die in the inner area? Let's go and have a look. The place where Kerr grew up in her past life. The Xia clan, a giant godly venerable rank family in the divine offering land. Let's go and have a look at the Yun clan. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian went directly to a nearby military camp and prepared to head to the divine offering land. On the way, he was intercepted by two upper-rank god emperors who were surrounded by a faint gray light. The two upper-rank god emperors from the divine offering land were easily killed by him. After killing one of them, the other tried to escape but failed. Duan Lingtian even felt that he had overestimated Yun Qingyan by saying that he was only a medium ultimate god. Yun Qingyan might not even be a medium ultimate god. If I can kill Yun Qingyan, Kerr's matter in the divine offering land will come to an end. Now I just have to find Kerr. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian used the flying ship to travel at the speed of a higher ultimate god. As he traveled, he cultivated and digested the large amount of rewards he had accumulated. Currently, there were still many rewards he had not digested. There were no rewards for killing in the plains of gods. Only killing in the plains of gods and other places like the plains of gods could earn rewards. However, he could bring the rewards out of the plains of gods. After leaving the plains of gods and the plains of gods, the rewards would evaporate at twice the rate compared to when he was in the plains of gods and the plains of gods. However, Duan Lingtian did not mind. Now that the rewards were gone, he could just go back to the plains of gods and get more. Moreover, the rewards he had accumulated in his body were enough to last him for a period of time. Perhaps when he entered the plains of gods again, the rewards would still be there. The flying ship traveled at the speed of a higher ultimate god. It was obvious that this was not an ordinary person. On the road, ordinary bandits would not easily provoke this kind of existence. After all, this kind of person was very likely to be a steel plate. Of course, ordinary bandits would not dare to provoke this kind of person. However, this did not mean that some powerful bandits would not dare to provoke this kind of person. It was to the extent that some powerful bandit forces were specifically targeting this type of fat sheep. Lord Deputy Leader, I have an Emperor-grade flying ship with me. It's heading north at the speed of a higher ultimate god. A middle god Emperor realm bandit who was hiding in the dark looked at the divine artifact flying ship that was flying across the sky. He sent out a message at the right time. All right. The other side only responded faintly. I'll inform the leader now. This bandit force was an ultimate god level force. The leader was a lower ultimate god and the deputy leaders were all half-step ultimate gods. Below them, there were also many small leaders in the upper god emperor realm. The weakest among this ultimate god-level bandit force was usually in charge of cleaning up the battlefield and doing odd jobs. They were all lower ultimate gods. A bandit force like this could be considered one of the top bandit forces in the entire divine offering land. It was even to the extent that there wasn't a second bandit force that stayed in the large area around them, because they didn't dare to offend them and had all retreated. Whoosh! Soon after Duan Lingtian's flying ship had flown for a while, an ultimate god-level flying ship caught up with it at the speed of a lower ultimate god. In the flying ship, a well-built middle-aged man stood there. His eyes were sharp as he stared ahead calmly. That person is heading in this direction, right? Yes, Lord Deputy Leader. The middle ultimate god bandit who had been hiding in the dark and was now on the flying ship quickly replied respectfully. Very good. The middle-aged man nodded. According to the rules, we'll give you 1% of the loot this time. Thank you, Lord Deputy Leader. The middle ultimate god bandit expressed his gratitude as he was pleasantly surprised. At the same time, he could not help but look forward to it. He hoped that it was a fat sheep. If that was the case, even if he only got 1% of the loot, it would still be a huge profit for him. I see it. About 15 minutes later, the middle-aged man, who was also the bandit leader, saw a small black that was getting bigger and bigger. Same rules. Our flying ship will intercept him directly. I'll intercept him from the front. The rest of you, surround him from the other directions. The bandit leader then looked at the other people beside him and said, these people were the deputy leaders of this bandit force. They nodded when they heard the bandit leader's order. Ordinary people would not bother to rob this bandit force. They would only attack when they met a fat sheep. Once they attacked, they would attack in full force. Because of this, they had even killed a lone lower ultimate god. They had even killed a low-level ultimate god who had completely consolidated his cultivation base. If it was only their leader, they could only fight to a draw with that person. It was because of the help of others that they could kill the lone lower ultimate god. At the same time, in the flying ship in front, Master, there's an ultimate god flying ship behind us. Duan Lingtian, who was still cultivating, suddenly heard the voice of the seven orifices exquisite sword soul, Huang. She reminded Duan Lingtian in a timely manner. Master, they are not friendly. At the same time, another voice was heard. It was also a woman's voice, but compared to Huang Er's, it was more charming and enchanting. This was the sword soul of another full soul superior divine sword in Duan Lingtian's possession. He obtained it from killing a lower ultimate god with the help of his third senior brother Yang Yuchen in the profound Zen battlefield. He usually gave it to his Maxim doppelganger to use, but it also merged with his Maxim doppelganger at the same time. Almost at the same time when the two women reminded Duan Lingtian, the flying ship behind them suddenly burst out at an amazing speed and directly caught up with them. It was the ultimate god flying ship that suddenly burst out at the speed of a medium ultimate god. In the blink of an eye, it caught up with Duan Lingtian's flying ship and blocked its way. During this process, many figures flew out from it and swept in all directions. In the flying ship directly in front, a strong figure appeared and punched out at the same time. It shook the void and a vast airwave swept out, directly overturning Duan Lingtian's flying ship, a lower ultimate god. In the flying ship, Duan Lingtian was floating in the air. The overturning of the flying ship did not affect him at all. He stared ahead with a cold gaze. So many people, are they from a bandit faction? An ultimate god bandit faction. Duan Lingtian suddenly felt that his luck seemed to be quite good. He had just arrived at the divine offering land and he had already encountered an ultimate god bandit faction. It should be noted that godly venerable rank bandit forces were extremely rare in the Mystic Gangland and other realms of gods. The divine offering land was no exception. Duan Lingtian kept the flying ship and stood in the air, exposing himself in front of more than 30 bandits. Other than a few lower god emperors and medium god emperors who were patrolling outside who did not have time to board the flying ship, the entire bandit faction had turned out in full force. Only one person? However, after Duan Lingtian appeared, many of the bandits frowned slightly. A hint of disappointment appeared on their faces in unison. Only one person meant that the harvest this time was limited. Only one person? The medium god Emperor Bandit, who had his eyes on Duan Lingtian, was the most disappointed at this time. Robbing and killing one person was already very little to begin with. Now that the harvest was reduced by 99%, it was even more insignificant to him. The divine crystals that Duan Lingtian had stored in the spaceship had all been used up when they were heading to the Xia clan. They were still traveling at the speed of an intermediate god. Duan Lingtian did not feel any heartache at all. After all, he had the laws to help him with his cultivation, so he did not need divine crystals. Chapter 42-29. If it was said that Duan Lingtian's mood was perturbed and slightly excited when he arrived outside the Xia clan's door, then he was extremely excited. However, outside the Yun clan's entrance, Duan Lingtian's mood was only gloomy. In fact, it even carried a monstrous rage. Yun Qingyan. Duan Lingtian's eyes were burning with anger as he stared at an oasis in the Gobi Desert in the distance. Faintly discernible groups of sect leaders could be seen there. It was the Yun clan, one of the most powerful ultimate god clans in the divine offering land. Let's see if I can find a chance to kill Yun Qingyan. Before arriving at the Yun residence, Duan Lingtian had been to a bustling city at the edge of the desert. It was one of the Yun clan's subordinate cities. While he was there, he had inquired about Yun Qingyan. It was not difficult to find out that Yun Qingyan's cultivation level was at the lower ultimate god realm. It was said that he was about to enter the medium ultimate god realm. This rumor had been circulating for a long time. It was very likely that he had already entered the medium ultimate god realm. As for the law that Yun Qingyan was good at, it was not said that he had reached the level of 100,000 miles dim light in the dimensional battlefield. Moreover, the possibility of that was very low. It's not difficult to kill him if I fight him one-on-one. After learning about Yun Qingyan's strength, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel restless. If there was one person he wanted to kill the most in the world, it would be the young master of the Yun clan, one of the most powerful ultimate god clans, Yun Qingyan. I need to think of a way to sneak into the Yun clan. Duan Lingtian stared at the Yun clan from afar before returning to the bustling city he had been to earlier. He wanted to see if he could find a chance to sneak into the Yun clan and lure Yun Qingyan out. Of course, it would be even better if he did not have to risk his life. After that, Duan Lingtian stayed in the city for more than 10 days before he finally found an opportunity that did not require him to put himself in danger. 2 months later, the ordinary ultimate god clans under the Yun clan would send people to pay tribute to the Yun clan. Duan Lingtian planned to do something to the Yun clan's people. Next, I need to find a suitable target. Duan Lingtian was not a rash person. After a few hundred years of wandering, he had become more mature and calm. He patiently searched for a target among the people from the godly venerable rank forces who would be paying tribute to the Yun clan in 2 months' time. In the end, they locked onto one person, a high god emperor. He was also the leader of one of the godly venerable rank forces who was going to pay tribute to the Yun family in 2 months' time. That person was a half-step ultimate god. He's the one. After Duan Lingtian locked onto his target, he began to plan. The Hongyu Sacred Clan was an ultimate god-level faction with one ultimate god expert in the current generation. It was subordinate to the giant ultimate god-level clan, the Yun clan. Furthermore, the younger sister of the only ultimate god expert in the Hongyu Sacred Sect was married to the second master of the Yun family. She was the official wife and had quite a high status in the Yun family. Because of this relationship, even some forces stronger than the Hongyu Sacred Clan did not dare to underestimate them. Yu Changshu was the second elder of the Hongyu Sacred Clan. He was also one of the 3 strongest people in the Hongyu Sacred Clan after the lower-level ultimate god. He was usually in charge of the external affairs of the Hongyu sacred clan. Since many years ago, every time the Hongyu sacred clan went to pay tribute to the Yun clan, Yu Chengshu would be the one leading the team. Yu Chengshu was a middle-aged man who usually dressed like a scholar. However, although he had seen her, he did not dare to use his divine consciousness to probe. He was afraid that he would be exposed and alert the enemy. I wonder how strong this person is. Just as he was feeling doubtful, he suddenly saw Xia Ningxue attack violently. After that attack, she fled out of the canyon. The eldest daughter of the Xia clan has recovered her cultivation level as a high-level god emperor. Just as Yu Chengshu was feeling surprised, he saw the blue-robed, middle-aged man move again. He was also a high-level god emperor, but he was obviously stronger than Xia Ningxue. With just a few moves, he suppressed and restrained Xia Ningxue. Miss Ningxue, you'd better not play any tricks. I didn't kill you because you still have some value. I know that you are very important to Yun Qingyan, the eldest son of the Yun clan. I can use you to exchange for some good things. I believe that he won't be stingy. The blue-robed, middle-aged man sneered. You think too much. Xia Ningxue said coldly. I have nothing to do with him. Don't expect him to give you anything for me. Her voice is right too. In the distance, Yu Chengshu was shocked. He had seen the eldest daughter of the Xia clan in the past and remembered her voice. At that moment, he was completely sure of her identity. The appearance, the name, and the voice were right. It could not be a second person. Based on their conversation, it seems that the eldest daughter of the Xia clan is being held hostage. Moreover, the person holding her hostage wants to use her to exchange for something good with young Master Qingyan. This is crazy. A guy who hasn't even reached the ultimate god realm. Does he want to die? Yu Chengshu really thought that the person was crazy. Otherwise, why would he do such a crazy thing? It's a pity that I don't have the confidence to deal with him. I'd better go to the Yun clan and report this to young Master Qing. If young Master Qingyan saves the eldest daughter of the Xia clan, it'll be like a hero saving a damsel in distress. Who knows, she might change her mind and be willing to be with young Master Qingyan. When that happens, I'll indirectly become their matchmaker. Yu Chengshu's eyes lit up when he thought of this. If he succeeded, young Master Qingyan would definitely treat him well. After Yu Chengshu left, the blue-robed, middle-aged man who had a fierce look on his face regained his composure. At the same time, he muttered to himself, I hope Yun Qingyan doesn't have any powerful followers by his side when he comes. Even if there's a medium-level ultimate god, I hope it's not a particularly powerful one. If it's an ordinary medium-level ultimate god, I might be able to succeed. The blue-robed, middle-aged man was Duan Lingtian. Currently, he was carrying out his plan that he had recently come up with. The plan had already started and the second elder of the Hongyu sacred sect, Yu Chengshu, had been captured. He believed that Yu Chengshu would go straight to the Yun clan after leaving. Yun Qingyan is most likely in the Yun clan, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Of course, Duan Lingtian only had one of his law avatars here. Of course, it was his strongest law avatar, the space law avatar. As for Xia Ningxue, who was also Ku-er, she was a manifestation of his other nomological avatar. He had spent a lot of time with Kerr in the past. Even when Kerr regained her memories and her appearance and voice had changed, he knew her very well. In fact, he was very familiar with her voice. It was precisely because of this that his other law avatar was able to imitate Ku-er to perfection, and it was difficult to find any flaws. On the other side, after Yu Chengshu left the canyon, he went straight to the desert next door and headed to the Yun clan. He did not even send the news back to the Hongyu sacred sect. This was because he wanted to take all the credit for himself. Soon after, Yu Chengshu arrived at the Yun clan. He told the Yun clan's first young master Yun Qingyan that he had something urgent to discuss with him. After revealing his identity, Yu Chengshu quickly saw Yun Qingyan. The second elder of the Hongyu sacred sect? Why are you looking for me? Yun Qingyan's appearance had not changed at all compared to the past. He was still as arrogant as before. He stared at Yu Changshu in front of him and spoke indifferently. They were not the kind who had just stepped into the mid-level ultimate god realm. Both of them were mid-level ultimate gods who had consolidated their cultivation base. It was said that one of them had mastered the power of law to the point where he could create a 100,000-mile light vision on the dimensional battlefield. One more step and he would be able to create a 100,000-mile light vision on the dimensional battlefield. This young Master Qing Yan is really careful, Yu Changshu thought to himself. Of course, he knew young Master Qing Yan had his reasons for being cautious. After all, he was the future successor of the Yun clan. Unless he was absolutely sure that nothing would happen to him, he would be very careful. Even so, Yu Changshu still felt that young Master Qing Yan was being overly cautious. There was only one half-step ultimate god over there. Young Master Qing Yan could easily deal with him, so there was no need for him to bring anyone with him. It seems like young Master Qing Yan doesn't trust me enough. Yu Changshu smiled bitterly at that thought. Does young Master Qing Yan think I'll trick him into going out and kill him? Do I have the guts to do that? Do I have a death wish? Everyone knew that the current patriarch of the Yun clan loved his son the most and had long appointed him as the next successor of the Yun clan. He had even gained the approval of several high-level ultimate gods in the Yun clan. Forget it. It's not bad for him to be cautious. At least, I'm not afraid even if there's someone else behind that half-step ultimate god. He would have been worried if he and the young master of the Yun clan were to go there alone. Now he was completely relieved. What was there to worry about with two of the Yun clan's most powerful mid-level ultimate gods accompanying him? Lead the way. Yun Qing Yan looked at Yu Changshu and said calmly, "Yes, young Master Qing Yan." Upon hearing this, Yu Changshu did not dare to dawdle and immediately led the way. Soon, they arrived at the canyon that they had secretly explored earlier. Who would have thought that an ultimate god divine artifact spaceship would soar into the sky as soon as they got close to the canyon? At the same time, two figures teleported to the side of the divine artifact spaceship and entered it. Cousin! The sharp-eyed Yun Qing Yan immediately recognized one of the two people. It was his cousin who had been in the interdimensional battlefield for many years. He did not expect to see his cousin here. This was the first time he had seen his cousin ever since he had brought her back from the lower secondary plane and sent her back to the Xia family. He was more familiar with his cousin than Yu Changshu. With a single glance, he recognized the other party. There was no difference in terms of appearance, body shape, expression, or even the slightest movement. Whoosh! In the next moment, the old man behind Yun Qing Yan took out a divine artifact spaceship as well. He knew the purple-clad young man who had ambushed them. Moreover, he had a deep impression of him. The purple-clad young man was none other than the native from the mundane realm, who was as insignificant as an ant in front of him. He could kill him with a flick of his finger. If his cousin had not threatened him with her life, he would have killed the purple-clad young man. Yet today, this person had actually appeared before him once again. Moreover, he had done so in such a domineering manner. His strength was so great that even he was indescribably shocked. Whoosh! While Yun Qing Yan was still in shock, a rainbow-colored sword ray flashed through the air, and a drop of liquid appeared in the middle-aged man's hand. The rainbow-colored sword ray pierced into the middle-aged man's body, killing him. The drop of liquid that was supposed to fall into the middle-aged man's hand missed its mark. I hope it's useful to me, Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. At the same time, he moved his hand and grabbed the drop of liquid. It was the supreme expert's divine power that the middle-aged man beside Yun Qing Yan had taken out. When the liquid entered his body, Duan Lingtian could feel the divine power in his body suddenly burning and boiling. It raged and caused him to feel pain all over his body. The pain only subsided when his 99 heavenly veins began to circulate crazily. However, he still felt bloated, as if there was some kind of energy crashing in his body that was going to explode. Is this the Supreme Expert's divine power? Is this the power that only those above the ultimate God level can use? At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt extremely powerful. It was as if he could crush a towering mountain or destroy the sun, moon, and stars with a snap of his fingers. This was a terrifying power that did not belong to him, but he could control it as if it was his own arm. Boom! At the same time, Yun Qingyan, who was nearby, also released a violent energy. He had also used the Supreme Expert's divine power when the middle-aged man was killed. An ultimate god's divine power rose, causing the divine power in his body to instantly transform. He was originally only a lower-level ultimate god, but at that moment, the lower-level ultimate god divine power in his body transformed to that of a medium ultimate god. Elder Chun, come and help me. Although the Supreme Expert's divine power had temporarily increased his cultivation base to that of a medium ultimate god, Yun Qingyan did not feel safe at all. After all, a medium ultimate god had just died in front of him. Although he had been severely injured by his opponent's sneak attack, he might not be in as much of a better state as his opponent after the sneak attack. Therefore, the first thing he did after the Supreme Expert's divine power was not to fight the purple-clad young man, but to escape in the direction the old man was coming from. Whoosh! At this moment, the old man had also used a drop of the Supreme Expert's divine power. His divine power skyrocketed to the upper-level ultimate god level as he rushed to Yun Qingyan's rescue at an incredible speed. Yun Qingyan, you must die today. Duan Lingtian's eyes were cold as the seven-colored sword ray whizzed out and caught up with Yun Qingyan in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already thought of a way to escape. After killing Yun Qingyan, he would teleport away a second time. After that, he would let his law clone restrain the old man. As long as he could delay him for a second time, it would not be difficult for him to escape under the old man's nose. He would be able to delay the old man until the Supreme Expert's divine power faded away. At that time, the ultimate god-grade flying ship would be able to escape at the speed of a medium ultimate god. The old man would not be able to catch up with him. He did not think the old man would be willing to use a second drop of the Supreme Expert's divine power after Yun Qingyan's death. In fact, he suspected the old man might not even have a second drop of the Supreme Expert's divine power. The Supreme Expert's divine power was extremely rare and precious. Not everyone had the ability to obtain it. You want to kill me? Dream on. A hint of determination could be seen on Yun Qingyan's face when he saw Duan Lingtian. A bloody hole appeared between his eyebrows as blood that shone faintly with golden light gushed out of it. Father! Save me! Yun Qingyan screamed. He bowed respectfully when he saw the middle-aged man who had just appeared. The middle-aged man was the current patriarch of the Yun clan, the strongest expert in the clan. The divine tree of life? In the next moment, the middle-aged man who was about to give chase stopped in his tracks with a frown on his face. Sword principle. The Tao of control. 5 divine elements gathered in one body. The divine tree of life in one's body. A complete divine tree of life. The middle-aged man's originally calm expression couldn't help but change slightly at this moment. It was impossible for him to catch up. The life energy from the divine tree of life shook the void and resonated with the life energy from the divine tree of life in the divine offering land. It disrupted the spiritual energy and made it impossible for him to locate the fleeing man. Otherwise, he could have caught up with him and killed him. Father, we must kill him. Yun Qingyan's handsome and elegant face was slightly distorted at this moment. We can't catch up with him. The middle-aged man shook his head. He ran away. He has many tricks up his sleeve. Even if I catch up with him, I won't be able to find him. Let's go back. The middle-aged man lowered his head to look at his son. He saw that his son was in a daze and seemed to be thinking about something. With a wave of his hand, the middle-aged man brought his son and the old man who had used the Supreme Expert's divine energy back to the Yun clan. On the way back, the middle-aged man said, "Yun Chun, you used a drop of the Supreme Expert's divine energy for my son. When we return, I'll return you 2 drops of the Supreme Expert's divine energy." "Thank you, Patriarch." The old man thanked the middle-aged man respectfully. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. His gloomy mood from the death of his comrade was gone at this moment. After all, the Supreme Expert was only a friend to him at most. He was just an ordinary friend with a slightly better relationship. Too powerful. I was almost done for. Duan Lingtian boarded the ultimate god flying ship and met up with his space law clone. After escaping with the speed of an advanced ultimate god, he heaved a long sigh of relief. Fear still lingered on his face. If it were not for the 5 divine elements and the world-cleansing divine water that had mobilized the divine tree of life's energy to cover his tracks at the critical moment, he would have been dead by now. The patriarch of the Yun clan had first sent a bloodline illusion and then his true self. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. I was too careless. I should have known. Yun Qingyan is the young master of a giant ultimate god clan and is regarded as the successor. It won't be easy to kill him. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. At the same time, he felt guilty. The 5 divine elements, who had just recovered slightly, had fallen into a deep slumber due to exhaustion. He would not be able to count on them to help him for the time being. How did you offend that person? The middle-aged man frowned as he looked at his son. In his opinion, that person was definitely someone with heaven-defying luck. As long as he did not die, he would definitely soar into the sky in the future. This time, even though he had personally appeared, he still could not kill that person. That person's luck was truly heaven-defying. Chapter 42-33. Father, it's someone from the Xia clan. It must be someone from the Xia clan. Yun Qingyan said through gritted teeth. Only someone from the Xia clan would know my cousin and me so well. I suspect it's Xia Jie. Xia Jie, the 3rd master of the Xia clan. The middle-aged man frowned when he heard Yun Qingyan's words. What nonsense are you talking about? How can it be Xia Jie? Xia Jie? What a joke. Even Xia Jie's elder brother, Xia Yu, the current patriarch of the Xia clan and his brother-in-law, did not possess such karmic luck. If Xia Jie possessed such karmic luck, his younger sister, Xia Yu, would not have become the patriarch of the Xia clan. It's not Xia Jie? Yun Qingyan believed his father's words. He could not help but frown. If it's not Xia Jie, it must be someone close to him. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to want to kill me. In his opinion, among the direct descendants of the Xia clan, only Xia Jie, the 3rd master of the Xia clan, wanted to kill him. That person could disguise himself as a native from the mundane realm perfectly. Moreover, he did not notice anything when his cousin appeared earlier. This meant that the person knew his cousin very well. As long as he was not stupid, he would be able to guess that his cousin Xia Ningshui was not the real person. The real person was most likely still in the realm battlefield. He had acted rashly earlier because he was not calm enough. If he had calmed down and thought about his cousin's character, she might not have come out until the realm battlefield closed in order to get rid of him and the Xia clan. A member of the Xia clan? The middle-aged man frowned again. There's such a person in the Xia clan? Do you know him? He knew all the important figures in the Xia clan. He even knew some of the younger generation of the Xia clan. However, he had never seen the young man he had met earlier. Was he a hidden genius of the Xia clan? So why did he want to kill his son? He could not figure it out. I don't know him. Yun Qingyan shook his head. I don't know who he is. However, I know the owner of the face he disguised himself with. I've seen him before. He's just a native from the mundane realm. Disguised himself with that face? At this moment, the middle-aged man realized that his son did not think that person's real face was someone else who had disguised himself to kill him. That person didn't change his appearance. This was something that the middle-aged man was absolutely certain of. Even if he had only guessed the identity of his true self later on, his bloodline illusion earlier was enough to confirm that the other party had not changed his appearance. That was his true appearance. That is his true appearance. When the middle-aged man's words entered Yun Qingyan's ears, it instantly crushed the last bit of hope in his heart. It caused his face to turn pale as he muttered to himself in a daze. How is this possible? How is this possible? Father, are you sure that's his real face? Yun Qingyan raised his head and looked at his father as though he was making a final struggle. When the middle-aged man confirmed with him, Yun Qingyan was stunned. Impossible. 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 Yun Qingyan was on the verge of breaking down, completely collapsed. A few hundred years ago, a person who could only be trampled under his feet, who was powerless to even struggle, actually had the strength to surpass him after a few hundred years. Moreover, that person was just a native of a mundane realm. On the other hand, he was the great young master of the Yun clan, a powerful ultimate god clan in the divine offering land in the realms of gods. He was doted on by many. The cultivation resources and environment he enjoyed were the envy of many. You know him? At this moment, the middle-aged man finally realized that something was amiss. For this reason, Yun Qingyan would not use the bloodline phantom his father had left on him unless he was on the brink of death. It was his final trump card. However, he had used it when he was lured by Duan Lingtian. From today onwards, he would have one less life-saving talisman on him that could save his life at critical moments. Is there no way to resolve the enmity between you and him? The middle-aged man frowned slightly when he heard his son's words. Yun Qingyan had an expression of disbelief on his face. Why would his father ask such a question? Was his father trying to resolve the enmity between them? If you give up on your cousin, the enmity between you and him will be resolved, the middle-aged man said. Yun Qingyan's eyes widened in shock when he heard the middle-aged man's words. For a moment, he wondered if the middle-aged man was his biological father. Why would he say such a thing? The middle-aged man seemed to have noticed the shock on Yun Qingyan's face. He said in a deep voice, "Let's not talk about that person. In just a few hundred years, he's already strong enough to kill a medium ultimate god even though he's only a greater god. Based on the techniques he possesses, it's obvious that he's blessed by providence. You know about the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. That person has mastered 2 of them. The weapon Tao, the sword Tao, and the control Tao are not in their embryonic forms. He has a deep understanding of them. Apart from that, he also has the 5 divine elements in his body. Not just 1, but 5. All 5 divine elements are in one body, and they're not weak at all. It's common knowledge that the 5 divine elements aren't willing to coexist in a person's body unless the person is worth it for them to give up their possessiveness. Theoretically speaking, it's only a matter of time before those who are able to obtain the acknowledgement of the 5 divine elements become the strongest expert in the world, as long as they don't die prematurely. Apart from that, there's also a complete divine tree of life in his little world. A complete divine tree of life only exists in the realms of gods. There's only one possibility for a person who isn't a supreme expert to possess a complete divine tree of life. He must have gone to the ruins of a destroyed realm of gods and obtained the divine tree of life. At this point, the middle-aged man paused for a moment and looked at his son who had fallen into a daze. There are many paths for a greater god to take to become a supreme expert. Sword Tao. This is a feasible path. The control Tao is a viable path as well. A single 5 divine element is a viable path. It's also possible to obtain a complete divine tree of life. If Duan Ling Tian's fortuitous encounter is split up, theoretically speaking, It's enough to create 8 supreme powerhouses. This shows how heaven-defying his luck is. It's extremely difficult to kill someone like that. Unless he never grows, it'll be disastrous to make an enemy out of him. In fact, every word the middle-aged man said made Yun Qing Yan's heart tremble. He couldn't accept it. How's this possible? He's just a lowly piece of trash from a mundane realm. How could he obtain so many fortuitous encounters that even I can only dream of? How could he? Heaven and earth are unfair. Heaven and earth are unfair. At this moment, Yun Qing Yan's heart was raging with jealousy. His face was contorted in anger and malevolence. The middle-aged man studied Yun Qing Yan again before he sighed and said, "It's not worth it for a woman to have such heaven-defying luck. If it's possible, give up on Ning Shui and fulfill their wish. Although the enmity between you and Ning Shui is huge, you didn't do anything to her. There's still room for negotiation." The middle-aged man was unaware that his son had not only taken Duan Lingtian's wife away. Moreover, his son had humiliated Duan Lingtian and crushed his pride as a man. His attainments in both were extremely high. Moreover, he had the 5 divine elements in his body. He was extremely talented and possessed the complete divine tree of life in his little world. He had the potential to be an ultimate powerhouse. The Yun family is irreconcilable with this person. He killed our father and stole our wife. From today onward, the Yun family will do our best to search for him and find a way to kill him. The Yun family will owe anyone who kills him a favor. As long as it's within the Yun family's power, we'll do our best to help. Even if you want to seek enlightenment in front of the ancestor, I'll do my best to help. After the patriarch of the Yun family gave the order and made a promise, a commotion broke out among the higher-ups of the Yun family. Everyone knew the name Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, that name sounds familiar. A medium ultimate god from the Yun family, who had just returned from outside, felt that the name sounded familiar. He seemed to have heard of it somewhere before. After thinking for about a dozen breaths, he finally came back to his senses. I remember now. I brought my wife and son back to my family in the Shengang land some time ago. I've heard of him, a heaven-defying student of the Myriad Law Academy from the Shengang land, a heaven-defying force. He entered the divine trial ground and stepped into the Upper God Emperor realm from the Upper God Emperor realm in 3 years. He could easily kill an Emperor God when he was just an upper-rank divine emperor. It was said that he could kill an ultimate god when he was just an upper-rank divine emperor. I didn't expect it to be true. Moreover, the patriarch said that he could even kill an ordinary intermediate ultimate god. The middle-level ultimate god from the Yun clan could not help but gasp at the thought of that. After a while, the medium ultimate god from the Yun family reported what he knew to the patriarch of the Yun family. The patriarch also personally went to the Shengang land. It was obvious that he was wary of Duan Lingtian and valued him greatly. After a trip, he confirmed that the Duan Lingtian in the Shengang land was the same Duan Lingtian who had lured his son, Yun Qingyan, to death. At this time, he also learned about Duan Lingtian's growth. He had risen from the Shengang land at an astonishing speed and with heaven-defying luck. Moreover, those who thought they knew about Duan Lingtian in the Shengang land only knew a little about him. There were many things that they did not know. For example, he had the 5 divine elements. Another example was the complete deep water of life in his little world. The Myriad Arts Academy? On the surface, the Myriad Arts Academy doesn't seem to have any supreme experts backing it. However, according to the patriarch, the Myriad Arts Academy in the Shengang land is a little special. Chapter 42-35. Within the 10,000 Arts Academy, the Great Protective Array was activated, causing the void to tremble. Anyone within the 10,000 Arts Academy could clearly see that the void was swaying and rippling like water. It was as if the sky could collapse at any moment. A terrifying aura pierced through the void, as if it carried an extremely terrifying power. It condensed at a single point, and the power was so strong that it seemed to be able to penetrate everything. At the same time, the Yun family head, Yun Tingxiu, who had originally appeared strong in front of Su Baili, instantly withdrew his solemn expression when he sensed the terrifying aura of the Great Protective Array and that oppressive feeling of suffocation. In an instant, the aura on his body was also withdrawn, and his entire person returned to how it was before the outbreak. Palace Master Su, this Yun was just joking. I hope you don't take offense. Yun Tingxiu looked at Su Baili, who was staring at him coldly, and smiled slightly as if nothing had happened. It was as if he had really just made a harmless joke. As for Su Baili, after taking a deep look at him, he also withdrew the Great Protective Array of the 10,000 Arts Academy. Family head Yun, it's best not to joke around. If this happens again, the Great Protective Array of the 10,000 Arts Academy will not be so easy to withdraw. Su Baili's words were already considered a threat. However, Yun Tingxiu was in the wrong after all, so he was not angry. Rest assured, Palace Master Su, there won't be a next time. Since Palace Master Su is unwilling, this Yun won't force you. I'll take my leave now. After bidding farewell to Su Baili, Yun Tingxiu turned around and left. I won't see you out. As for Su Baili's indifferent words, Yun Tingxiu pretended not to hear them. In fact, at this time, Yun Tingxiu's thoughts were not on Su Baili. The originally turbulent 10,000 Arts Academy regained its calm due to the withdrawal of the Great Protective Array. In fact, many people did not even know what had just happened. Only a few people knew that the Myriad Arts Academy must have encountered a powerful enemy. Otherwise, the Palace-protecting Grand Array wouldn't have been activated so suddenly. As for why the Palace-protecting Grand Array was quickly withdrawn, although they didn't know the specific situation, it wasn't difficult to guess that the powerful enemy should have been scared away by the Palace-protecting Grand Array of their Myriad Arts Academy. After all, they had long heard that their 10,000 Arts Academy's Palace-protecting Grand Formation was something left behind by an extremely powerful expert. It was to the extent that their Myriad Law Palace was known as the Shengang Land, the safest place under the giant god venerable level forces. Giant godly venerable level forces all had supreme experts behind them. Among them was the sect-protecting formation. The clan protection formation would definitely be the work of an ultimate powerhouse. Furthermore, there would be an ultimate powerhouse protecting them from behind. Once there was a real crisis, the ultimate powerhouse would most likely appear personally. Therefore, no one doubted that the venerable god-level forces were the safest places in the Mystic Handle Land. As for the Myriad Arts Academy, it could be considered the safest place under the god-venerable level forces. One could imagine how powerful the palace-protecting Grand Formation was. How generous! After leaving the Myriad Law Academy, Yun Tingxiu, the patriarch of the Yun family, a giant god-venerable level family in the world of divine remains, had a look of lingering fear on his face. The Myriad Law Academy's Great Protective Array is definitely the work of many supreme masters. It's definitely not weaker than the Yun family's Great Protective Array. If it's really activated, I'll definitely die if I don't leave the Myriad Law Academy within 3 strikes. In fact, Yun Tingxiu did not really intend to do anything to the Myriad Law Academy's patriarch, Su Baili. He was more of a probe to see how important Duan Lingtian was to Su Baili. Now it seems that although Duan Lingtian hasn't been in the Myriad Law Academy for long, he has already gained the recognition of the Myriad Law Academy. In his opinion, gaining the recognition of Su Baili, the patriarch of the Myriad Law Academy, was equivalent to gaining the recognition of the entire Myriad Law Academy. This was because the patriarch was the most respected person in the Myriad Law Academy. It's a little unrealistic to get rid of Duan Lingtian through the Myriad Law Academy. I can only think of a way myself. Thinking of this, Yun Tingxiu could not help but frown slightly. A guy with heaven-defying luck. Could he and the Yun family really get rid of him before he matured? Of course, even if Duan Lingtian really matured, he and the Yun family had nothing to fear. After all, they still had an ultimate expert behind them. To be exact, it was an utmost expert and that utmost expert's other utmost expert friends. If he wanted to touch the foundation of the Yun family, he would have to go through the ultimate expert behind the Yun family. Of course, even if the Yun family was not afraid, if they really made a strong enemy, it was not something that he or even the Yun family wished to see. After all, although they had supreme experts behind them, the supreme experts could also protect them at all times. Ultimate experts also had their own things to do. Sometimes, they could not even spare time to do anything else because they had to be on duty to guard the outer realm. That girl Ning Shui really knows how to find a man. When he left the Shengang land, Yun Tingqiu thought of his niece and shook his head. Maybe Yen really doesn't deserve her. But suddenly he seemed to have thought of something. He narrowed his eyes and a cold light flashed through his eyes. After the dimensional battlefield closes, Yen and her will still have to follow the agreement with the Xia family and get married normally. That Duan Lingtian wants to seduce and kill my son. Then, I'll let Yen take his wife. At that time, he won't be able to sit still. He'll definitely show up. The day he shows up will be the day he dies. Yun Tingqiu could not help but look forward to the day when Duan Lingtian would show up and die. Of course, that's on the premise that Ning Shui is safe in the dimensional battlefield. However, when Yun Tingqiu returned to the Yun family in the world of divine remains and learned from his son that the group of people from the Xia family who came to threaten Xia Ningshui had been released by the third master of the Xia family, Xia Jie, his expression changed. If that was the case, would Xia Ningshui still be threatened and marry his son? After all, the people who could threaten Xia Ningshui had been released. Elder brother Duan, it's fate to meet you. I'm looking for someone to enter the secret realm with. I wonder if you're interested? Elder brother Duan, don't worry. You don't have to pay any battle merits. The secret realms I'm talking about are the natural secret realms that you accidentally encounter in the dimensional battlefield. There's no need to pay any battle merits. That's what we encountered by luck. Ho Lianyu continued. Upon hearing Ho Lianyu's words, Duan Lingtian, who was about to leave and stop being entangled with Ho Lianyu, became interested. You encountered a secret realm with a few people? There were indeed some natural secret realms in the dimensional battlefield. Those secret realms were even more mysterious and very rare. Those who were not extremely lucky would not encounter them. At least he had not encountered any. Even his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, who had wandered the planar battlefield for nearly 1,000 years, had never encountered a mystic realm like this. Generally speaking, there was a limit to the number of people who could enter such secret realms. Moreover, there was a limit to one's cultivation base as well. Only those with the same cultivation base could enter. It's the secret realm that I found with the other three, Lin Feng said. Ho Lianyu grinned. One of the other three people is also from our Ho clan. When Duan Lingtian spoke up to this point, it was not difficult for him to notice a hint of disgust that flashed in the depth of Ho Lianyu's eyes. Although it was fleeting, Duan Lingtian still noticed it. As for the other two people, they're from another powerful force in the divine offering land. They're both people I know. This time, the four of us agreed to find one person from the dimensional battlefield to enter the secret realm. That secret realm can accommodate 10 people, but we're only planning to send 8 people in. This way, it's fair to all 4 of us. It can't be that one person can only invite one person while the other person can invite 2 people, right? Previously, I've met other powerful upper god emperors from other forces. I wanted to invite them, but they either wanted to kill me or ignored me. They were afraid that I would kill them with others, so they rejected me. Ho Lianyu looked helpless. Elder brother Duan, if you're unwilling, I won't force you. Ho Lianyu said again. Obviously, she was mentally prepared. Why don't you find someone you know instead of someone else from the dimensional battlefield? Duan Lingtian asked in confusion. This was really puzzling because they could have found someone from their own clan to enter with them. There was no need to look everywhere. We all have our concerns, Ho Lianyu said. Ho Lianyu said, if it's someone from the same force, it might not be a good thing for us to expose that we encountered that kind of natural secret realm. After all, the four of us don't have any special status in our own forces. In addition, it's useless to find someone from another force if they're weak. If they're too strong, it won't be a good thing for us either. Although Ho Lianyu didn't say too much, Duan Lingtian could guess what she was worried about. They came from the same force, but the other party was stronger than them, and they knew that they entered a secret realm with them. They knew what treasures they obtained. This was indeed not a good thing. If it was an outsider, even if they ran to the gate of your force and shouted that you obtained some treasures, most people wouldn't take them seriously. They would only think that the other party was deliberately slandering and disgusting them. Hearing Ho Qingyu's words, Duan Lingtian looked deeply at him and asked, if I enter the secret realm with you and join forces with you, how will we split everything we obtain inside? When Ho Lianyu heard that, she smiled and said, Big brother Duan, your strength far surpasses mine. Chapter 42-37. Sometimes luck was something that could not be envied. For example, Ho Lianyu, whom Duan Lingtian had just met, came from an extraordinary background. She was the descendant of the Ho clan, one of the most influential clans in the world of divine remains. She was born with great luck, and after entering the planar battlefield, he actually encountered a natural mystic realm. Many people had lived for tens of thousands of years and stayed in the dimensional battlefield for thousands of years, but they had never encountered a natural secret realm even once. Natural secret realms were left behind by supreme experts in the dimensional battlefield, waiting for the fated ones to open them. They did not require battle merits to open them. Battle merits secret realms were reserved for the unlucky ones. This group of people was also the largest group of people in the dimensional battlefield. Elder brother Duan, which clan or clan do I come from in the world of divine remains? Ho Lianyu curiously asked Duan Lingtian about his background along the way. Jian Wushuang had a good impression of the humble half-step ultimate god and did not underestimate him from the beginning to the end. Even though his strength was close to that of a half-step ultimate god, many half-step ultimate gods looked down on him and were extremely arrogant in front of him. I'm just a rogue cultivator. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and did not say that he was not from the world of divine remains but from the Shengang land. He was not familiar with Ho Lianyu. There was no need to completely reveal his background. A rogue cultivator? Ho Lianyu's eyes widened. Elder brother Duan, you're just a rogue cultivator? You don't even look older than me. I thought you came from some powerful clan, but you're just a rogue cultivator? It's hard to imagine that a rogue cultivator could have the strength of a half-step ultimate god at such a young age. Although he did not specifically check Duan Lingtian's bone age, he could still vaguely sense the gap between them when there was a large age gap between them. Just like now, he could vaguely sense that Duan Lingtian was younger than him. Generally speaking, if people of the same cultivation base had such an age gap, it meant that they were at least 3,000 years apart. I've thought about it before. If I were a rogue cultivator, would I have the strength I have today? If I had to choose again, would I choose to become a loose cultivator or a young master of the Ho clan? However, the answer is usually the latter. Ho Lianyu sighed. Elder brother Duan, as a rogue cultivator, you must have suffered a lot to achieve your current strength, right? It's all right. Duan Lingtian smiled. I can only say that everyone has their own opportunities. If one is born with an extraordinary background and is content with the status quo, one can only rely on one's birth. If one is willing to venture out, one is not much different from an unaffiliated cultivator. Perhaps one might even be able to find some fortuitous encounters that should only belong to unaffiliated cultivators. Regardless of one's background, it all depends on the person. Duan Lingtian could not help but think of Yun Qingyan from the Yun clan. Back when he was still in the mundane realm, he had thought that Yun Qingyan was unreachable and powerful. But looking back now, it was just like that. In less than 1,000 years, he had surpassed his opponent. In terms of background, he could not compare to Yun Qingyan at all. However, Yun Qingyan could not compare to him at all when it came to the dangers he had gone through along the way. If Yun Qingyan was born in the Yun clan and was willing to venture out, with his adventurous spirit, he might have become a high-level ultimate god by now. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew it was impossible. Although this friend of mine is not from a heavyweight ultimate god sect, he's also a genius from an ultimate god sect. His strength is almost on par with an ultimate god. He's a half-step ultimate god. He glanced at Ho Lianyu proudly as he finished his sentence. Ho Lianyu frowned upon hearing that. It was not a good thing for Ho Dong to find a half-step ultimate god. He was not worried that Ho Dong would steal anything from him, but he was worried that Ho Dong's arrogance would drag the group down. Could she be hiding her strength on purpose? When Ho Lianyu thought about how her big brother Duan was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, she could not help but start to scheme in her heart. However, the others obviously did not think so. Even Ho Dong had a look of disdain in his eyes when he saw the veiled woman's attack. Of course, there was also the possibility that Zhang Yue would be stubborn under such circumstances. However, no matter what, Duan Lingtian did not take it seriously. In his opinion, even if the other party was stronger than a half-step ultimate god, she would not be a threat to him. Chapter 42-48. At this moment, Jiang Yue, Ho Dong, and Qiu Ping were not the only ones who were shocked when the second Duan Lingtian appeared behind the ape-type great demon. Even Ho Lianyu had a shocked expression on her face. Elder brother Duan is from a lower secondary realm? He's not a native of a realm of gods, but he's already so strong. Ho Lianyu knew that this big brother Duan wasn't even older than her,